Logan shook a warning dad finger at her. We're not having that kind of language in an educational setting. Those pictures were still downloading. He glanced at the coloured doors. How many of these spudging things have we still got to go? Millions. No, Mum. Elizabeth frowned up at her. Only drama, art, history, and computer science. Is it too late to put you up for adoption? A shrug. Probably. Logan's phone bleeped, announcing that the attachments were finally ready to view. OK, but I can only stay 15 minutes. Got Rennie and Tufty waiting outside. Tara gave him her version of the Paddington stare, which had far more of the homicidal Father Jack about it. He raised a hand. Unless you want murderers running about the city, murdering people in a murdery way. She rolled her eyes instead. Fine. Thought so. Logan shot Elizabeth with a finger gun. OK, Fizzy Lizzy Bing Bong. Who are we meeting next? Sneaking a quick glance at his phone as she checked the photocopied schedule. Attachment number 1 was a photo of half a dozen young people in a pub, no idea which one, all gathered around a table grinning at the camera with their glasses raised, pints mostly. There were more revellers off to both sides, but in the middle sat Ralph, Jericho, Charles, and... oh, sodding hell. 35. Logan jammed his phone back in his pocket. I have to go. Sorry. But, Dad... He hunkered down, so they were eye to eye. Who does Daddy love most in the whole wide world? Elizabeth didn't even have to think about it. Cthulhu. True. He gave her tummy a prod. But who does Daddy love almost as much as Cthulhu? Mummy. Nah, she's a poohead. Tara walloped him one. Hey! A big grin from the Lizzosaurus Rex. Is it Elizabeth Tobermory Strachan McCrae? So he gave her a wee kiss on the head. Darn tootin'. Then stood and shot Tara a grimace. Go! Logan marched for the door, already dialing. But remember what I said about spanking? He thumped out into the playground, where the air was hot and claggy and smelled of freedom, phone to his ear, waiting for the half-wit Tufty to... Logan stumbled to a halt, inches away from falling over a little girl. Well, not little, maybe 12 years old, dressed in black jeans, black biker boots, black leather wrist things, and a black T-shirt with Marceline from Adventure Time on it. She'd even dyed her hair jet black, like Undertaker Barbie. She glowered up at him from a ghost-white face with coal-coloured lipstick. Hey, watch where you're... Then her eyes widened in their smoked shadows. Oh, it's you. It really is you. They said it was, but then you didn't show yesterday, so I thought maybe they were lying. But it's you, and... Then she must have remembered that babbling goths weren't cool, so bobbed one shoulder and sniffed instead. Yeah, I mean, sup. Sorry. He pointed at the gate through to the teacher's bunker. I've got to... You don't remember me? Bottom lip trembling. Not even vaguely. Yes? The ghost goth girl looked away, chin jutting out like a chalk cliff, shoulders back. We rescued those kids from the livestock mart. You know, from those tits in masks. What? Logan stared at her. Nah, couldn't be. Rebecca! But you were like... He held a hand out, as if patting a weeny kid on the head. And didn't you have big red hair? A gigantic smile crashed through her teenage cool. You do remember! And Rebecca launched herself at Logan, wrapping him up in a hug, even though she only came about halfway up his chest. Okay. Weird. Actually, given what they'd been through together, pretty sodding understandable. Logan hugged her back. In the happy silence, a tiny, tinny voice squawked out of his phone. Sarge? Hello? He looked down at those dyed black roots and the Darth Vader outfit. "Are you okay?" She let go and stepped back, wiping her nose on the back of one hand. "So, it's true. Your daughter goes here, right?" Rebecca's pale chin came up again. "Want you to know, anyone messes with her, they mess with me, and I will fuck their shit up." "That's very kind of you." "Hello, Sarge, can you hear me?" "God's sake," Logan groaned. "I'm really sorry, I've got to run." Rebecca nodded. "You got tits to arrest. But it's been great seeing you again." He pointed at her, smiling as he backed towards the gate. "Don't do drugs, stay in school, and so on and so forth." "Sarge, knock once for yes, twice for no." She waved at him. He waved back, then turned and hoofed it, phone pressed against his ear. "Start the car, we need to move, now." "The game's afoot." But not in a good way. Logan hung up and shoved through the gate, jogged his way around the teacher's porta-cabin of mystery and out into the crappy car park. Pausing for a moment to check the photo Ralph sent, one last time, just to make sure. The fourth person sitting at the table turned in his seat to speak to someone just out of the picture, sharing a joke going by the rosy cheeks and shining eyes, was wearing a backwards baseball cap and a wife-beater vest with Colonel Michigan's Gym printed across the chest above a little silhouette of a boxer. Mr. Muscles. The poor bastard who'd got himself smeared halfway across Holborn Street only 3 and a bit hours ago. Sodding hell indeed. 36. The world was full of flies. Fat and greasy, glittering blue and green, circling in the air above her, landing to feed on the darkening bruises and scraped flesh. The sun still burned high in the sky, but it was hidden behind the grey corrugated roof now, baking down, making every breath thick and stifling through the leather mask, blood whomp, whomp, whomping in her ears. And Natasha lay on her back, chained to her bloody anchor, blinking up at the flies and the cobwebs. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. How long could a human being live without water? Prisoners on hunger strike could last for weeks and weeks, but water was different. Some special forces bloke on the idiot box claimed it takes about 3 days to die from dehydration, especially if it's hot. First your kidneys shut down, then your liver, then your brain shrivels, and finally your heart can't cope anymore. Bang. That's you. Now every breath grated its way down her outback throat, stirring the dust. At least the smell had faded, or she'd got used to it. Taking a crap on the floor wasn't exactly dignified, especially with both wrists manacled to the metal collar around her throat, limping around to the opposite side of her anchor, moving as far away as the chain would allow, scrabbling about on the hard-packed dirt to get her pants down round her ankles so she wouldn't get them covered in it. Then another complicated, humiliating fight to get the things back up again. Then retreating from the stench to the end of her tether, lying on the floor trying not to cry as what she left back there, baked in the never-ending heat, attracting even more flies. A juddering squeal made the bastards leap into the air, to buzz and drone with their shitty mates. The rust-streaked wooden door rattled back on its metal runner, letting a harsh slab of sunlight crash into Natasha's prison, scalding her legs. Could barely move them out the way, so she just lay there and groaned instead. Detective Sergeant Davis took one step inside and recoiled back again, one hand wafting the fetid air from his face. "Fuck's sake!" And he was gone again, leaving the door wide open, as if that did her any good. He was back, maybe 5 minutes later, with a bucket of water, soap suds spilling out over the side, heaving it over her like he was rinsing a car, startling the flies. It was so dry in here that the liquid didn't soak straight into the parched earth. It sat on top of the dusty surface in sparkling droplets. She tried to scoop some up, even if it was full of soap, but it just turned to gritty mud in her fingers. D.S. Davis's lip curled. God, you're disgusting. Water. The word barely more than a croak. Please. Please. He stared at her, then squatted down. You want mercy? After what you've done? Please. Did those migrants get any mercy? The ones you burned? He snorted. Oh, maybe you didn't strike the match yourself, but you fanned the flames. Threw petrol on it. All that hate and bile. You spoon-fed it to whatever slack-jawed Neanderthal did the actual dirty work. Natasha reached her muddy fingers towards him. Water! Publishing story after story, whipping up the racist wankers till they went out and torched a hotel. Davis stood. They burned children! Children? How on earth was that her bitch? He lurched forwards. A booted foot slammed into her ribs hard enough to flip her onto her side. A jagged pop inside her chest, stabbing carpet tacks into the flesh with every Sahara breath. She curled up on the gritty floor and the boot hammered into her back. Then again, and again. Sharp explosions slicing through her lungs, crackling out like bloody fireworks as a dry scream howled free. Then nothing. No more kicks. Nothing but the ache and tear of her tortured back. Davis spat a glob of white onto the earth by her head, breathing hard. You've been getting away with it for far too long. Maybe it's your turn to burn. There was a metallic clang and clatter as he picked up the bucket again, then the scuff of boots on the parched floor. The door squealed and rattled shut. The flies began to settle again, and only then did Natasha allow herself to cry. 37. The pool car whipped up Anderson Drive, lights flickering. Tufty poked the horn, making the siren wonk and whew, parting the traffic in front of them like a short-arsed Moses. He was hunched over the wheel, as if that would make the car go faster. Logan shifted in his seat, one finger in his ear to block out the excess noise, because it was almost impossible to hear Ralph Hayes' voice over the phone. That's great, thanks. No problems. Hope it helps. Logan hung up. Soon as he did, Tufty flipped the switch, setting the siren wailing full time as they shot through the Kingsgate roundabout. Right. Logan waved a hand at the back seat. Rennie, I need a PNC check on one Spencer Findlater. On it. Tufty accelerated up the hill, overtaking a minibus and a Mackey's lorry, eyes firmly fixed on the road. Sarge, not that I'm not enjoying the week, but why are we weeking? I mean, this Spencer bloke hasn't woken up or anything, so it's not like we can question him. Because you heard Randolph Hay. Charles McGeary is hyper-loyal to his friends. Pointing towards Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. Well, his friend's just been in a horrible accident. Of course he's going to visit Spencer in hospital. Yeah, Tufty killed the siren. But nobody knows he's in hospital except us, Sarge. And we only found out 30 seconds ago. Logan opened his mouth, then shut it again. The wee loon had a point. Sod. OK, got him. Rennie poked his head through from the back, reading off his phone. Spencer Findlater, 19, handful of warnings for getting into fights. Almost ended up in a young offenders institution for torching wheelie bins when he was a kid. Bunch of shoplifting. All about the same time. A grunt. Guess he didn't handle losing his parents very well. You got an address? Not a million miles away. 4 Arnage Court. OK. Logan gave Tufty a poke. You heard the man. Arnage Court wrapped around 3 sides of a nice big rectangle of grass, dotted with trees and some saggy rhododendrons. Someone had been at the road sign, adding a C to the start of the first word. 3-story blocks lined the court, each one made up of 4 or 5 units, with 6 flats apiece and a central stairwell. If you were lucky enough to live on the upper floors, you got a balcony of your very own, but the ground floor had access straight onto a shared garden area where all the recycling bins lived. There were even more bins lined up along the overgrown hedge outside the first block, about 20 feet of them, all black and wheelie and waiting for collection. Rennie whistled as they drove slowly by. "That's a lot of bins to burn." Tufty parked behind a fusty transit with Sandy the Hoose Builder on the side, an appealing graphic of a cartoon joiner. "Think the arson connection's relevant? You know, with the hotel." They climbed out into the stifling heat, and Rennie popped on his stupid sunglasses again. "Maybe, maybe not. Everyone goes through a burning things phase, right?" Logan stared at him. Tufty raised both eyebrows. Rennie pulled his chin in. "What?" Following Logan through the knee-high gate and up to the front door. "Oh, come on! It's not just me! Everybody does it!" "Enough!" Logan rang the bell for flat 4. "We're about to tell some poor sod their grandchild's been mangled in an accident. Either you're on your best behaviour, or you're waiting in the car. But you're not going up there to act the prick. Do I make myself clear?" Maybe a bit close to the bone, but he deserved it. Pink scoured its way up Rennie's neck. "Sorry, Gov." Should think so too. A black cat sauntered past, tail in the air, pausing only to mark its territory against a brown garden waste bin. A woman tottered along the pavement, coughing and hacking away. Somewhere in the distance, children were chanting a skipping song. "Your dad is a big fat tosser. He did a wank upon a saucer. Your mum cooked it for your tea, with bogies and a big jobbie. How many jobbies did you eat? 1, 2, 3, 4. Logan was reaching for the bell again when a man's voice growled out of the intercom, old and mushy and distorted by the cheap speaker. "Yeah, what? What you want?" "Mr. Findlater?" No reply. Tufty raised his hand. "You've got to press the button, Sarge." Logan pressed the button. "Mr. Findlater, can we come in, please? We need to talk." "Oh, for fuck's sake." But he buzzed them in anyway. Mr. Findlater must have been a bear of a man when he was younger, but now he was bent like a paperclip as he shuffled back to his baggy armchair. Most of his hair had gone, leaving a straggly collar-length droop behind, but his face was a thing to scare children. Lumpen, craggy features, and a nose that had been broken so many times it barely counted as a nose anymore. His burgundy cardigan had faded to the colour of old blood, and even though it had to be in the mid-30s outside, he was bundled up in a shirt and jumper too. His brown cords were worn through at the knees, much like the carpet. There was a second armchair, clearly part of the same set, but a lot less scuffed, dusty and sagging, and a wooden dining chair, all three facing a small TV, though it wasn't on. A bookcase lurked in the corner, stuffed full of record-your-own videotapes, each one carefully labelled in faded ink along the spine. Having completed his wobbly journey, the old man collapsed into his seat. Logan sat on the edge of the wooden chair. "Mr. Findlater, I'm Frank." Now that it wasn't filtered through the intercom's wiring, his voice was a low, dark rumble. "Frank." "Frank, I'm afraid there's been an accident." Blank look. "Your grandson, Spencer, he was hit by a car this afternoon and he's in hospital." "Hospital? Man." He shook his head, blinking, as if trying to get spots out of his vision. "I've been having, tests." Rennie wandered over to the other armchair, lowering himself into, "No!" Mr. Findlater was on his feet. no longer folded over and trembling, but huge and broad and powerful. "Don't you fucking dare!" Rennie scrambled out of the seat before his bum could even touch down. "Okay, it's okay." "You stay out of her chair." "Okay, I'm sorry." Hands up in surrender. "Won't go near it, see? Promise." He backed away from the seat. "Nobody sits there," glowering at the empty space. As the anger faded, so did Mr. Findlater, the towering monster shrinking until only the trembling old man remained. He juddered his way back into his own chair. Well, that was... yeah. Logan cleared his throat. "Mr. Frank, is there anyone we can call? A carer or somebody?" Spencer's my grandson. He takes care of me." "But Spencer's in hospital, Frank." A frown crumpled that monolith brow. I've been in hospital. They ran tests." "Tell you what, Frank, why don't I make you a nice cup of tea?" Logan stood. "Would you like a tea?" But Mr. Findlater seemed to have drifted away, squinting at the blank TV instead, as if something was already playing there. "Right." Heading for the living room door. Tufty scurried over. "I'll get the teas in, if you like," playing the good sidekick. "You stay here and keep an eye on Sergeant Rennie, just in case." Then Logan slipped out into the hall. It was an awkward, fat L shape, with a mess of 8 doors leading off. The first one opened on a cupboard full of dusty bed linen. The second revealed a kitchen that was more like a corridor, lined with grunky, old-fashioned cupboards and cabinets. Logan closed the door and tried again. Another cupboard, full of boxed crap this time. Number 4 led out onto the balcony, where a knackered bicycle slowly decomposed, along with a couple of clothes horses and some tins of paint. But then they'd squeezed past those when they'd come through the door at the far end, from the stairwell, so that was no use. 5th, a bathroom, with an ancient stained salmon-pink suite and peeling lino floor, which left 2 to try. Eeny, meeny. Logan tried the one furthest away, an old-fashioned bedroom with floral pillows and bedspread that looked as if they hadn't been washed in a while, and a view out over the rear green, which left door number 8. Logan stepped into a small bedroom that clearly belonged to a much younger person. Like Charles McGeary and Andrew Shaw, Spencer Findlater had papered his walls with posters, but instead of films, soft porn pop stars and computer games, he'd gone with oiled-up bodybuilders, men flexing away in their swimming trunks, showing off their veiny muscles and leathery tans. A collection of free weights were neatly stacked beneath the window. The single bed wore an old Transformers duvet cover. But what was most striking about the place were the heaps and heaps and heaps of dirty big tubs of whey protein, each one large enough to hold a child's severed head. There had to be at least 200 of them in here, lots of different brands, most still in their shrink-wrapped pack of 6 cases, complete with delivery notes. Logan snapped on a pair of gloves, hefted a multi-pack off the nearest stack, and turned it over to read the delivery address. It was the sports shop on Thistle Street, the one getting its windows replaced this afternoon. Bet every delivery note in here would turn out to be from a sports shop that had been broken into, which at least solved that one. Logan opened the built-in wardrobe and searched through the clothes. Other than yet more tubs of whey protein, stashed under piles of athletic leisure wear, most of which still had the security tags attached, there was nothing exciting. So he tried the mattress instead. Levering it up from the bed frame exposed a bunch of magazines with titles like Muscle Mag and Flex and UK Beef, which sounded like gay porn, but a quick rifle through proved that although they were full of oiled-up men in their pants, it was all about bodybuilding. And yeah, teenage boys were known to have a one-track mind, But this was ridiculous. Just to be safe, Logan knelt on Optimus Prime's face and peeled back the posters above the bed. But there were no hidden photos or anything else, just a couple of startled spiders. He checked under the bed instead. Ooh, a hold-all. That looked a bit more promising. Logan pulled the thing out and unzipped it. A black tracksuit sat on the top, and when Logan lifted it out, there was a hammer, a pair of black trainers with little sparkling cubes of broken glass embedded in their treads, and a pair of black leather gloves, all carrying a faint, unleaded smell. Sod. Okay. He put everything back where he'd found it, zipped the hold-all up again, and slid it under the bed. Stood, snapped off his gloves and pocketed them, before retreating from Spencer Findlater's bedroom and closing the door behind him. Logan eased back into the living room, carrying a mug of tea and a digestive biscuit on a wee plate. Someone had turned the TV on, and now Tufty, Rennie, and Mr. Findlater sat there, watching some old boxing match. Well, Mr. Findlater and Tufty were sitting, the old man in his sagging armchair, the wee loon on the dining-room chair, while Rennie stood off to one side, clearly not wanting to risk another shouting at. The picture was a bit grainy, and there was a stripe down one side, but that didn't seem to bother them as two huge men battered the living crap out of each other in the ring. Mr. Findlater's shoulders twitched in time with every punch thrown by the guy in the red shorts. Rennie looked up from the screen, reaching for the mug in Logan's hand. "Cheers, Gov." "Not for you." "Oh." The idiot drooped for a second, then perked right up again. "Anyway, you'll never guess, but we're in the company of genuine sporting greatness. This," Rennie put on an OTT announcer's voice and shuggled both hands towards their host, "is the one, the only, Francis Big Frank Findlater." Never heard of him. Logan handed Big Frank the mug, and the old man took it without moving his eyes from the screen. "Thought I recognised the name when we came in, but then I saw all the videos." Rennie hooked a thumb at the bookcase. "Big Frank had golden gloves, man. He could put a guy twice his size on his arse in 3 rounds. Biff, bang, crash, wallop." Logan hunkered down beside Mr. Findlater's armchair. "Frank, do you know where Spencer was on Sunday night, Monday morning? Can you remember for me?" Nothing. Not even a frown. "Course it all went south after the Roxburgh fight. Roxburgh was a cheating bastard, though. Got a 6-month ban for what he did, but poor Frank never fought again." "Frank, where was Spencer on Sunday night? Was he out?" Something flickered inside Mr. Findlater, and he resurfaced from the boxing ring. "Spencer's in hospital. He's... Police came round. Came round and told me. Spencer's in hospital." His forehead furrowed. "They do all these... tests." Logan patted his arm. "I know, Frank. I'm sorry." And then he was gone again. 38. "Yeah, no, anonymous tip-off." Logan paced the grass square, outside Big Frank's building, from a wilting tree to a drooping rhododendron and back again, lying to his superior officer. "Someone thinks they saw Spencer Findlater coming out of Capercaillie Sports on George Street after the break-in," which might have been true. Who could tell? Nearly 9 o'clock, and the sun was sinking towards the horizon, painting everything with a warm golden syrup glow, making the air a bit sticky. Rennie and Tufty loitered by the pool car, forbidden to come any closer so they had plausible deniability if it ever came out that Logan had fiddled the facts slightly. Finally, Chief Superintendent Pine came to a decision. "All right, I'll get you a search warrant for Findlater's flat." "Thanks, boss. And he's one of Charles McGeary's mates, so it might be an idea to test anything they find for accelerants too." keeping it nice and casual, as if he just thought of it. Belt and braces. A sigh rattled down the phone. Anything else while I've got my checkbook out? Now you mention it. He stopped pacing and looked up at flat 4. With Spencer in hospital, there's no one to look after his grandad, and he won't last a week if I leave him on his own. He'll either starve to death or burn the house down. You want me to sort out a care package at 5 to 9 on a Wednesday night? Yes, thanks for that. There was an ominous pause. Speaking of Charles McGeary, still working on it, boss. Back to pacing again. And while I've got you, would you care to explain why I've got 3 officers sitting on their thumbs in Seaton Park playing I Spy? Ah. The truth probably wasn't the best option in this case either. Not unless he wanted Pine to pull the op, because they're probably bored didn't exactly make his team sound very professional. Well, of course, as you know, why on earth did Spudgun let them play games on a stakeout? Worse, why did he let senior bloody management catch them doing it? Surely there had to be a... Aha! As you know, boss, I Spy is a recommended attention-centric activity for IXOs like this. Boredom leads to a lack of focus. People start missing things. But playing I Spy requires constant observation and evaluation of your surroundings, which is what they're actually there to do in the first place. Ma'am. That sounded believable, didn't it? IXO. Impromptu covert surveillance operation. I see. Her voice took on a vindictive little smile. Very convincing. I look forward to you giving a presentation on that at our next divisional training management meeting. Sod. Logan buried a groan. Yes, boss. What happens if Charles McGeary doesn't show up at your IXO? I haven't got enough officers as it is, without wasting resources on a red herring. She huffed out a breath. I'm pretty sure half the buggers off on the sick are swinging the lead, pretending they've got the plague so they don't have to do any sodding work. Well, maybe not half, but a good 20% anyway. The point is, I can't afford to have 3 of the officers I do have tied up all night on a no-show. Like you say, what choice do we have? If he turns up and we're not there to catch him, we're screwed. Logan wandered back towards the car while she considered that. He'd made it as far as the road before Pine rejoined the conversation. Sergeant Moore and his team have all been on since 0700. Your op can run till 10, then you need to swap them out for other officers. Everyone's running on fumes as it is. Well, that went better than expected. I think I can... But you're only getting 2 night shift bodies, and I want everyone in for morning prayers. That includes you. Suppose it was better than nothing. Yes, boss. Which means you clock off at 10 as well. No one's handing out hero points for running yourself into the ground. He checked his watch. Just over an hour to go before home time. Thanks, boss. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a care package to organise. She hung up, and Logan sagged for a moment. Could have been worse. Right. He straightened up and marched across the road. Tufty jingled the car keys. Where to, Sarge? Logan opened the passenger door. ARI. Let's go pay Big Frank's grandson a visit. Seriously? Rennie pulled a face. But he's unconscious, Gov. Then you can stay here or walk back to the station if you like. The idiot scrambled into the back. Thought so. The critical care unit smelled of disinfectant, drain cleaner, and despair. Having all the blinds drawn up didn't help, shutting out the sinking sun and replacing every bit of natural light with dimmed LED bulbs. The muffled sound of trainers on the terrazzo floor squeaked out under the part-glazed door to Ward 201, bringing with them the whir and bleep and hiss of machinery designed to keep the hospital's most vulnerable patients alive. Rennie drooped against the corridor wall, fiddling on his phone, while Logan waited by the locked door for the doctor to slouch over here and let them in. Inside, a small cluster of beds sat in the middle of the room, fanning out in a circle. Each one had about 3 times the amount of space you'd get anywhere else in the hospital, presumably to make it easier for a crash team to surround the patient, with banks of equipment and high-tech screens and computers on arms and all that whizzy life-saving stuff. A handful of private booths ran around the outside, not quite as Robocop, but still advanced compared to the normal wards. There were a lot more nurses in attendance too, bustling about between the beds, while their charges lay flat on their backs, zonked on sedatives, and wired up to all that whirring, bleeping, hissing kit. The doctor paused to check some poor sod's notes, then dragged her pink Crocs over to the door. With the face mask and surgical cap on, there wasn't much of her on show, just a pair of eyes with dark bags underneath, and a few wisps of brown curly hair that had escaped from its prison, blue scrubs and rumpled PPE. Logan waved through the glazed partition, but she just glowered back, pointed at her own mask, then jabbed a finger towards the door. Following the pointing digit led to a wall-mounted dispenser full of individually wrapped N95 masks. He plucked two from the stack and handed one to Rennie. The doctor waited till they were both masked up before opening the door and slipping out into the corridor. Her voice sounded as if it had just run a marathon with a fridge freezer strapped to its back. "This better be important." "Dr. Emsley." Logan flashed his warrant card. "Detective Chief Inspector McRae. We're here about Spencer Findlater." She glanced back at the ward. "He's only just out of surgery, and to be honest, it's 80-20 he doesn't make it." Rennie snorted. "You're kidding." Dr. Emsley squared her shoulders. "You want a list of what's broken, Sergeant? 'Cause we'll be here for a while. Then there's the list of what's ruptured, torn, detached, perforated, and leaking." Giving him a scowl. "You smash 2 tons of metal into something, hurl them through the air like a rag doll, and whack them against tarmac at speed, and see how optimistic you feel." Pink flushed across Rennie's ears, making them glow. "Was only 30 miles an hour. Want to try it? We can go out to the car park right now and flag down the nearest flatbed truck." Logan raised his hands. Okay, let's just turn the heat down a bit," poking Rennie. "You, go wait outside." A wee grumbling mumble sounded behind Rennie's mask, then off he flounced, with all the grace of a sulky teenager. Dr. Emsley glared at his departing back. "Sorry about that." Logan forced a smile. "Been a long week." "Oh, please, do tell me about it." She gave herself a wee shake. "Spencer Findlater's been placed in a medically induced coma, so if you're planning on interviewing or arresting him anytime soon, you're shit out of luck." "Bit harsh." "Can I see him?" "No, you can't bloody see him. What do you think this is? A petting zoo? They're not exhibits, they're human beings." "But he's just out of surgery." The glare returned. "And how do I know you're not asymptomatic? How do I know you're not going to spread COVID all over my ward, wiping out half the unfortunate bastards in there?" "But, 'cause that's what it is, okay? It isn't the flu, or the sniffles, or the lurgy, or Captain Trips. It's COVID. That's why half the bloody city's off sick." Getting louder. "Just because every wanker newspaper and politician wants to pretend it's magically gone away, that doesn't make it happen." "Okay." Logan backed off a couple of paces. "Look, Spencer might get a visitor. If he does, I need you to call us immediately." Digging out his phone and bringing up the photo of Charles McGeary and his fellow orphans in the pub, zooming in on Charles's face till it filled the screen. "He dangerous?" "Hard to say." Dr. Emsley rolled her eyes. "Well, that is helpful. Thank you so much." She produced her own phone with a long-suffering sigh. "Send me a copy and I'll get Marilyn to print out some posters." It took a couple of goes, but eventually they got the image transferred. Logan put his mobile away. "Officers on site will keep an eye out too, but with all these entrances, because my job isn't difficult enough." She threw a sharp stabbing gesture at the ward door. "I've got a skeleton staff, full beds, And a bunch of people already calling in sick for tomorrow. Aberdeen's like a bloody plague pit. On either side of the mask, her jaw muscles clenched. A deep breath, and Dr. Emsley shook her head, then looked away. Fine. We'll shout if we see him. Her arm came up, pointing away down the corridor. Now, if you wouldn't mind sodding off, I've got a bunch of dying people to save. She turned to go, then stopped. And don't you dare come back here without a mask on. And with that jolly farewell, Dr. Emsley slapped her pass against the security reader and shoved back into the ward, pulling the door shut behind her in case Logan or his germs tried to follow. He lowered his voice to a whisper, and a Merry Christmas to you too, then marched off towards the exit, taking his cooties with him. 39. In an ideal world, the biggest hospital in the northeast of Scotland would have had a fancy front entrance, something that spoke of Aberdeen's position as the energy capital of Europe, something that reflected all the oil money that had flowed through the city since the 70s, something that gave a little nod to the billions of pounds of tax revenue generated for the UK Treasury. But it was, to be honest, a bit of a shithole, more like the pedestrian entrance to an underground car park, with a pair of sliding doors surrounded by an array of half-arsed signs. Old mannies and wifies were lined up in the fading light, still wearing their baffies and dressing gowns, grimly puffing on cigarette after cigarette in bloody-minded defiance of all the posters telling them not to. Back in the day, there'd been a nice big overhang to shelter beneath and enjoy your fag out of the wind and snow and rain. But the Health Trust had filled it all in, leaving the patients with nowhere to stand and indulge their vices but outside in the open air. And it still wasn't enough to deter these wrinkled priests and craggy priestesses of sainted lady nicotine. Logan stepped out into the sunlight, phone to his ear, waiting for Doreen to pick up. Her voice groaned out of the speaker. If you're calling to make my life even more depressing, don't, okay? The only thing keeping me upright is visions of a phenomenally large G&T when I get home, with lots and lots and lots of ice. He headed for the multi-story opposite, a weird, elongated OXO cube of a thing, wrapped in sheets of holy metal. No sign of Charles McGeary? Gov, I swear to God, if we do find his body, I'm going to kick the crap out of it before we call anyone. Bit unprofessional, but understandable. How far you got to? Dunno, maybe a quarter mile? We're well past the bridge anyway. A knackered sigh. Sun's going down. It's all long blue shadows and a zillion midges out here. Going to be dangerous if we keep going much longer. And I know it's going to be twilight till 11, but that's sod all use for searching. Doreen gave a little sob. Just want to pour the sweat out of my wellies, lie down and cry. OK, give it another 20 minutes, then head back to the station. We're calling it quits at 10 today. I'm too tired and squelchy to celebrate. Logan hurried across the road. Just do me a favour and get someone to have a quick march along the last bit of riverbank, OK? In case his body's just lying about. He's not here, Gov. You've got dog walkers crawling over every bit of this. What is it, an estuary? Where the beach and all that bollocks starts? If he was here, they'd have found him by now. Yeah, she was probably right. Biohazard sounded as if he was about to pop an aneurysm. And then there's that stupid woman in the bikini, wanging on about finding the body like it's a sodding marketing opportunity. You name a broadcaster, she's had a bash at selling them her story. The lift dinged, and Logan stepped out onto the rooftop level of the hospital car park, which wasn't quite as tall as the big number 13 painted on the wall made it sound, given each floor was only half the OXO cube's width and a half step above the one before. But it was still high enough to have a great view out across the city and off to the sea, where a row of bright orange supply ships glowed against the greying water. A flash of pale pink marked distant wind turbines, hanging motionless on the horizon, caught by the sinking sun, though you did have to peer through the holes in the tinfoil wrapper to see them. "Christ's sake! She makes her money doing soft porn videos for sad wanks, and now we're supposed to pretend she's some sort of hard-hitting journalist. Kate Adie in a friggin' thong." Nearly 9:30, and this bit of the car park was deserted, except for the pool car, which Tufty had parked in the furthest corner from the lifts for some stupid reason. Rennie paced up and down in the distance, on the phone to someone, rubbing his forehead and making soothing noises, so probably getting a telling off. The wee loon, on the other hand, had his arms out like a tightrope walker, wobbling his way along the edge of the inner parking spaces, keeping himself busy. "They interviewed her on the BBC, Gov." "Have you tried asking her nicely to stop?" "Oh, apparently her fans have a right to know all about it. She even took video of the remains." "So confiscate her phone. It's evidence in an ongoing murder investigation." "I did. She and her half-wit boyfriend already uploaded a report to YouTube before they even called us. In her bikini." Biohazard made a noise like a ruptured coffee machine. "We're trying to get it taken down, but you know what it's like. Just do what you can, okay?" Logan hung up and strolled across the rooftop level. The sun might have been skimming the horizon, but the black surface of the parking bays radiated heat up his trouser legs. Tufty nodded as he approached. "Sarge? This what passes for being productive these days?" The daft wee sod tapped his own forehead, still wobbling along the white line, indulging in a faux French accent that probably counted as a hate crime. "The little grey cells, they are a-working hard, Monsieur Lestrade." Lestrade was Sherlock Holmes, not Poirot, you reticulated clanger. Logan cupped his hands into a makeshift loudhailer and bellowed a "Hoy!" across the car park. "We're leaving!" Over by the ramp down to the next level, Rennie waved, ending his call before hurrying back to the car. Tufty climbed in behind the wheel and started her up. "Where to avec les automobiles, monsieur?" Good question. Logan puffed out his cheeks and sank into the passenger seat. "Back to the ranch. We've got half an hour till home time, and I still need to file a report on Spencer Finlater's accident." Rennie bundled himself into the back. "Did you say home time? Are we getting home? 'Cause Emma would very much like that." Checking his watch. "Better yet, Donna, Lola and Charlize will be in bed. We can veg in front of the telly for a change." Rennie closed his eyes, an expression of bliss on his silly face. "Eating ice cream in her pants." Now there was an image to put you off your cornetto. By the time the pool car emerged from the multi-storey car park, the road was shrouded in gloom. Sunlight might still be skimming the top layers, but it had abandoned the ground to evening's muggy grasp. They wended their way around the half-empty staff car park, past various ugly grey lumps of Aberdeen Royal Infirmary outbuildings, and off the hospital estate, heading back towards the centre of town. Not exactly the prettiest bit of the city, but it could be worse, especially if you liked grey. Things got a bit greener as they approached the junction with Argyle Place and Argyle Crescent. Then the pool car popped across the lights, and they were surrounded by it. Victoria Park on the right, Westburn Park on the left. Trees overhanging the road on both sides, shadows lengthening beneath them. Something was going on in Westburn Park, lights flickering and strobing in the growing gloom. Logan rolled down his window, and the sound of Wurlitzer music whomped through the sticky evening air, accompanied by the clatter whoosh of funfair rides and the happy screams and cries of the people playing on them. A mini roller coaster was visible through the trees, along with waltzers, spinny swingy things, dodgems, coconut shies, and other entertainments of dubious honesty. And rising above it all, the red, white and blue stripes of a big top, lit up from the inside like an alien spaceship. Happy families wandered about, eating candy floss and chips, completely unfazed by all the death and destruction in the world, not worrying about asylum seekers trapped in a burning building, or young men with their heads caved in, or rape and trauma and abuse and war and famine and dying alone with dementia. "Sarge?" Logan blinked. Okay. Tufty had obviously just asked him a question, but no idea what it was. The wee loon frowned across the car at him. "You okay?" "Sorry. Miles away." "I did has an scheduling query. That MAPA meeting isn't till 9:30, so do you want to visit the last of Charles McGeary's friends first thing tomorrow, before it kicks off?" "Might as well. Unless you've got a cunning plan to get me out of the thing." Hopefully, but going by the expression on Tufty's face, probably not. Never mind. The glowing big top faded in Logan's wing mirror, swallowed by trees. He huffed out a long breath. Being a police officer is a little bit like joining the circus. When you're a probationer, you're on the dodgems. Yeah, you take a bashing, but it's exciting, thrilling even. Then you're a PC and riding the roller coaster. You've got no control over speed or direction. It's all ups and downs, but it still feels as if you're going somewhere. And maybe you start to think, one day I'm going to ride the Ferris wheel, and I'll finally see the big picture. Or maybe I'll even get to be ringmaster, controlling the whole show. Westburn Road turned into Hutchins Street, with its terraced flats on one side and the decaying carcasses of derelict factories on the other. But what actually happens when you get promoted is they lock you in the coconut shy and hurl meetings at you till you fall off your perch. Logan sniffed. The only constant is, you're always surrounded by bloody clowns. Colin Miller, 56, had a wee sip of coffee, his own blend of Guatemalan, Kenyan and Mexican beans, 'cause it didn't hurt to be a bit classy now and then, wandered across the patio and frowned out at the garden. A cluster of scarlet roses glowed against the dark green foliage like blood spatter. Patches puffled along the edge of a border, snuffling away, stubby tail wagging as she explored the same old familiar world with the kind of excitement only a Springer Spaniel could muster. The sky still glowed a ghostly blue, but Mr. Sun had sodded off for the day, leaving only the solar-powered lights to illuminate their massive garden. Quite proud of that, actually. Took a lot of work to get the place looking this good, and it wasn't easy having green fingers when you were missing great chunks off 4 of the buggers. Colin tightened his grip on the mug, black leather gloves squeaking on the pale china. They didn't really go with the old Pink Floyd t-shirt and chinos, but you sort of got used to them, in the end. There was a clunk, and Professor Isabel McAllister, 53, emerged through the French doors from the kitchen, glass of Merlot in one hand, casual but stylish in a burgundy short-sleeve V-neck dress, hair tucked behind her ears, wearing the little square glasses she only used at home. Flip-flops were a bit of a sartorial low point, but Isabel was still the most beautiful woman in the whole friggin' world, so you could excuse the occasional faux pas. A few more creases bloomed between her eyebrows. "You're not out here smoking those stinky cigars again, are you?" He went back to frowning at the roses. "Ever wonder why you bother?" "Because they're bad for you. Always trust a pathologist when they say you should stop doing something. We've seen enough people's innards to know what we're talking about." She took a sip of wine, then transferred the glass to her other hand and slipped her naked fingers between his gloved ones. "No quite what I meant." Sigh. "Kinda get the feeling our new owner's screwing with me, dangling the job over my head, you know. Here's a meeting to see if you still get to work here, or if you're out on your ass like all your mates. Only I'm no going to turn up for it, or reschedule. Instead you can bloody sweat." The coffee turned bitter in his mouth. Natasha Aga friggin' Pova. The Scottish Daily Post used to be a decent paper till she got her hands on it. Now it's nothing but a right-wing tabloid shite rag, obsessed with fucking celebrities and fear-mongering and the world's full of pedos and foreigners and everything you don't like is woke. He dumped his mug on the patio table. Now she's going to do the same with the examiner. I've seen the mock-ups, and I'm expected to beg for my job. Isabel pouted for a moment. Do you want me to be honest or supportive? He smiled. Supportive? I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding, and they'll sort it out tomorrow. Aye, maybe. And honest? I don't normally approve of rough language, but screw them. Another sip of wine. You used to love working there, and now you hate it. So quit. Tell them to fashion their job into a cylinder and insert it rectally, with force, and no lubrication. He winked. I love it when you talk dirty. You could write that book you've been droning on about for years. I don't drone. I ponder and muse, cogitate and deliberate, contemplate and... Well, why not? Are you happy? Working with children pretending to be journalists, churning out tweets and blog posts and you won't believe what these film stars look like now, chasing deadlines, never writing about the things that really matter. Was he happy? No. Isabel nodded. There you go then. And as if that settled everything, she spun around, making her skirt flare, showing off a bit of leg, and headed inside again, leaving him out here in the gloom alone. Aye. He picked up his half-empty mug. There I go. End of an era. No more newspapers for ace reporter Colin Miller. Or maybe the mug was half full. Colin nodded, then took Schrodinger's mug back into the kitchen. No Isabel. Moved on to another part of the house, leaving her empty wineglass behind. Downlighters sparkled off their swanky high-end gadgets, and the kind of coffee machine you normally only saw in posh restaurants. Lots of warm wood and terracotta walls, a marble worktop imported all the way from Tuscany, photos of the family holidays, Rosie, 12, getting her brown belt in karate, Alfie, 10's first violin recital, and dropping Sean, 19, off at university. See, that was your metaphor right there. One day your wee boy's taking his first steps, the next he's away studying medicine in Edinburgh. Things change. Maybe it was time he changed too. Colin rinsed his mug in Isabel's glass, stuck them in the dishwasher, then grabbed his car keys from the drawer. Aye, he could just hand in his notice tomorrow, but where was the fun in that? Going by Agapova's record, she'd probably be working from home again anyway. And if you're going to tell someone to roll their job sideways and stick it up their arse, you want to do it to their face. Colin stuck his head out into the hall. I'm just heading out for a bit. Go stick a bottle of fizz on ice. When I get back, we're celebrating. Colin turned his BMW M2 Coupe, red as the roses, with active M differential, rear-wheel drive and twin-power turbo inline six-cylinder engine, onto the driveway outside Natasha Agapova's house. A true crime podcast rumbled out of the car's Harman Kardon 14-speaker sound system, keeping him company on the journey out here. And when we opened the second trench, there were the missing village children, 22 dead little bodies, all lined up in a row, with their heads pointing towards the chancel, their feet bound in silver chains, and iron stakes driven straight through their sternums. Wow! Not their hearts, 'cause you think it would be their hearts. Well, you see, that's the fascinating thing about the Church of Our Lady in St. Peter. He switched it off. Had to admit, Agapova's house was bigger than theirs, but where Colin and Isabel had a stylish Georgian sandstone mansion, this was a modern kit build, with all the class of a drunken Jakey. Couldn't be more than a couple years old, set in a big garden that sloped down to some woods. Aye, it might have been big, but the garden was pish. No thought put into the planting at all. It was one of a small cluster of equally fancy but styleless properties, a few miles out past Peter Cooter, an enclave for captains of industry, movers and shakers, and the nouveau riche glitterati, a.k.a. pricks. He followed the snaking driveway up to the house, with its 2-story, floor-to-ceiling glazed entrance hall, and parked right outside. No sign of any other cars, but there was a double garage bolted onto the side, so the Rolls and Ferrari were probably safely locked away in case the squirrels got at them. Kinda looked like every light in the house was on, blazing out into the dark, but the only figure visible belonged to a massive teddy bear, dressed like an offshore worker in boots, gloves, T-shirt and hard hat, 'cause editors were weird. Colin climbed out, thunked the car door shut, and went to shoot his cuffs, only he didn't have any 'cause he was wearing a T-shirt. Buggering hell! Should have changed into a suit and tie, pulled on the full armour, given Natasha bloody Agapova a glimpse of what she'd thrown away with her stupid power games. Ah well, too late for that now. He swaggered over to her front door and thumbed the bell. The overture to Mozart's Le Nozze di Figaro blared out somewhere inside the house. Talk about pretentious. Ooh, look at me! A bing-bong isn't classy enough! The 30-second clip played itself out, and silence returned. Off in the woods, a deer barked, like a cross between a grunt and a belch, and there was still no sign of Agapova, tripping downstairs to answer the sodding door. Well, he hadn't come all the way out here to just go home again without telling her where to shove her crappy job. He gave the bell another go, and Mozart started up again. Still no answer. Right, time to go old school. He raised a hand to knock, but perhaps a bit of drama wouldn't go amiss, so hammered on the thing with his fist instead. It swung open on the first thump. Never mind locked, it wasn't even latched. "Hello?" He shoved the door all the way. "Hoi! Agapova!" Nothing. That great big teddy bear stared at him with its dead button eyes. Colin stepped across the threshold into the double-height hallway. The cold blue glow of twilight wasn't bright enough to compete with the LED spotlights in here, turning the front wall of glass into a mirror. "Hello?" Still nothing. He pulled off his left glove, revealing a hand truncated by 2 joints on his pinky and 1 on his ring finger, leaving shiny stubs behind, lightly puckered where the skin was stitched back together. Colin stuck the tip of his thumb and index finger in his gob and let loose a shrill, deafening whistle, then stood there as the house swallowed it. Aye, something wasn't right here. The hall sideboard played host to a couple of oversized fancy vases, maybe African, going by the patterns worked into the glaze, but another 2 lay broken on the floor, pieces scattered out across the pale carpet. And in between the shattered curls of pottery lurked dark red smears and droplets, staining the deep pile. A smudged handprint on the sideboard, another on the wall. Shite. The blood was already mahogany-coloured, each individual drip, dry and shiny as a little beetle, so probably not fresh. But Colin gave them a wide berth as he tiptoed further into the room. "Mrs. Agapova! Are you all right? Hello?" A pair of high heels sat cock-ended by the sideboard, keys in the bowl, 1 earring beside it, the other glittering away on the carpet. Aye, not the kind of place to be wandering about bare-handed. He pulled his glove back on, working both stubs back into place against the prosthetic extensions, and climbed the stairs, not touching anything. At the top, the landing turned into a corridor, stretching away to either side, with a bunch of closed doors to explore. After all, the paper's new owner could be hurt, right? Lying on the floor unconscious somewhere, maybe even dead. Now that would make a great story. So, he poked his head into each and every room, kid's bedroom that smelled as if they still pished the bed. Box room, a semi-furnished bedroom, then the main bedroom with its ensuite and walk-in closet. The bed was made. No dead body decomposing beneath the duvet or in the bath. There wasn't a corpse in the big family bathroom either, which just left the one door at the far end of the corridor. It opened on a large home office, lined with bookshelves, though they were empty, except for a couple of Aberdeen guidebooks and a thin layer of dust. An Apple desktop, laptop and iPad were perched on the desk in their respective stands, along with what looked like one of those combi fax scanner printer jobs, and an answering machine with a flashing red light on it. Nice. Old school. And if there was one thing a red-blooded journalist couldn't resist, it was an answering machine. Colin dug out his phone and pulled up the audio memo app, set it recording, then pressed play on the answering machine. An electronic voice boomed out into the silent house. You have 26 new messages and 4 saved messages. A click. Message 26. Great. It was one of those stupid ones that played everything in reverse order. Newest first. A posh Glasgow accent replaced the robot. Tasha, we still on for Wine-tastic Friday? I got some serious gossip about you-know-who. You're going to just scream, it's so delicious. Okay, love you, bye. End of message. Message 25. Hello? It was that stripy-jumpered idiot from the art department. Miss Agapova? It's Lewis Garfield. You asked me to do some redesigns on the masthead and layout, and I just sort of wondered if you'd be coming into the office any time to see... Colin poked previous a few times, skipping back through the messages. Message 19. A cough spluttered out of the speaker, followed by a man's voice, stuffed full of forced cheer. Hi, Natasha. It's Frank Abercrombie again, giving you a wee tootle back to see if you'd be interested in doing some sort of feature on Claire. I really think this is going to be her year. Today, MSP for Aberdeen South and Kincardineshire, but tomorrow, top cabinet post, or even party leader. And I think your paper is perfectly positioned to give Team Fordyce the momentum it needs to... Poke, 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 poke. Message 14. A plummy English voice. You can't keep avoiding me forever, Natasha. The lawyers say I'm entitled to 2 weekends a month. You sent her away to that bloody school in Switzerland on purpose. I want to see my daughter. End of message. Message 13. Are you embarrassed by the state of your doors and windows? Well, let the Octatura Glazing Company. Poke, 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 poke. Message 6. This one was a slick tit of a man, full of himself and a bit drunk. Hey, Natasha. Hi, it's me. I know it's not cool or anything, calling so soon, but why play games? I really liked spending time with you at the ball tonight, and I'm pretty sure you had fun too, my little Cinderella. You could almost hear the arsehole waggling his head as he said it. So let's do it again, yeah? How about this weekend? Did I tell you I have a yacht? How cool is that? Give me a call and we'll take her for a spin. Picnic on deck, maybe a little champagne, and see what happens next. Leaving a suggestive wee pause. Catch you later. Surprised he didn't throw a ciao in at the end there. End of message. Message 5. A man's voice. Hard. Angry. Karma comes in like a hurricane, bitch, and it's going to blow your house of lies right down. See you tonight. End of message. Message 4. Then a little girl on the verge of tears. Mum, pick up, okay? Please. I hate it here. They don't even speak English, and it's... Colin poked the forward button this time. Message 5. Karma comes in like a hurricane, bitch, and it's going to blow your house of lies right down. See you tonight. End of message. Message... He hit pause. Then sat back and blinked at the machine. It could be nothing. But it'd be a massive sodding coincidence if his new boss went missing, leaving blood all over her downstairs hall right after a threatening message appeared on her answering machine. Colin stopped his phone recording, puffed out his cheeks, then dialed 999. "41. Half the lights were off, turning the open-plan office into an abandoned labyrinth of cubicles. Over in the far corner, someone coughed and hacked away, but other than that, night shift had succumbed to the lurgy just like everyone else. But at least it was quiet. Logan sat at his desk, surrounded by piles and piles of inherited paperwork, drinking horrible coffee from the machine, and picking away at a report on his steam and hamster-powered computer. So much for going home at 10. It was gone 11 now, and still no, "What the hell are you still doing here?" Didn't need to look up. That gravelly voice was its own calling card. He kept on typing. "Could ask you the same question. Nicking office supplies." Steele reached over his cubicle wall and pinched his coffee as well. "But mostly because we caught a jumper. Marshall College, right up on the roof. 19 floors of straight down and splat. Lost his job, his mum, his dog, and his girlfriend in the space of a week." She blew on the coffee, as if that would improve it. "Yours truly talked him down, of course, which gives one the warm and fuzzies, but the paperwork's a pain in the arse." Taking a sip. "Gah! This is disgusting! You never heard of milk and hazelnut syrup?" He stuck his hand out. "Give it back, then." She didn't. "Might grow on me." Another sip. Another grimace. "You know your problem? You're suffering from NRDS, New Responsibility Derangement Syndrome." "What I'm suffering from is listening to you rabbit on when I should be finishing this report syndrome." "See? You've been made up to acting DCI, and now you think the whole division'll grind to a halt without you. Well, it won't." Steele leaned on his cubicle wall. "You're just a greasy wee cog in a big rusty machine. It'll no fall apart if you go home and get some sleep." "And you thought I was bad at motivational speeches." "What will fall apart are your cases when you're too knackered to focus tomorrow because you've been here all night like a martyred numpty." She handed back his hideous coffee. "Go home," then wandered off, "and treat yourself to a stapler and some packs of post-it notes on the way out." Yeah, she was probably right. Time to go home. Could always finish this tomorrow, after all. Steele had almost reached the door when a lone PC in the full outdoor kit banged through it at speed, nodding at her on the way past as he hurpled over to Logan's desk, breathing hard, like a chain-smoking pervert. So this couldn't be good news. Logan gave him a nod anyway. "Aye, aye, Shandy." PC Ian Shand looked as if he'd been made by 4-year-olds out of knotted string and old cat hair. And when he opened his mouth, every single one of his teeth pointed in a different direction. "Gov!" He staggered to a halt. "Bleeding heck!" Bending over and grabbing his knees. "Not answering! Your airwave!" The thing hadn't so much as bleeped. He picked it off the desk and checked the screen, but it didn't even show a missed call because the battery was flat. Should have put it on charge the moment he got back to the office. Silly sod. It was a bit late, but Logan plugged it in anyway. Steele wandered back, hands in her pockets. "Come on, Shandy, spill it before you keel over." We've got a serious problem," waving his hands about. Missing person." Logan sat upright. "Is it a kid?" "Not a kid." Shandy shook his sweaty head. "No, it's way more complicated than that." Chief Superintendent Pine groaned. "Oh, for goodness sake! Did we not have enough on the go?" 20 to midnight, and Natasha Agapova's house was lit up like a fun fair. Not just the internal lighting, the outdoor floods were on too, turning the front garden into an ominous wonderland of trees and shadows. On the other side of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a lock-block driveway played hostess to a patrol car, the scene's transit van, the pool car Logan had rocked up in, and a garish red BMW. In here, however, a lone forensic tech zwip-zwopped across the entrance hall and tried to wrestle a gigantic teddy bear into a body bag, presumably because there were no evidence bags big enough. Logan leaned on the balcony handrail, making his Tyvek crumple and rustle. Hood up, phone tucked inside the elasticated hem. "You're right. Maybe I should hop in my TARDIS, jump back to Monday morning, and ask Miss Agapova not to get abducted. Yeah. Maybe that wasn't the best idea when talking to the divisional head of state." He cleared his throat. "Sorry, boss. Been a long day." She left a little pause, probably to make sure he knew his place. "And we're sure it's an abduction, not a kidnap?" No sign of a ransom demand yet. Her ex-husband's seriously loaded, so it's possible the kidnappers are waiting for the right moment, but... Ugh! A thumping noise banged down the line. "Why did she have to be a bloody press baron? The media love talking about themselves. Can you imagine what they'll be like when they find out?" "Ah, about that." Logan wandered along the landing, peering in through the open doors. Forensic techs haunted Miss Agapova's home office and main bedroom like crinkly ghosts, going through her things. Someone needs to tell the ex-husband, but he only owns 3 local radio stations, a podcast company, the Scottish Daily Post, the Yorkshire Clarion, Midlands Gazette and Bulletin, and London Daily Citizen, so we're probably okay. One of the spare bedrooms had nothing but unassembled flat-pack furniture in it. The next was full of packing boxes. Another thump from Pine's End. Maybe she was banging her head off the desk. "In the name of... fuck!" A strangled sigh. "Suppose I don't need to tell you this is a top priority?" "Along with everything else." "Exactly." Thump. "Suppose I better go wake the chief constable. She's going to love me." The third bedroom was a little girl's, full of stuffed animals, rainbows and unicorns. Not dinosaurs, ninjas and pirates, like Elizabeth's. "Anything happens, I'm in the loop, understand?" "Boss." She hung up. Logan puffed out his cheeks, sagged. Wait a minute. There was something funky in here. Stinky. The sharp yellow stench of sun-baked urine. Weird. The kid, Brooklyn, going by the nameplate on the door, was meant to be abroad at finishing school, and the bed was made. You wouldn't make a bed if someone had piddled in it. And surely, if Brooklyn was old enough for finishing school, she was too old for that kind of thing. He tiptoed across to the window, eyes fixed on the oatmeal carpet. Nothing. Maybe... Hang on. The door lay wide open, but there was something hidden behind it, on the floor, by the wall, and the closer he got, the stronger the smell. Right. He marched along the corridor to the main bedroom and stuck his head over the threshold. "Hello?" The scenes tech was on her hands and knees, rummaging about under Natasha's bed. She stopped what she was doing and glowered back at him. "If you're going to make inappropriate comments about my bum again, don't!" "What?" Whoever it was sat back on their haunches. "Oh, it's you, Gov. Nothing. Sorry." "Okay," because that didn't sound suspicious at all. He hooked a thumb back across the corridor. "There's what looks like a urine stain in the kid's bedroom. Can we run some sort of test on it?" "It's your budget. I can test whatever you want, long as someone's paying for it." "Thanks." That sorted, he headed downstairs again, past the wrestling match, which the teddy bear seemed to be winning, down the corridor, past the lounge, home gym and cinema room, and into the kind of kitchen they featured in design magazines. Perfect. Elegant. Spotless. as if no one had ever cooked or eaten a meal there. It looked out over a large back garden, where all the floodlights were on too, revealing a pair of techs in the full Smurf suit outfit, examining a flower bed at the far end, by the fence. Steele and Colin Miller slouched at the breakfast bar, nursing mugs of coffee, presumably from the very swanky machine in the corner, by the double fridge. Colin was in trousers and a t-shirt, but Steele had peeled her sock suit down to the waist, showing off her Police Scotland top with optional biscuit crumbs. Logan poked a finger at her. "Have you been sexually harassing the scene examiners again?" She grinned. "How was our fearless leader? Was she in bed? In a low-cut lace nightie? Is she, even now, rushing over here to support the troops with handies and tickle-me-elmos?" Ugh. "I don't even want to know what a tickle-me-elmo is." He unzipped his Smurf suit and plonked his bum onto a spare seat at the breakfast bar. Didn't bother smothering a jaw-popping yawn. "And thanks for the offer. I'd love a coffee." There was a moment's angry scowling. Then Steele rustle-flounced off to fiddle with the machine. Logan swivelled his seat around to face Colin. "Want to tell me what you were doing creeping around your new boss's house at 11:15 on a Wednesday night?" "Came to tell her where she could stick her job." He held up a gloved finger. "Which doesn't count as motive, 'cause I was firing her. Plus, it was me called this in. And I've got an alibi, so don't even start, okay?" Waiting for a response he didn't get. "Okay." "Then why didn't you call me?" "'Cause it's 11:15 on a Wednesday night. Far as I know, you're off duty, half-cut, and playing hide-the-bagpipe with Ginger Curls McSexpot." Over by the coffee machine, Steele snorted. "Nah, they did that this morning. Dirty monkeys." "Her name is Tara. What is wrong with you two?" "Whatever." Colin pulled out his phone. "And you should probably hear this," fiddling with the screen until a small, tinny electronic voice buzzed its way into the kitchen. "Message 5, followed by a man, sharp-edged, snarling out the words so every syllable became an offensive weapon. "Karma comes in like a hurricane, bitch, and it's going to blow your house of lies right down. See you tonight." End of message. Message. The phone went silent. Colin put the handset down on the countertop. "Far as I can tell, Natasha Agapova, 48, got herself a taxi from the SME charity auction dinner at 11:30 on Monday night. Dropped her off here around 12. Didn't see anything suspicious." "Hold on." Logan eyed the phone. "How did you get that recording?" "Point is, if you check the call logs, that message was from a withheld number at 11:42. So she was already in the car on her way home." Steele looked up from the machine. "Have you been a naughty wee phone-hacking, grubby tabloid scumbag?" "I was searching the house to make sure she wasn't lying unconscious somewhere in need of help." His shoulders bobbed up and down. "I may have accidentally bumped against the answering machine." "Aye, and you just accidentally happened to have your wee phone out recording. My sharny arse." "Point is, our guy on the phone has to know she's no here, right? Otherwise, he calls, it tips her off, she gives you bastards a shout, and the whole abduction-kidnap plan's screwed." There was more to the monologue, but Logan sort of tuned it out, because over Colin's shoulder, through the kitchen windows, way down at the end of the garden, one of the ghostly Smurfs was on their feet, waving their arms at the house, as if they'd found something. He wrenched open the kitchen door, marched through a small utility room and out onto a big triangle of decking. One of the forensic team hurried across the grass towards him, holding up a hand. "Found a couple of great footprints, which is lucky. Someone must have watered the garden not long before it happened, because otherwise it'd be dry as a camel's arse out here, and the definition would be for shite." They turned, pointing back to where they'd come from. "Our guy hopped the back fence, landed in the flower bed. Should get a really sharp cast from the prints. You finds the shoes, we'll prove it was him." "Yes." About time something went their way. "42. The sky was murderous black through the crumbling window socket, spread with cold, dead stars. A sliver of curved bone shone through the trees as the full moon clawed its way over the horizon, turning the world to ice with its uncaring light. But even though the sun had gone down long, long ago, Natasha's prison remained an oven, turned up full and left to burn everything to a cinder, except for the shit. That roasted in the cloying heat, its foul brown stink seeping into the dirt and stone walls, lining the leather mask, helping it suffocate her. As the light faded, the blue bottles had settled down for the night, but D.S. Davis hadn't. Rock music pounded out of the static caravan, loud enough to make the metal walls buzz, because even when they were asleep you couldn't escape the flies. Natasha lay on her back, in the dirt, gazing up and out of the window at the cool, indifferent darkness of space, waiting to die, because that was what she was doing here. Dying. The only question was, what would get her first? Dehydration or D.S. Davis? Inflicting his revenge for something she didn't even do. Wasn't her fault some violent scumbag tried to burn a bunch of migrants to death, was it? She didn't like the match, no matter what the psychotic bastard said. All she did was reflect the fears of her readers. She wasn't the monster here. She wasn't the monster. He breaks into her house, attacks her, abducts her, strips her, chains her up in a shitty outhouse, tries to kick her ribs in, and somehow she's the monster? Fuck that. Bastard's insane, that's what he is. A rabid dog who needs taken behind the woodshed and put out of its misery. 'Cause she's not the monster. It's not her fault. It's his. The music got even louder, and it wasn't all muffled anymore, then a whomp, and it was back to being an insect buzz again, like someone had opened and shut the caravan door. A bobbing light stabbed in through the gaping window hole, illuminating the far wall for a moment, before disappearing again. Then her prison door squealed and shrieked and clattered open, and D.S. Davis stepped inside. He was wearing one of those head torches, turning himself into a shadow, only half seen as a void where the light bounced off the raw stone walls, carrying a bucket and spade, like he was on his way to Bondi fucking Beach. Only they weren't the kind you gave to little kids. They were full-sized ones. He clanged the bucket down and scooped up Natasha's shit with a disgusted grunt, thunking it into the bucket, retching as it hit the bottom. Then, holding the bucket at arm's length, he took the turd and the spade away. Hope he bloody choked on it. But he was back a couple of minutes later, with a spray bottle of something, squirting it onto the ground, smothering the stench of shit with the bitter bleach stink of lemon-scented toilet cleaner. A grunt. Then he was gone again, leaving the door wide open behind him. But none of Natasha's limbs worked anymore, and even if they did, the anchor wouldn't let her go more than 6 feet. So instead, she closed her eyes. Natasha blinked up at the grey ceiling. No idea how long she'd been out for, but the moon had crawled its way across the window's jagged hollow, still low in the sky, skimming along the treetops. The music had changed too. Different singer, different band, but deep down it was the same, pounding drums and guitars, full of bitter chords and angst-fueled rage. Burning. Her throat was made of fire bricks. Couldn't even swallow anymore. Just made her whole head jerk with the effort. Back when she was 5 or 6, she'd hiked up Redpath Hill, behind Nana Carter's house. There was a roo, must have died in the bush a couple of weeks before. Magpies had been at it, but they'd barely made a dent, 'cause he'd been a big fella. But that was a long, hot summer, and the skin had shrunk as the body dried, till the ribs stood out like a bloody xylophone wrapped in leather. She threw stones at it for a while, then went for a dip in Highland Creek, while there was still some water left. Christ, to be back there, floating in the cool, clear water, listening to the kookaburra cackle in the trees and the dragonflies hum, while the fat golden sun blazed. Bitch! The whole world disappeared in a sharp glare of white, driving nails into her eyes. Natasha screwed her face tight shut as those nails stabbed right out through the back of her head. A foot nudged her ribs. D.S. Davis was back, his voice slurred and angry. But then he was always angry. "You know, you should thank me." Oh, yeah, 'cause he'd been such a great host. "I said, you should thank me." There was the sound of boots scuffing on the hard dirt floor. Then fireworks exploded across her ribs again. It got him nothing more than a muffled groan and a desiccated sob. The bastard could slit her throat right now and sand would pour out. "Because I saved you." His knees popped like gunshots, and a waft of whiskey breath seeped through her leather mask. "From a fate worse than death." Something bounced off her arms and crumpled onto the floor. Natasha forced her eyes open, narrow slits against the harsh beam of Davis's head torch. The thing looked like a ski mask, black, with a jagged smile printed across the mouth and sharp, pointy teeth. The fabric was weird, though. Thin, but a bit rigid, like there was something sticky on it, something that had dried to a rich, dark brown shine. The smell of raw meat seeped out of the fabric. D.S. Davis had a bottle of what looked like whiskey dangling from one hand. He took a swig, wiped his gob. "This piece of shite was in your house, waiting for you to come home." The whiskey bottle got propped against the window hole. Then Davis held up a flat slab of plastic. Opening it brought a laptop screen to life. A synthetic-faced young man smouldered out at her, from the backdrop, with carefully manicured eyebrows, a precision-trimmed beard, and veneers whiter than Sydney Opera House. Davis squatted down beside her again, fiddling with the laptop's trackpad till a video played. Took a moment, but that was her back garden. Her house. Filmed in the middle of the night, as some bastard hopped over the fence and broke in through the utility room. Going from room to room, even Brooklyn's bedroom. Then Natasha's walk-in closet and ensuite. Out across the hallway, looking down from the balcony as D.S. Davis barged into her home and punched her in the face. Natasha rolled her head away from the screen briefly. "Yeah," Davis nodded, voice grim. "Wait till you see what he does to the others." Some more fiddling. Then D.S. Davis placed the laptop in front of her face, another video flickering on the screen. It was much the same to start with, a secluded rural property, sneaking in through the back door to creep through the house, only this time the footage ended with screams and rhythmic grunts. Davis grabbed hold of the mask and forced her face towards the screen. "You're not watching!" She forced a word from her corpse-dry mouth. "Water!" "Not to worry, though. I took care of the perverted wee monster. He won't be raping anyone ever again." The head torch's light swept across the ground to find the ski mask again, with its brittle, shiny stains and jagged tooth grin. "The question is, what to do about you?" He dug into a pocket and came out with a little half-litre bottle of water, twisted the cap off, sniffed. Dig a deeper grave. 43. The big fish turned around in the bathtub and looked Logan right in the eye. "You need to do something about these sausages. They're eating all the carpet in the living room and—" 3 loud knocks battered at the walls of the world. Ugh. Logan jerked awake, blinking. Where the living... Car. He was in the pool car, passenger seat fully reclined, and Sergeant Brookminster was peering in through the window at him, one eyebrow raised. Logan scrubbed his hands across his face and sat upright, pulling the lever so the seat joined him, then opened the car door. Brookminster nodded. Chief Inspector? Sergeant? A yawn popped and crackled free. What time is... Squinting at the dashboard clock. 06:41. Sod. He climbed out of the car. The sun continued its relentless climb up the crystal blue sky, blanketing the land in another layer of dusty heat. Colin Miller's red Beamer had disappeared from the driveway outside Natasha Agapova's house, replaced by another patrol car and a Mercedes-Benz, black as an undertaker's hearse. Well, of course it was. How else would Brookminster get here? And where there was a Brookminster, Chief Superintendent Pine was never far away. Logan straightened his rumpled black Police Scotland t-shirt, then turned. Boss! She'd been standing right behind him, in the full uniform, beleafed peaked cap on her head, hands clasped, eyes narrowed. Why are you still here? He popped his neck. Supervising the search of the property, boss. And her victim's husband lives in Knightsbridge, so I've spent half the night liaising with the Metropolitan Police, trying to get them to send someone round to his place. And you know what a production they make of everything. Another yawn shuddered through. Went to do some emails in the car, round about sun-up, and... He drooped. Next thing I know, here we are. A whole 2 hours sleep, after a 21-hour shift. Talk about living the high life. Pine looked up at Agapova's glass-fronted entrance hall. The chief constable is spitting napalm over this one, Logan. We're facing a massive cluster jobby, soon as the press finds out. A sniff. Surprised they're not here already. Ah. About that. Deep breath. It was a journalist on the Aberdeen Examiner who discovered she was missing last night. He was the one who called us in, so it'll be all over their morning edition. Logan checked his watch, which will be hitting the newsstands right about now. Her face creased. Oh, but that's just one local paper, right? And they're not going to just give their exclusive away, so none of the others will know about it till it's published. Pine glared off into the distance. At least that buys us a little time. And I asked the Met to stress, we need Mr. Shearsmith to keep all this as quiet as possible. That his ex-wife's safety probably depends on it, and until we get a ransom demand, we don't know what we're dealing with. Good. The last thing we need is Natasha Agapova turning up bit by bit all over the city. Pine frowned. I worked a case in Clydebank where the family couldn't pay the ransom. Every time the postie came, there was another chunk. She shuddered. Ever see a uterus wrapped in an episode of The Bruins? Never looked at the Sunday Post the same way again. Took us weeks to... The rest of her sentence was drowned out by the whumping roar of a helicopter. Only it wasn't a Super Puma, high in the sky on its way to an oil rig somewhere. It was a small dark blue number, just above the treetops, with the BBC News logo on the side. Circling the house, a gimbal camera mounted on the nose swiveled as it passed, giving Logan, Pine and Brookminster a good, long look. Bloody hell. The chief super's mouth pinched, eyes bulging. Thought you told the Met to keep this quiet! They promised they'd lean on him. Low-key, under the sodding radar. How was... A second chopper joined the first, howling over their heads. A big silver one this time, with Sky News HD emblazoned across it. Gimbal camera searching for the best view of the property. A massive, and no doubt very expensive upgrade from the drone they'd been flying at all the other crime scenes. Pine jabbed a hand at the thing, going pink in the face. Does this look low-key? Oh, and it just got better. From up here, on the hill, there was a good view down to the main road, and a chunk of the way back towards Peter Cooter, where a convoy of grubby hatchbacks, estate cars, and outside broadcast units were chuntering its way towards Natasha Agapova's house. No way they only just found out 10 seconds ago. And how long would it take to fly a helicopter up here from London? 3 hours? 2 and a bit with a tailwind? Logan gritted his teeth as the BBC made another pass. You don't think Adrian Shearsmith hates his ex-wife so much he hired a publicist, do you? Pine scowled up at the chopper, then out at the line of approaching media. Took a deep breath. Given the level of press interest in this, do you want to remain senior investigating officer? She raised a hand. And there's no judgment if you don't. This one's going to be an absolute buggering nightmare, and I know your dance card's full already. If she was volunteering, he wasn't going to stand in her way. To be honest, boss, I'm happy not taking the lead on this one. Because she was right. It was going to be a buggering nightmare. Involve a shed load of meetings, briefings, blame, and recriminations, not to mention a 100% chance of getting shredded by the media for every tiny mistake. And once the press got into the inevitable full-on self-referential feeding frenzy, there'd be no stopping them. Her face sagged. Yeah, thought as much. Then she stiffened her spine. Keep working your existing cases. But if I'm going to be SIO here, when I yell frog, I expect you to jump. Understand? Yes, boss. Get back to the station. This is now our number one priority. I want Natasha Agapova found before the parcels start arriving. He hurried back towards the pool car. Sky News made another pass, so Pine had to shout over the hammering rotors. And you're an acting detective chief inspector now. Dress like one. Yeah, this was going to be a long day. The whole team had turned up in uniform, like a colony of rooks, gathered around the whiteboard wall at the front of the office, listening as Logan played the recording again. Karma comes in like a hurricane, bitch, and it's going to blow your house of lies right down. See you tonight. Doreen clicked the remote, and the projector juddered back a couple of PowerPoint slides, swapping a shot of the broken vases and bloodstains for a publicity still of their victim. Logan looked out across his shrunken congregation. Not quite the full contingent, given another 4 were off on the sick, and a 5th was standing at the back of the room trying to smother a cough that wouldn't die. Smithy? A hand went up, attached to a stringy PC with a squint nose, squint chin, Clint Eastwood's squinty eyes, and a brutal haircut that he must have cut himself, with a lawnmower. Sarge? Call was from a withheld number. Get on to her phone provider and see if they can help. Same goes for Captain Sleazy and the HMS Love Yacht. I want names and details, okay? Logan gave the nod, and Doreen shut the projector down. I don't have to tell you just how much we didn't need another massive case to work on right now, but, in the immortal words of Rabbie Burns, God's an evil bastard and he hates us all. There were a few nods at that. But it doesn't mean we get to abandon the hunt for Charles McGeary. Hands up, Operation Iowa? About a quarter of the assembled officers put their hands up. Okay, I'm counting on you guys. Let's get this murdering racist wee shite found. Next up, DI Marshall's team? Another show of hands. Biohazard sat in the middle of them, bum perched against a desk, arms folded, looking as if his underwear was eating his rectum with big pointy teeth. I know our victim isn't what you'd call a sympathetic character, but I don't care if he was a rapist or a choir boy. We get justice for the missing and the dead. Whoever bashed Andrew Shaw's brains out and chucked him in the river is a murderer. We let him get away with it, he'll do it again. Determined nods rippled through the team. Good. Logan pointed at Doreen. Everyone see D.I. Taylor for your assignments. Only exceptions are Steele, Barrett, Lund, Harmsworth, and Quiddle, with me. He marched off, making for the door. Biohazard intercepted him before he got there. Gov? Night shift say they found Andrew Shaw's car. Peugeot 208. Parked 3 streets from Duthie Park. You want forensics to give it a once-over. Get it towed to Nelson Street first. Don't want the press finding out and making connections that aren't there. Got enough unwanted attention as it is. Gov. Soon as Biohazard headed off, Rennie scuffed over, baggy of eyes and runny of nose. He snorked into a hanky, then blinked and winced at the light spilling in through the windows. Anyone seen my sunglasses? Logan backed the hell away. That better be hay fever, because if it's the lurgy... The idiot stifled a cough. Donna and Lola got sent home with it yesterday. But I'm fine, dandy, sharp as a tack and twice as shiny. Giving him both thumbs up, before frowning and patting his pockets. Just need to find my shades and we can hit the road. Adventure bound. Nope. We aren't hitting anything. You're getting yourself a pool car and going to check on the stakeout at Wallace Tower. On your own. No infecting anyone else. A bunged-up whine snotted out. But, Gov, it's just a little summer sniffle. Nothing to be... You heard the doctor. Logan poked a finger towards the door. Out! Now! Go! Looking like a kicked puppy, Rennie blew his nose one more time, then slouched away, muttering to himself, coughing and spluttering, like the diseased horror he was. The marker pen squeaked its way through every letter as Logan printed the words Adrian Shearsmith next to Natasha Agapova on the whiteboard wall. It was every inch the bland corporate space you'd expect from modern policing. Lots of magnolia, with miserable carpet tiles, a flip chart, one of those central tables made up of smaller tables, and a collection of cheap blue office chairs where Lund, Barrett, Harmsworth and Tufty sat, taking notes and paying attention. Steele, on the other hand, had her feet up on the desk, going for a wee rummage in her cleavage, which wasn't easy in a tight-fitting black T-shirt that was clearly 2 sizes too small, so she'd had to go in from the bottom, exposing a belly shiny pale enough to light the fires of Gondor. It was hard to take your eyes off it. Like a pasty car crash. Logan stuck the cap back on his pen. Lund, Barrett, I need you to have a thorough search through Natasha's life. Who's she friends with? Who's her enemies? There's been a lot of redundancies at the Aberdeen Examiner. Is anyone's nose far enough out of joint to justify abducting her? He used the pen as a pointer. Harmsworth, Steele, you're on the ex-husband. A media mogul like that's bound to have people out to get him. And given how loaded the guy is, could even be an organised crime thing. Can you imagine what kind of ransom he could put together? So get in touch with SOCT and make a nuisance of yourselves till they tell you who Shearsmith's involved with. Harmsworth curled his top lip. What's scene of crime got to do with... Ow! Steele gave him another thump on the back of the head. Serious organised crime task force, you snudging spudge walloper. He rubbed at his bald patch. That really hurt. Logan chucked his pen at them. Stop arsing about. This is serious. He gave them all a stern look. As half the station's off with the yuck, until we get some backup from other divisions, Davy, you're now acting Detective Sergeant Barrett. Sweet. He grinned at Steele. I'm sure we'll work together in a supportive and cooperative manner, fellow Sergeant. Hey! Not happy. And you're now officially acting Detective Inspector Steele. Logan folded his arms. I'm trusting you, okay? Do not screw this up. I want progress and an interim report on my desk by lunchtime. He headed for the door. Tufty, grab a pool car. We're going out. The wee loon scrambled to his feet. I has being in sidekick? We'll see. What? Yeah, he was probably going to regret this. 44. The pool car headed northwest along the parkway, past warehouses and car showrooms, joining the trucks and lorries heading to various industrial estates as rush hour and the Bridge of Dawn set in, grinding everything to a halt. Tufty behind the wheel, while Logan dozed in the passenger seat, drifting in and out as the wee loon wittered on. So I went down to the forensic IT lab, and I said to them,
You does has a being crap at this computering malarkey. And they was all like, no way, we's the bestest. And I'm like, give me Charles McGeary's pooter and I'll crack it like a Tunnock's tea cake. A pout. And they said, no. So I said, the first bars of Beethoven's Ode to Joy burst out of Logan's phone, cutting across Tufty's riveting anecdote. Oh dear, what a shame. And it would be rude not to answer it. Hello? A tired voice grumbled into Logan's ear. Dr. Drummond. Sorry, you've got the wrong number. This isn't... No, I'm Dr. Drummond. Critical Care Unit, Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. I've got a note here to call Logan Mackay about Spencer Findlater. Tufty turned into Lochside Road, swapping industrial estate chic for a winding maze of mature trees, wee houses and bungalows. Has he got a visitor? Sitting up a bit straighter. He's actually survived the night, which is a surprise, given his injuries. People don't appreciate the damage a car can do, even at 30 miles an hour. 2 tons of metal exerts a force of... Is Spencer going to be okay? There was a pause, filled with medical seething, because if there was one thing people like Dr. Drummond hated, it was being interrupted. Well, tough. That's what he got for getting Logan's name wrong. Drummond cleared his throat. The important thing is he's unlikely to drop dead before tea time, so he's not our problem anymore. We've transferred him to the orthopedic trauma unit, Ward 212, in the pink zone. At the end of the entrance road, a huge sign reared out of the bushes with Lochside Road at the top and Leading to, followed by a list of 14 different streets, 7 on each side. Tufty took a right. You've turfed him out. Logan shifted in his seat. Is that not a bit... Do you have any idea what kind of bed shortages we're dealing with here? If he's stable, he's someone else's problem. A humping noise. And now that I've done my bit and called you, is it okay if I get back to all these half-dead folk? Thank you. Hold on. Before the sarcastic bugger could hang up. We left an advisory notice in case Spencer gets a visitor. It's important. A long sigh. That's what all these stupid posters are about. Can you make sure the new ward knows he's... Don't you think I've got more important things to do than run around after you? I'm trying to save lives here. And the line went dead. Logan puffed out his cheeks. I get that the NHS is a marvel and we're lucky to have it, and most of the people working there are brilliant, dedicated, selfless individuals who do their best under incredibly difficult circumstances. But by Christ, there's some complete and utter arseholes. He scowled out the window as the pool car wound deeper into the maze. Had to admit, it was kind of nice here. Green and leafy, arranged around a wee loch-in, like being in the countryside. Still, there was no time to enjoy the view, not now that Dr. Drummond had made life more difficult. Logan thumbed out a text to Doreen. Do me a favour and get on to whoever's at ARI today. Ward 212 need to call ASAP if Spencer Findlater gets any visitors. Ward 202 has posters. Send. Tufty took another right, into a nest of branching cul-de-sacs, ending up outside a bungalow with a garage conversion and a brown Volvo on the lock-block driveway. Stifling a yawn, Logan climbed out. A white picket fence bordered a flat rectangle of grass, featuring an array of garden gnomes, dressed as Darth Vader and his stormtroopers, the alien from Predator fishing in a star-shaped pond, and a knee-high concrete AT-AT that doubled as a bird bath. Not exactly what you'd call classy. Tufty locked the pool car, then trotted up the drive and rang the bell. Instead of a good wholesome ding-dong, it launched into the cantina tune from Star Wars, which was far too jaunty for this time in the morning. As it tootled out, Tufty gazed at the lawn ornaments with a wistful sigh. See, this is what you miss out on when you live in a flat. He gave Logan a wee sideways glance. Sarge, I know I is only a lonely sidekick and all that, but I thought we're meant to be all about the big newspapery abduction today. Try it again. Tufty poked the button and do-da-do-da-do-da-do. harped out once more. We are. Logan stretched his shoulders and back. We've got Steele's lot on background. We've got door-to-doors interviewing the neighbours. We've got search teams out, people reviewing ANPR and CCTV footage, forensics going over the house with a magnifying glass, and supporting staff sticking it all into Holmes. So instead of getting in the way, we are multitasking. Someone needs to interview the last of Charles McGeary's little friends, and it might as well be us. He pointed at the bell, and Tufty did the honours a third time. Do-da-do-da-do-do-do. Besides, Chief Superintendent Pine is in charge of Operation Find Natasha Agapova. I've still got everything else to run. Lucky sod that he was. Another point. And again. Do-da-do-da-do-do-do. Logan's phone ding-buzzed. Doreen. Ag! Have I not got enough on my plate? He poked out a reply while the Cantina theme launched into its fourth encore. Or was it fifth? Good leadership is about delegation, and I'm delegating to you. You're a DI now, remember? So be a good leader, as long as it gets done. Tufty was reaching for the bell again when the door finally opened a crack and a bloodshot eye peered out at them. A rough voice slithered after it, reeking of stale booze. Frelin Smeg, have you got any idea what time it is? There was a cough and a sniff, then a long, sticky moan as whoever it was twigged. Oh, wank! It's the cops! Either the Cunninghams were a proper bunch of slobs, or they'd thrown some sort of hedonistic rave last night. The living room was littered with crumpled beer and lager cans, empty wine and alco-pop bottles and overflowing ashtrays, making everything smell like a pub carpet from the 80s. In what was probably meant to be an ironically retro touch, the remains of a cheese and pineapple hedgehog wilted on a fat dinner plate, the hollow bones of Pringle tubes crushed into the floor, along with what might have been Monster Munch. Framed film posters adorned the walls. Close Encounters, Alien, Silent Running, Star Trek 2 and 4, The Empire Strikes Back, The Fifth Element. And although there wasn't a single ornament on display, a pair of crossed lightsabers glowed above the fireplace, one red, one blue. A pair of patio doors were cracked open an inch, letting in the grinding snores of a large man sparked out in the paddling pool, lying flat on his back with his arms hanging over the inflatable sides, head dangling towards the house, greying stubble wrapped around a slightly chubby face. Going by the flush of angry red spreading across his round, pale, hairy belly and chest, he'd been snoozing out there in the sun for a while. Tufty bumbled over to the doors, stood on his tiptoes, and peered into the garden. Ooh! They just got a fire pit that looks like the Death Star! Of course they did. Logan swept a scattering of popcorn and cigarette papers onto the floor, then whumped down on the couch, making the black leather squeak, which had the added bonus of giving him a clear line of sight into the kitchen to make sure their host wasn't doing a runner. Alexis Cunningham must have partied hearty last night, because she shuffled about like a broken banana today, limp hair hanging over her heavy, dark eyebrows, pale, washed-out face, dark circles under her eyes, and a large mole on her top lip, not really dressed for company in a grey Nostromo maintenance crew T-shirt, pink running shorts, bare legs, and fuzzy Yoda slippers. She thunked the fridge door shut, cracked the ring pull on a fresh tin of rampant gorilla, caffeinate to dominate, and took a big, long scoof, before belching, sagging, and slouching back through into the living room. Alexis blinked her way over to the lightsabers and flicked a hidden switch, killing the glow, then turned to survey the devastation. Shazbot! Another scoof. You hear about Charlie? Logan checked to make sure Tufty was writing this down. Let me guess, orphan grapevine? Our drums have been pounding in the darkness for days. She banged a palm against the patio doors. Graham, you daft bugger! You'll fry! Come in! More rampant gorilla. Swear to God, that man cannot drink tequila. Quite the party last night. She pulled her top lip back, exposing little pointy teeth. Well, aren't we an observant little Samuel Vimes? Nope. No idea what that was supposed to mean. Tufty looked up from his notepad. He's the big detective character in Terry Pratchett's Discworld novels, Sarge. Alexis squinted her bloodshot eyes at the wee loon. Don't I know you from somewhere? Any chance we can circle back to Charles McGeary? Logan pointed at the scattered party debris. Was he here last night? Charlie? Nah. She crumpled down into a matching black leather armchair and put her feet on the coffee table. Haven't seen him since that night in the Hare and Parsnip. Friday before last? Her heavy eyebrows scrunched together. Or was it a Wednesday? She balanced her energy drink on the arm of the chair and rummaged a small metal tin from beneath a pile of Empire magazines, popping it open to reveal a pack of Golden Virginia and a thing of rolling papers, then turned to look through the patio doors. You think it's okay to leave him out there? You know, with melanomas and drowning and that. And does the orphan grapevine say anything about where Charlie might be hiding? She sprinkled a line of tobacco across a Rizla. Opinions split on that one. Some folks say, talk to the cops, it's for Charlie's own good. Others say, when does talking to the cops ever help with anything? Fuck 'em. Licking the paper, then rolling it up. No offence, Elijah Bailey. Tufty held his pen up before Logan could ask. The homicide detective in Isaac Asimov's Robot series. Alexis turned in her seat to examine him. Takeshi Lev Kovacs. Richard K. Morgan, Altered Carbon, 2002. Come on, try a hard one. She tilted her head to one side. You sure I don't know you? Logan cleared his throat. Drifting off topic again, people. Waiting till they were both looking at him. We really are trying to help Charlie. He could be hurt. And what kind of life's he going to have on the run for the rest of his days? Why are you after him, Master Lee? Snapping a finger gun at Tufty. And that makes you... Number 10 Ox. A shrug. Could be worse. She seemed pleased with that, because she smiled, nodded, then sparked up her handsome fag and blew a pillar of smoke at the ceiling. Anyone tell you about Wallace Tower in Seaton Park? Used to squirrel off there when his nan was going all Borg Queen on him. Which meant they now had corroboration, and Randolph Hay had been telling the truth. Alexis tapped a flake of ash into the already crowded ashtray. Oh, you could try Kira's place. Thought his grandmother broke them up. She always was a racist sack of rat shite. Another puff. Charlie wasn't here last night because this wasn't an orphan outing. Just some of Graham's mates round for his annual DS9 marathon. Charlie never misses an orphan outing. Alexis drained her rampant gorilla. And I mean, you could hack off his leg with a rusty batleth and he'd still drag himself along. Some people are just... Her face scrunched up again, and she pointed at Tufty. Were you at Roboticon last year, or something? No answer from the wee loon. Because for once he'd paid attention about staying on topic. Logan checked his watch. 07:59. Better get shifting if they were going to visit the final name on the list before this stupid MAPPA meeting. Okay, well, if Charlie gets in touch, will you let me know? Please. He produced a business card and held it out across the coffee table. Alexis didn't take it, just looked at the thing as if he'd offered her a sheet of used toilet paper. Tufty sighed, then pointed at the framed posters. I was in a sci-fi film once, but the studio binned it before release. It was more profitable to take the tax write-off and pulp every copy. Pulling up his shoulders before letting them sag again. I played a robot spider henchperson thing. Her bloodshot eyes widened. God, I knew it! You worked for Baroness Grimdark! Arachnox! We watched a bootleg DVD. Wow! She ground out her roll-up and scrambled to her flip-flopped feet. Can I get a selfie? God! Wow! backing towards the patio doors. Don't move! I gotta get Graham! He'll kill me if he finds out we had a bona fide film star right here and I didn't wake him up! And Tufty beamed like a lighthouse. Logan lowered the sun visor, cutting the glare. Sitting on his Todd in the passenger seat, phone pressed to his ear. So other than we have to buy a piano, what else did we get lumbered with after I left? A pair of magpies hopped and cackled across the lawn, then jumped up and down on Darth Vader's little gnomey head. Tara groaned. Her art class is doing an exhibition at the Cowdrey Hall in October. We're in for 5 books of raffle tickets to pay for art supplies. Lovely. What do we get if we win? One of the kids' paintings. Second prize is 2 paintings. He kept his voice flat and dead. You're hilarious. You know that, don't you? Oh, and we met a slightly scary goth girl who says she knows you. A yawn stampeded its way through Logan's body, cracking his jaw wide, followed by a wee burp, a shudder, and a sag. Sorry. Long night. The door to number 13 opened and Tufty emerged into the sunlight, followed by Alexis and the guy from the paddling pool, now wearing jogging bottoms and a Stargate t-shirt, all 3 of them grinning away like idiots. Only apparently Elizabeth is part of her new gang now, like it's prison or something. They'll be getting matching tattoos and wearing colours next. Are you sure we can't afford to send her to private school? Rebecca's a good kid, don't be mean. Tufty shook Alexis's hand. Then the bloke, Graham, was it? Lifted him off the ground in a great big bear hug. Laughing. I'd better go. Looks like the wee loon's finished playing sci-fi film star. Invite him to the barbecue, you miserable old bumfart. Go away and confiscate some counterfeit handbags. I've got a killer to catch. He hung up. That would teach her. Probably not. But it was the thought that counted. Logan took out the list of Charles McGeary's associates and put a line through Alexis Cunningham's name as Tufty pretty much skipped down the garden path and over to the driver's side. The wee loon wriggled in behind the wheel, then waved out the window at his brand-new fans, who both waved back at him. Tufty started the car. Weren't Alexis and her uncle nice? Maybe, if you like weirdos. And she's promised to help us now, because I is an international celebrity of famousness. Drive. Logan pointed back towards town. We've only got an hour to week over to Broom Hill, interview Marshal Carter, and get back to the station in time for that meeting. Nah. Tufty tapped the dashboard clock. Hour and 10, Sarge. Logan shot a full-on Paddington across the pool car. Those 10 minutes are my pee and coffee time. Do not spoil them. Eek. Tufty drove. "45. Granville Place was a quiet residential street, not far from Broomhill Road, with big grey granite detached bungalows on one side and big pink granite semis on the other. Lots of attic conversions and neat little front gardens encased in ankle-high walls, well-trimmed hedges and flowering borders, where nearly every car was a newish hatchback. Tufty pulled up outside one of the grey houses, featuring a blue door, a handful of rose bushes, and a water feature. It's not my fault we had to stop for petrol, Sarge. Logan climbed out into the sticky morning. You could have picked a car that wasn't running empty. No, I couldn't. Clipping the locks and following Logan up the path to the front door. Everyone plays how low can the petrol gauge go these days. You lose 10 points if you have to fill it up again. I'm on -60. He scuttled ahead and rang the bell. A wee frown puckered his empty forehead. I sometimes worry that we work with a bunch of trouser grinches. And speaking of idiots, Logan pulled out his phone and texted Rennie. Where's my update on that IXO? Send. A deadbolt clunked. Then the door swung wide, revealing a young woman in Mr. Men pyjama bottoms and a t-shirt emblazoned with the mighty Mr. Rhododendron. Long nose, glasses, and huge amounts of dark frizzy hair, a bit like Elizabeth's English teacher,
only a lot more suspicious of strangers. She looked them up and down, then pulled her chin in. Is something wrong? Good morning, miss. Logan checked the list. Is Marshall Carter in? That produced a grimace. She is. And before you say anything, I know, but it's too late to change it now. Marshall Carter bustled about with mugs and tea bags as the kettle rumbled to a boil. And I tried going by Marcia for a while, but it just ended up as Marshy, then Swampy, then Swamp Thing. Then I had to move schools because of fighting, and it was easier to go back to Marshall again. The kitchen wasn't bad, with lots of wood and shiny appliances, and a view out over the well-tended back garden. She peeked into a biscuit tin, went, poop, then plonked it back down beside a wee pile of Post, today's paper, and a couple of flyers for Rumplington Brothers' Circus of Delights, complete with photos of strangely unmiserable clowns, acrobats, and a fun fair. Logan leaned back against the worktop. I take it you've heard we're looking for Charles McGeary. She poured boiling water into all 4 mugs. Word is he torched that migrant hostel. Tufty raised his eyebrows. Really? Logan kept his voice nice and neutral. Who told you that? The first rule of Orphan Club is you do not clipe on other members of Orphan Club. And you'd be okay with him burning the hotel down with people inside, if that's what he's done. Course not. Mashing the tea bags with a spoon, working her way down the line. But? She dumped the first bag in the sink, then fished out a second. It's weird. To start with, I hated being called an orphan. It's such a heavy word to tie around a child's neck. You're an orphan now, Marshall, and you have to go live with Papa Carter. She put on a child's sing-song voice. Marshall's an orphan, Marshall's an orphan. Where's your parents, orphan girl? Oh, that's right, you haven't got any. A splosh of milk in everyone's tea. Sometimes you have to reclaim a word. Wear it with pride so the bastards can't use it to hurt you. She handed a mug to Logan. You've been to see Kira, right? Charlie never stayed at her house overnight because his nan would freak if he was out of her sight for that long. Obviously the world's full of corrupting influences for her nice little white boy. A sad little laugh. She'll be throwing a total wobbly now he's missing. So, you think his grandmother radicalized him? He burned the hotel to please her. Charlie's been shagging the darkest one of his friends to spite the old cow. She passed a mug to Tufty. Sorry, that was unfair. There was probably a bit of spite involved, but Charlie really does love Kira. The only reason he doesn't have her name tattooed across his chest is his nan would find out. Marshall rolled her eyes. And, oh, the stress would kill her. God's sodding riddance. Marshall picked mug number 3 off the worktop. Excuse me, need to take this up to Grandad. Then off she went, shutting the door behind her. Tufty had a slurp. Sarge, you thinking what I'm thinking? I severely doubt it. Frowning out at the garden. Every single one of Charles McGeary's friends swears he wasn't racist or xenophobic. What a violent prick. So why the arson attack on a migrant hotel? The wee loon put on his old man doctor voice again. In times like these, my old friend and colleague, Mr. Sherlock Holmes would go back to the very beginning, because it's a very good place to start. If you burst into song, I'm going to wallop you one. There had to be some sort of reason for all this horror and misery. People didn't just wake up one morning and decide to torch a hotel full of people. A lovely big ginger cat padded its way across the grass, tail a feather duster plume against the dark foliage. A blackbird hurled abuse at it from the branches of a plum tree. A quartet of blue tits swarmed around a dangly thing of peanuts. Maybe the wee loon had a point. Okay, let's go back to the very beginning. How did we land on Charles McGeary as our suspect? Easy, we got an anonymous tip-off on the Crime Stoppers hotline. Logan took a sip of tea. Bit peely-wally, but not bad. Can you bring the call up? Play it. Tufty fiddled with his phone. Might take a while. So the informant tells us about some forensic evidence planked in Tillydrone. We go look, and lo and behold, there's Charles McGeary's fingerprints all over a 5-litre petrol can. Tests show that bits of foliage from a hedge next to the hotel got trapped when the lid was screwed back on. Logan plucked the newspaper from the pile of posts by the poopy biscuit tin. That morning's Aberdeen Examiner. We get a warrant, go in, locked and loaded, and the next thing you know, we're pulling an ice cream van out of the river and Charles McGeary's disappeared. He unfolded the paper. Newspaper owner abducted by sick weirdo, above a photo of Natasha Agapova, with the subheading, Police Fumble Investigation as World Press Looks On. Bloody Colin Bloody Miller. Oh, for... Logan thumped the front page. How can we be fumbling it? We only found out last night. Bunch of bastards. Bingo Rooney. Tufty pressed something, then held his phone out. A distorted electronic voice crackled from the wee speaker. I've got some information for you about the fire at that hotel, with them migrants. It was Charles McGeary what did it. He burned them out good, and I got evidence. Look in the big shared bins at Tillydrone Court. He's a dirty wee racist bastard who hates immigrants and foreigners, and he deserves everything he's got coming. Tufty lowered his phone. That's the lot. The door banged open, and Marshall stomped in, finger up, mouth open, looking as if she was ready to give them a shouting at. But instead of having a go, she stopped in the middle of the kitchen, frowning, turning on the spot, looking for something, or someone. Oh, I thought I heard Spence. She shook her head, then helped herself to the last mug of tea. Muscle-headed idiot still owes me 15 quid for his circus tickets. She froze, frowning back at Logan. What? He put the paper down. You thought you heard Spence? Spence Findlater. He's got this stupid app on his phone that does voices. You record a message and play it back as, I don't know, Hannibal Lecter or the Joker or, what's it, killer robot thing from that Netflix show with all the explosions. She pulled a face. That one got old really quick. Poking the worktop with an angry finger. Well, he'd better show up with my money, or I'll jam that hilarious phone of his right up his wank hole. Bastard swore he'd come round yesterday, and did he? Did he bollocks? Sod. Yesterday. And Marshall's house was, what, a 10-minute walk from the Balmain House Hotel, where Spencer Findlater had done a runner? Maybe 15 tops. He'd been coming here. Tufty opened his mouth, but Logan cut across him before he could say anything stupid. I'll bet. Boys with their toys, eh? Taking a swig of tea, nice and casual. So, you're all going to the circus? I was thinking of taking the family. We're probably too late to get tickets, though, as it's the last night. She shrugged one shoulder. Probably depends which performance you want to see. I booked ours weeks ago for the 8 o'clock. Couple of pints in the Queen Vic first, wander up to Westburn Park, catch the show, then hit the fun fair. A smile spread across her face. Leave a trail of hot dog and candy floss vomit all the way home. Oh, to be young and foolish. She toasted him with her mug. If Spence doesn't turn up with my cash soon, I'll scalp you his ticket if you like. Ah. I'm afraid I've got some bad news about that. Logan put his tea on the counter. You might want to sit down. And flippin' bazinga! Tufty bounced about in the driver's seat, as if dancing to some punk rock tune only he could hear. Weedus has cracked the case wide open! Like an alien chest burster in John Hurt's chest. Only we is definitely the xenomorph in this scenario, and not John Hurt, because his character did wind up dead, whereas we has wound up victorious investigators. Twit. Carden Place slid by the pool car's windows, its granite buildings sparkling in the burning sun, as Logan poked out a text to Chief Superintendent Pine. We think it was Spencer Findlater who put in the anonymous tip-off about Charles McGeary. If forensic IT can crack his phone, they might find a recording. His finger hovered over the send icon. Yes, but what would getting forensic IT involved actually achieve? And how long would it take them, given their caseload? Never mind the operational costs. Did it make any difference if they could prove the guy in intensive care ratted out his mate? Assuming they ever got their hands on Charles McGeary, they could just play him the recording and let him jump to his own conclusions. Logan deleted that last sentence and replaced it with, "It's possible they were in on it together. Can you pressure forensics for an answer on the accelerants? Thanks." Because surely the head of A Division would have more luck shouting "frog" at them than he had. Worth a go, anyway. Send. Tufty stopped bum dancing and had a frown instead. "Do you think Marshall's going to be okay? She took it pretty hard." At least she's got her granddad and her friends. Speaking of which, he brought up Randolph Hayes' last text and fired off a reply. "Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I wanted you to know that Spencer Finlater has been in a serious accident. He's an ARI, Ward 212. Knowing the orphan grapevine, every one of Spencer's friends would know by lunchtime. With any luck, maybe one of them would even check in on his granddad. Must remember and ask Pine about that care package. Tufty sighed. "It's a shame we can't just be the happy police. Nothing but good news and handing out sweeties." "Yeah, that's how people ended up on the register." Logan tapped his phone against his chin as the pale, spiky mass of a deconsecrated church loomed at the side of the road. In an ideal world, they'd just head up to ARI and interview Spencer Finlater, but that was a bit tricky, what with him being unconscious and everything. Just have to find Charles McGeary the old-fashioned way. Still no reply from Rennie about the stakeout, so Logan gave the lazy sod a call, listening to it ring and ring and ring. Carden Place turned into Skene Street, and one side of the street swapped granite grey for leafy green. "You have reached the 555 messaging service. Please leave a message after the tone." "Bleep." Logan did. "Where are you?" Then hung up. Rennie's not answering his phone. Tufty nodded, as if that were only to be expected of a second-rate ex-sidekick. "Did I tell you Kate's moving in tonight? Well, mostly moving in. She's still got a bunch of stuff at her dad's. But I does officially have a love nest!" Dancing in his seat again. Logan tried steel instead. It just rang and rang as well. A grin from the wee loon. "Never lived with a woman before. Well, my mum, but that doesn't count for the purposes of this narrative." Looking across the car. "When did you get your first love nest, Sarge? Was it—" "The hell do you want?" Charming as ever. "Progress report would be nice." "Lunchtime, you said. It's not even 9:20. "Have you guys not done anything at all?" "Course we sodden have. But it'd go quicker without you crawling up my bumhole every 5 minutes. They nipped straight through the lights by Aberdeen Grammar School, just as they changed to amber. "Rennie's not answering his phone." "Then go make his life miserable instead of mine. Gah!" And with that she hung up, because Steele had never really got the hang of being demoted, as if the world should just pretend she still outranked them. "You know," Logan popped his phone in the dashboard, "I'm beginning to regret bumping her up to acting DI again." Tufty took them straight across the junction with Rosemount Viaduct, past the Newson Monkey, and on down the hill, because he clearly wasn't wild and rebellious enough to drive down School Hill, violating its pedestrian and cycle zone. "If you're looking for someone to promote, I'm in the market, Sarge. Now that I've got a love nest to support." Detective Inspector Stuart Quirrell. He pantomimed out a massive shudder. "That's a bilious sack of cheese-fueled nightmares waiting to happen. But it would make a great 6-part drama for BBC Two. I could play myself, on account of already being an international film star celebrity-type person." Do not encourage him. Logan changed the subject. "When we get back to the ranch, I want you to come up with a plan that'll get me out of this stupid MAPPA meeting, okay? Some sort of breakthrough, like yesterday." "Hang on. Only no more dead bodies. We've got enough crap to wade through as it is." 46. 45 minutes in, and still no sign of rescue from Tufty. Instead, Logan was stuck in the same boring multi-agency public protection arrangements meeting with the same boring talking points from the same boring people, the same assortment of disappointing biscuits, and the same burnt plastic tasting mouldering away in a thermos coffee. Wasn't easy, pretending to pay attention when the air was treacle thick after a scant 2 hours' sleep in the passenger seat of a manky Vauxhall. Oliver from Waste and Recycling pointed his clicker at the pull-down projection screen, and yet another dull graph loomed across the wall. So, we can see that the projected refuse from the event is likely to overspill all bin capacity in the designated area. Maybe no one would notice if Logan just shut his eyes for a minute or three. Not as if there was anything worth listening to anyway. Jessica from the roads department swirled the little red dot of her laser pointer across a map of central Aberdeen. And unless we limit the scope of the march, we're looking at road closures on Holborn Street, Afford Place, Rose Street, Chapel Street, Bonaccord Terrace. All right, Jessica. Keith from the council waved a hand in her direction. I think we can all read the slide. Her face pinched. Excuse me, Keith, but I don't remember interrupting your presentation with passive-aggressive attacks. I am merely trying to illustrate the scale of the challenge presented by the proposed route. To be honest, even another dead body would be welcome at this point. The air in Conference Room 1 was now so stale you couldn't even sell it as a roadside service station sandwich. Logan propped his head up with one hand, freeing the other to write the same 5 words in his notepad, over and over again. Kill them all. Abby from the ambulance service scrubbed her hands across her face, making her silver bob quiver. Even the 3 pipped epaulets on her dark green short-sleeved shirt were beginning to wilt as she had another go. Look, I'm sorry if this is inconveniencing everyone, but there's limited capacity, and we're already looking at a restricted service due to illness. Add in the fact that we're running out of hospital beds, and this whole thing is a major incident waiting to happen. Keith gave her the benefit of a patronising smile. I think what Abby is trying to say is that while there are challenges to overcome, Aberdeen can meet them with sufficient planning and some smart resource management. She curled her hands into claws and bared her teeth at the ceiling tiles. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying this march is the worst possible thing happening at the worst possible time. Logan's pen went to work again. Kill them. Kill them all. 2.5 hours after it started, everyone filed out of the meeting room, bustling off to make someone else's life miserable for a change. Logan ripped the incriminating pages from his notebook, crumpled them up, and lobbed them overhand at the bin. 10 points. Which was the first good thing that had happened since arriving back at the station. He stepped into the corridor, and there was Captain Useless, waiting for him with a clipboard. Logan gave Tufty a glare. Where were you when I needed rescuing in there? First, Sergeant Rennie's been sent home with the snottery ague. Of course he had. So who's running the surveillance op? Sergeant Moore. He says, reading from the clipboard, still no sign of McGeary, now bored wankless and regretting decision to become a policeman. A shrug. Sorry, Sarge. Back to the clipboard. Second, you've got a review at 1 for Operation Hedgehog, 2 o'clock for Operation Red Dragon, 2:30 for Operation Beholder, 3:15 is Operation Basilisk. Then you've got a break till 4:30 and it's Operation Owlbear, 4:45 Operation Firedrake, and Professional Standards at 5. We shall call that Operation Necrophidius, which, as we all know, means deathworm. And D.I. Marshall wants a word about Operation Disenchanter, soon as possible. Logan stared at him. What the utter goat-buggering hell are you talking about? I named all the operations, Sarge, so we know which one we're talking about. Unbelievable. He shook his head, stalking off down the corridor. Half-wits. Just total... Tufty scampered after him. Oh, an Operation Gelatinous Cube are waiting for you now. A little wistful sigh whined free. They has got chips! They pushed through the door at the end, into reception. Council workers bustled about, buying sandwiches from a man with a cart, or heading out for a sneaky lunchtime pint or three to get them through the day. Logan scuffed to a halt. Gelatinous what? Cube, Sarge. It's a 10-foot block of acidic ooze that consumes any organic material it finds in the dungeon. Like, just what is it? The operation Don't say it. Calm. Try not to scream at whatever the buggering fuck this was. He scrunched his eyes closed and strangled it down. Please, Tufty, do not screw with me right now. I've had nothing to eat except a couple of manky meeting room biscuits since yesterday lunchtime. I've had 2 hours sleep. I'm running on caffeine and fumes. Peeling one eye open to glare at the little twit. And I will genuinely murder you. Tufty pulled his chin in. Okay. It's acting D.I. Steele's team doing background in Natasha Agapova and Adrian Shearsmith. Then just bloody say so! The lunchtime buzz evaporated, and everyone turned to stare at the shouty police officer. Deep breath. Sorry. Logan massaged his temples. Can we... pointing at the stairwell. Please? Going pink from the nape of his neck to the tips of his ears, Tufty scurried over there, unlocked the security door, and held it open. Sarge? He stomped past into the stairwell. Thank you. Halfway up the stairs, in strained silence, and here came Biohazard, clattering his way down towards them, carnivorous underwear eating his rectum again, leaving him a little out of breath. Gov! Gov! Oh, thanks shite for that. There's a... Should you not be elbows deep in a post-mortem right now? Got called out of it. We have a... situation. Complication. Thing. Was there ever anything else? Logan headed up the steps again. Why me? Biohazard hurried after him. You know you got them to run tests on a pish stain at that newspaper woman's house, right? If someone wants to whinge about the forensics budget, tell them to take it up with the chief super. No, Gov, it's... He grabbed Logan's sleeve. They got DNA off it, and there's a hit in the database. Finally, something goes right. Who was it? Turning to shout down the stairs. Tufty, get a car. We're off to arrest the bastard and save the day. That's the complication. Biohazard cleared his throat, then looked off into the distance, not making eye contact. DNA matches the guy we pulled out of the river yesterday. It's Andrew Shaw. Logan barged into the tiny incident room and the stomach-growling aroma of hot chips and sharp vinegar. How? Biohazard slunk in after him. Well, I don't know, do I? I got the message. I came to tell you. I'm just the messenger here. I'm not for shooting. Contrary to expectations, Steele's team had actually done some work for a change. The whiteboard wall was covered in notes and lines and boxes. The flip chart even had a checklist of steps on it, most of which had been ticked off. And now, they were all sitting about, munching through their chip fest. Steele popped a chunk of fish in her gob, chewing with her mouth open. Aye, aye, Mr. Chuckle Brothers. Come to spread a bit of lunchtime cheer. Tufty pulled a chair over to the whiteboard wall and climbed up onto it to write Operation Find Natasha Agapova at the top, above all the boxes and squiggles. You, Logan stabbed a finger at Biohazard. I need a list of last-known associates, right now. An embarrassed cough. We're still working on it, and... Logan clapped his hands, turning to face the lunch-munching room. Everybody, change your plan. I need you to stop whatever you're doing and dig into Andrew Wallace Shaw instead. Ugh. Harmsworth made a depressed frog face. Didn't I say this was going to bite us in the behind? Steele sucked her fingers clean. And do you want to tell us why? Shaw was in Natasha Agapova's house. He pissed in her daughter's bedroom.
Eh? Barrett blinked. So, what? We're saying he kidnapped her? Lund ripped the end off a mealy pudding. Didn't do a very good job of it, though, did he? Ended up dead in the river. Yeah, I know that, but I thought he was a rapey wee spud, not a kidnappy one. A grimace from Biohazard. Oh, he was definitely rapey. Can we all, please? Logan pinched the bridge of his nose, but the headache was already beginning to form. That's why we need a list of Shaw's associates. The silence that followed was only interrupted by the sound of crunching and chewing. Lots of frowns doing the rounds, hopefully as people thought about the implications. Biohazard was the first to twig. Hang on, you think Shaw had a rape buddy, right? But there's no mention of him having a partner for any of the other attacks. Not in the witness statements, anyway. He bit his bottom lip, wrinkles growing between his eyebrows. But maybe, when Shaw breaks into Agapova's house, he's already decided he won't just rape and run, he's going to abduct her. Take her somewhere to abuse for as long as he likes, and that's why he needs a rape buddy this time. Lund curled her lip. Can we not use the words rape buddy? There's nothing jolly ha-ha about it. But something happens. Shaw and his... Biohazard cleared his throat as Lund scowled at him. And his accomplice fall out. They fight. Accomplice kills him, dumps his body, makes off with our victim. Ah! A raised eyebrow from Harmsworth. Didn't want to share the ransom. He bit into his mock chop, then paused, mouthful unchewed, making the words all muffled. Hang on. In that case, why phone the answering machine and leave that karma hurricane threat? Steele crunched some more. The boy's got a point. A bit of mock chop chewing, then. Theatrics? Or maybe it's to throw us off the scent? We're off looking for a lone gunman sort of revenge killer when it's really a pair of kidnappers. Logan pointed at Biohazard again. Does the Chief Super know? Oh, no. Backing away, hands up. Just because I'm an acting DI doesn't mean I've got a death wish. And it'll sound better coming from you, right, Gov? Steele grinned a greasy grin. I'll do it. Then dipped a lump of battered fish into a big sklodge of mayonnaise, munching away as a dollop fell onto her black t-shirt. Don't worry, I'll be gentle with her. Yeah, right. No thank you, Monica Spewinski. Things are bad enough without you joining in. Come on. There had to be a logical way through this. Logan paced in front of the whiteboard wall. Maybe this kidnap plot didn't just spring out of nowhere. Maybe Natasha Agapova and Andrew Shaw's paths crossed somehow. That made sense, didn't it? Logan grabbed Biohazard by the shoulder and marched him towards the door. Shaw worked in a hairdresser. She has hair. Start there. And tell forensics Shaw's car is now top priority. Could be our abduction vehicle. Strip it down to the bare metal if they have to, but find us something. Pausing on the threshold to point at everyone else. And the rest of you, less eating, more digging. "47. Natasha stood as far away from her anchor as the chain would allow, looking out through the crumbling window hole. The air in her prison was like a giant fist, wrapped around her chest, squeezing every breath as merciless sunlight battered down on the world. Those bastard flies had multiplied, droning through the sweaty, sticky air, and yeah, she used to shake them off, but what was the point? They just landed again, feeding on the white tide marks of salt that crusted her dirty, naked skin. Mind you, it was hard to tell what was dirt and what was bruising. Everything ached as her battered flesh darkened, fresh blossoms of red and purple spreading out where D.S. Davis tried to break her ribs last night. And speaking of the bastard, those fat, buzzing blue bottles weren't the only sound. A diesel growl came from behind the barn, joined by a rattling crack, clank, scrape and rumble. And there, just visible through the gap between the barn's concrete wall and the other crappy outbuilding,
was a sliver of rusty yellow digger. The excavator arm swung back for another go, gouging a huge clod of earth from the weed-choked field, lifting it high, then swinging it around to dump onto a growing pile. You'd think the son of a bitch would be out in his patrol car, beating up suspects and soliciting bribes, or arresting people for telling the truth on social media. But here he was, digging a hole. Or, more likely, a not-so-shallow grave. And no prizes for guessing who that was for. Natasha opened her water and took a small sip, just enough to wet the inside of her mouth. There was still about a third of it left, but there was only so long you could nurse one tiny little bottle. She struggled the top back on and placed it on the ground at her bare feet, not easy with both wrists cuffed to the stupid bloody collar. Then hauled in a deep breath, took hold of the chain, braced herself, and pulled, and pulled, and pulled. But the galvanized bucket was stuck firm, wedged up against that bloody line of buried stone. She gave it one last haul, legs trembling with the effort, jaw clenched, snarling out a strangled scream as black and yellow spots flickered across her prison's bare stone walls. Bastard! Wanking! Fuck! Natasha let go of the chain and staggered, folding over with the effort, the blood whumping in her ears. God, how great it would be to take a sledgehammer and smash the living crap out of the thing, till the concrete shattered and the chain came free and the bin was covered in dents. Then go hunting for D.S. bloody Davis. Instead, all she could do was bare her teeth, stick her heel against the bucket's lip and shove. Fucking thing! Another shove. Harder this time. It rocked back on its base. Not far, maybe only an inch, before slamming down again with a heavy whump and a puff of dust. But it moved. That was something, right? Oh, that was more than something. Right now, that was everything. She peered through the window hole again. The digger arm swung and gouged, which meant Davis was probably going to be busy for a while. Natasha dropped down on her bum, scooting forward till she could place one foot onto the bucket's rim, then tipping over onto her back to get the other foot in place, like she was lying on a doctor's table, waiting for a smear test. Another deep breath. Then she shoved and strained and swore, and the bucket bloody moved, slowly tipping backwards as her legs trembled with the effort. Then it was past its tipping point, and the thing thumped over onto its side. Yes! She rolled over and clambered upright again, breathing hard as she stood over the felled bucket, then put her heel against the warm metal and pushed. It was still bloody heavy, but it rolled. A couple more, and she'd even managed to get it over the buried rock. By shoving at different points along her anchor, it was easy enough to make the bucket go left or right. And yeah, it'd be way easier if she could push the thing about with her hands, but there was no chance of that while her wrists were attached to this bloody collar round her neck. It was still a gigantic step forward, compared to 10 minutes ago. Now all she needed was for D.S. Davis to go walkabout for a few hours, so she could make use of her new-found freedom. Bastard had to go to work sometime, right? Maybe she'd find a hacksaw or a file or a pair of bolt cutters lying about the place. Anything that would break this bloody chain and set her free. Assuming he wasn't planning to finish digging that grave, then drag her straight out there and bury her alive, screaming and scratching away inside her coffin, hidden, deep in the cold, dark ground, where no one would ever find her. 48. The conference room was packed. They'd even had to draft in extra chairs from the council offices, and now the noise was borderline deafening as the assembled press fidgeted in their seats, shouting to each other, checking their equipment, yelling down the phone because it was so sodding loud. Oh, yes. A fatal arson attack on a migrant hotel and a murdered body in the river were sort of newsworthy enough, in their way, but a missing media tycoon was a story. Logan scanned the room again. No sign of the chief super, but PC Sweeney had taken shelter behind the cluster of flip charts in the corner, crunching Rennies like they were on special offer, a stack of paper clutched to his chest, and a worried look on his face. Logan slipped around the edge of the seating area and joined him. "Where's the boss?" "She'll be here." A look of horror slithered across his face. "Why? Did someone say she wouldn't be? Has something happened?" Juggling his paperwork and dragging out his phone. "God's sake, no one ever tells me anything." "Far as I know, the briefing's still on. I'm just looking for her." Sweeney scowled. "Don't do that." He poked at his screen. "The 1 o'clock feeding frenzy is going to be insane. We've got CNN and Fox News and Al Jazeera and some stations from France, Germany and Italy I can't pronounce. Then there's the Australian broadcasters and New Zealand and Mexico and Canada, and I just want to go back to CID and be a proper policeman again." The door opened and in marched Chief Superintendent Pine. Some of the less experienced newshounds perked up the moment she appeared. Microphones, cameras and notebooks at the ready, while the more practiced hands kept right on doing what they were doing, safe in the knowledge that sod all would happen till the briefing officially started. Pine marched across the room to Sweeney's flipchart fortress and raised an eyebrow at Logan. "Don't remember shouting frog?" Sweeney checked his watch. "We're going to be late." "Been trying to get hold of you, boss. Didn't reply to any of my texts." "Texts?" A frown. "What texts? Are you sure you—" She produced her phone, flipped the cover open, then sagged. "Bloody battery's flat." So it wasn't just him. "That's what I get for never being off the damn thing today." She narrowed her eyes. "Thought I told you to dress the part." "Eh?" Full black uniform, peaked cap under the oxter, shiny black shoes. "But you were trying to get hold of me?" Sweeney made wafting gestures towards the podium, with its covered table and garland of microphones. "I'm sure whatever DCI McCrae has to say, it can wait till after the briefing. Can't keep the world press waiting. Boss, we have a complication." "Oh, God." Pine's head fell back, and she winced at the ceiling. "I knew it was going to be a crap day the moment I got up." For a building that was so gothic and over-the-top on the outside, Marshall College's quad was strangely antiseptic and austere. There wasn't a single bush or tree or bit of green in evidence, just grey granite walls and big flat paving slabs. The only things breaking the monochrome monotony were a line of uncomfortable-looking benches and one of those stupid paint-a-fiberglass statue of some random animal or cartoon character in wacky colours to express your civic pride things. A large, multicoloured haggis in this case, complete with tammy, bagpipe legs, and massive grin. Somehow, it just made the bare space seem even more grim. Logan and Chief Superintendent Pine stood in the sunlight, but Sweeney lurked in the nearest shadow, like an indigestion-prone golem. "Christ!" Pine covered her face with her hands. "That went well." "Hardly your fault, boss. It's one of their own who's missing. They were always going to turn this into a three-ring circus of shite. Could have done without Adrian Shearsmith recording a sodding video address for immediate release." Yeah, that definitely hadn't helped. Buried deep in his trouser pocket, Logan's phone ding-buzzed at him, but he left it where it was, because chief superintendents were even worse than teachers when it came to things like that. Sweeney tapped his watch. "Hate to rush you, boss, but you've got a one-on-one with Channel 7 News in 15 minutes, all the way from Australia." It was a bit underhand, but Logan floated the idea anyway. "Don't suppose we can leak that Shearsmith's putting his ex-wife's life at risk with all this publicity?" "No!" Sweeney reached for the antacids again. "Can you imagine what would happen if they found out we'd briefed against the victim's family? Absolutely not." Pine shrugged.
Though we could have a private word with him, try to make him see sense. All on the same side, pulling together as a team, appeal to his conscience. He's a media mogul, they don't have one. Sweeney checked his watch again. 14 minutes! I would really appreciate some sort of breakthrough on this one, Logan. A morsel of chum to throw to the sharks. Suppose this was her officially shouting frog. Okay. Logan dug out his notebook. We need door-to-doors on the road where Shaw's car was found. Canvass the whole area. Maybe he was thick enough to park near where they're hiding Agapova. Could be worth a try, though she didn't sound convinced. But why? Sarge! Everyone turned, and there was Tufty scampering across the quad like an excited squirrel, while Steele sashayed along behind him, playing it cool, pulling on a pair of massive sunglasses that looked suspiciously like the ones Rennie had lost. Sarge! 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 The wee loon skidded to a halt, ogled at Pine for a second, then tugged his forelock. Oh, and Boss, of course. Steele caught up with him, waggled her eyebrows at the chief super. Hey, sexy! Pine stiffened. Are you going to be like this till you retire? Probably worse, if anything. Big smile. But I'm sweetly pretty and come bearing good news, so I'm sure you'll indulge me. Wink. She turned to Logan. Remember that bollocks you were on about? Shaw worked in a hairdresser. Agapova has hair. Well, we did find an connection. Tufty bounced on the spot. She was one of his clients. Got a trim and her roots done last week. Steele thumped him one for spoiling her big surprise. We're on our way to check the place out, if anyone's interested. Go. Pine gave Logan the nod. See who else is on Shaw's books, and if anyone knows about an accomplice. Which sounded like a massive waste of time, but a wise frog did what he was told. Boss? Steele sidled closer. Why don't you come, Roslyn? Be a bit crowded in the car, but you could sit on my lap. Wink, wink. Dropping her voice to a saucy whisper. If you like, I can get the wee loon to drive over all the potholes. Bump, bump, jiggle, jiggle. You do know I can have you suspended? Aye, on full pay. Adopting a damsel in distress pose, one arm out and down, the back of her other hand to her forehead. Lord have mercy, however will I cope? Sweeney showed everyone his watch. 12 minutes! Look, it really would help to meet the reporter and crew first. Establish a rapport before they start filming. Please? Right, it was time for someone to take charge. Logan poked a finger at Steele. You, put your wrinkly libido back in its box. Then Tufty. You, get a car. Then Sweeney. You're a police officer. Stop whining and grow a truncheon. Then Pine. And you? He lowered his pointing finger, cleared his throat. We'll get right on that, boss. Biohazard's voice whined out of Logan's phone as the pool car drifted up Union Street. Oh, in the name of pish! How? I've got 3 more work-shy bastards signed off on the 6 since yesterday. Barely coping as it is. To be honest, Aberdeen's main street was a bit depressing these days, dressed in all its boarded-up and to-let/may-sell finery, where charity shops and mobile phone places rubbed shoulders with vape stores, bookies, and the occasional chain outlet. A few local businesses had bucked the trend, but it was nothing like it used to be. Tufty, doing the driving, was probably too young and chuchtery to remember it in its glory days, and Steele, parked in the back like Lady Muck, was too D-mob happy to care. Come on, Gov! Where am I supposed to find extra bodies for door-to-doors? That's why they pay you the big bucks, acting detective Inspector Marshall. And you'd better PNC check everyone living in a 2-street radius as well. Never know your luck. The Doric columned pomp of the music hall went by on the right, draped with banners for the Aberdeen International Book Festival. On the other side of the road, a busker wanged away on her guitar outside Burger King, singing about how meat is murder and the monarchy are all a bunch of chinless parasites anyway. Still there? Biohazard groaned. Being a DI sucks balls. He hissed out a long breath. Then, I'll see what I can do. Good lad. Logan hung up. Probably wouldn't do any good, but at least it would look as if they were doing something. And with some investigations, that was half the battle, making sure no one noticed you were just keeping busy until a lucky break popped up. And who knew? Maybe Andrew Shaw really had been thick enough to park his Peugeot outside wherever it was they were keeping Natasha Agapova. This whole thing could be solved by tea time. Sarge? Tufty waved across the car at him. Do you think I should have a housewarming, Sarge? Well, another one. I mean, I did has one when I moved into the flat, but... Ha! Steele reached through from the back and thumped him one. A 48-hour Dungeons and Dragons marathon isn't a party. A party has booze, nipples, nibbles, and car keys in a bowl. Logan scowled at her in the rear view. Do you have to? You're just jealous. I am not. I just don't see why you've got to get randier and letchier with every passing day. Ding buzz. Colin Miller. Your boss had a well-crappy press conference. Looked like someone jammed a half-defrosted jobby up her arse. Terrible liar, too. Steele stroked her chin. It's impending retirement that does it. 30 years I've given this job. 30 sodding years. I've got a lot of repressed angst to get rid of. Straight across the lights, where Waterstones and Ottakers used to be, replaced by a New York-style eatery and a pret-a-manger, respectively, because that was progress. Ding buzz. Colin Miller. Something's happened, hasn't it? Given I tipped you numpties off about this whole thing, think you owe me an update on any developments. Cheeky bastard. As if he and his stupid newspaper hadn't made everything worse. Wait, did I say repressed angst? I meant mischief. Steele flashed an evil grin. Soon as I'm retired, who am I going to wind up? Susan. She doesn't deserve that. But we do. Trust me, lads, you're going to miss me when I'm gone. Like a peptic ulcer. The car drove past more boarded-up units and estate agent signs. Then a bit of a highlight with Gilcomston Church, all pointy and fancy, shining in the afternoon sun. A couple of homeless gentlemen sat on the steps outside. Oliver Sharples, scoofing tins of special brew, while his associate, Eddie Dunn, polished off a 2-litre bottle of Strongbow, in contravention of Aberdeen City Council bylaws 2009. They toasted the pool cars that pottered along. Logan thumbed out a reply to Colin's text. You didn't tip us off. You cried for help. Not the same thing. And after your fumbling the investigation story, you get sod all. I would teach him. The wee loon slowed for the junction ahead, smiling away to himself. You'd have been very proud of old romantic Tufty, Sarge. Have I told you the tale of how I did go down on one knee and give Kate a wee jewellery box with her very own flat key in it? Wriggling in his seat. It was an special key off the interwebs, which you can has cut at a Timpson's or the like, with a happy Totoro on it. Nope. Logan looked over his shoulder. Do you have any clue what he's on about? To be honest, you kind of tune it out after a while. It's sort of soothing in a way, like white noise or geeky whale song. They stopped at the lights, alongside a bus full of school kids, who all looked as if someone had just told them Peppa Pig was off down the abattoir to be made into sausages. Ding buzz. Colin Miller. OK, how's this? The Aberdeen Examiner's official position is 100% bash the cops. If you're OK with that, don't speak to me. Great. The lights changed, and Tufty hooked a right, abandoning Union Street for the delights of Chapel Street, where takeaways faced off against boutique stores. Oh, nearly forgot. Kate wants to know, should we bring anything for the barbecue on Sunday? No! Steele wrapped her arms around her head. Tell me you didn't invite him. Tara insisted. Oh, how about mac and cheese, Sarge? Or pasta salad? Or a really big bag of oven chips? Everyone likes chips.
He pulled into a parking space, across the road from a hairdresser's with pink and purple signage. Brenda's Hair and Beauty Palace. We do that voodoo to your go-to hairdo. The whole front of the shop was glazed, so passers-by could watch people getting their hair cut, though all the chairs were empty right now. A trio of posters were taped on the inside of the glass, one offering a loyalty program. Sign up for monthly hair colouring and get fortnightly root touch-ups for free. One advertising that circus in Westburn Park, and one for a charity hen night, whatever that was, at the Hilton Doubletree. Logan climbed out into the scalding sunlight. No one likes pasta salad. It's like yuck mixed with blah and a bin bag full of meh. And that was being polite. A pair of seagulls screeched at each other from the top of adjoining communal bins, though it was hard to tell which one was winning, landfill or mixed recycling. Tufty waited for Steele to slouch out from the back, then locked the car.
Okay, but everyone loves macaroni cheese, right? Long as you don't put tomatoes in it.
Steele fiddled with her uniform.
We have fried onions and bacon bits in ours.
Digging at the crotch of her black Police Scotland trousers.
But then we're very sophisticated.
Tufty scampered across the road and opened the hairdresser's door for them with a little bow, which looked bloody ridiculous in the full stab-proof and high-vis kit. Inside, Brenda's Hair and Beauty Palace was pink, with a pink and black tiled floor, pink walls, black work surfaces, and a row of circular mirrors reflecting the pink and chrome barber's chairs. Even the sinks were pink, and the whole place had a disturbingly gynecological air. The usual collection of newspapers and magazines were piled up on a coffee table for the patrons' reading pleasure, while a wall-mounted telly displayed afternoon TV with the sound turned off, so you could really enjoy the piped Bananarama jingling out of the salon's speakers. A grid of headshots graced the wall above the till, each one grinning or smouldering for the camera. Andrew Shaw was middle left, doing his best blue steel with that big plastic face of his. Down here, on the salon floor, a gangly young man was sweeping up a fuzzy drift of brown and grey hair, in skin-tight black jeans and a floaty pink shirt. His curly blue locks held back in a bouffant ponytail.
Welcome to chez moi?
A plump middle-aged woman, Brenda presumably, swept out from behind the desk, all smiles and open arms, pedal pushers, wedge heels, a pink leopard print blouse, and immaculate hair. She gave all three of them a good look, then wafted a hand in Logan and Tufty's direction.
Well, I'm not sure even I can do anything about you two.
Pouncing on Steele to froof her fingers through the rampant chaos of sticky-out grey hair.
But this, I can work with.
Steele's eyes went wide, flicking from Logan to Brenda and back again.
Help?
No chance. She was on her own this time. 49. Logan nodded at the wall of photos above the till. Andrew Shaw works here.
Andy?
Brenda let go of Steele's mane and grabbed her shoulders instead, steering her towards a seat.
Well, sort of.
He hires a chair. Not been in today, though.
Or yesterday, come to that. But it's his money he's wasting, right?
She plonked Steele down and froofed her hair some more. Have you ever thought of a bit of colour? I mean, you're rocking the grey, but auburn would be nice with your complexion. Ooh, or a nice rich chestnut. Logan tried again. Do you have a list of his clients?
Hold on.
Looking over her shoulder.
Emma! Emma, sweetie! Can you help these gentlemen while I glam up this nice lady?
A young woman emerged from a door at the back of the shop, with blonde hair down to the middle of her back and a wad of chewing gum on the go, all dressed up in pink and black. Brenda clapped both hands down on Steele's shoulders. Now,
How do you feel about a curly pixie with shaved sides? Looking a bit like a hedgehog caught in the headlights of an oncoming truck. Emma slouched up to Logan and Tufty, gave their haircuts a quick once-over, then rolled her eyes. Yup, sounding as bored as she looked. Hi. Logan tried a friendly smile. We need to see your appointments book. Going back about 6 months would be great. Tufty tilted his head on one side. Your hair's amazing, by the way. It's like molten gold. Oh. And she locked right in, giving the wee loon a little hair flip and a giggle. Why, thank you. You're so sweet. Emma slipped her arm into Tufty's. You come with me, and we'll get you logged onto the computer. Logan did a slow 360. Don't suppose you've got CCTV, do you? She pointed with her free hand, lowering her voice to a whisper, even though there was no one else here. Cameras are fake. Then squeezed Tufty's arm. Would you like a coffee? And led him away back through the door she'd emerged from. Didn't sodding ask Logan if he wanted a coffee, though, did she? Just snuck off with the wee loon. Because women were essentially weird. Meaning Logan had been abandoned, all alone, in the middle of the salon. He wandered over to the coffee table and had a squint at the newspapers. The Aberdeen Examiner blared out its completely unfair police fumble investigation as world press looks on nonsense. But because they'd scooped everyone on the Natasha Agapova story, none of the other publications were covering it. Yet. Instead, most of the tabloids hawked some variant of soap star Sigourney's cocaine shame, except for the Scottish Daily Post, which screamed, illegal migrants robbing OAP graves. Because when racists were lobbing Molotov cocktails, why not give them tokens for free petrol? Bunch of bastards. Logan abandoned the papers and went for a frown out through the shop windows at Chapel Street's various comings and goings instead, which wasn't exactly thrilling. Worse yet, the shop looked straight into the dining room of the hotel opposite, where a bunch of people were tucking into lunch. His stomach snarled, like a wee gurgly wolf. Well, it wasn't as if he was doing anything right now. Might as well make use of this time to achieve something. Logan emerged from the Chapel Bakery, established 1954, the proud owner of a takeaway coffee and 2 wee paper bags, promisingly spotted with grease. Soon as his foot hit pavement, he opened one of the bags, shoogling the pie inside upwards until half of it poked out, took a bite of mince and mealy, woof-a-woof-a woomphing his breath around the blisteringly hot but delicious mouthful. Then scuffed his way down the street, munching away, trying not to burn his mouth as the sun battered down from its dusty blue sky. Probably should have put on sunscreen this morning, because the skin on his cheeks was already starting to tighten. When he got to the pool car, Logan popped his coffee on the roof and went to do the same with his other paper bag. But some sort of evil seagull raider must have tipped off landfill and mixed recycling to its contents, because the pair of them stopped screaming at each other and glared across the road with envious eyes. Well, they could sod right off. He kept a jealous grip on both bags, munching away and talking to himself as he reread the posters in Brenda's shop window. What the hell is a charity hen night? A voice cut through the warm air, almost directly behind him. It's kind of like Bring a Party to a Party, only with screaming drunken women and male strippers. Logan swallowing his bite of pie before turning around. It was the gangly young guy from the salon. Mr. Bluehair had swapped sweeping up for fiddling with a bicycle handlebar-sized vape. And inflatable willies, of course. Lots and lots and lots of inflatable willies. Fiddling finished, he took a sook on the thing, puffing out a dragon cloud of fruity steam. I worked behind the bar at one. Could have scraped estrogen off the walls. Thick as cream cheese it was. Logan finished off his pie. You been at Brenda's for long? Man and boy?
Suppose you know Andrew Shaw? Andy, yeah. Got a wicked touch for the colouring. His cuts need work, but that man can take you from a 3PB deepest espresso brown to a 10B extra light beige blonde without even breaking a sweat. Another gargantuan tutti-frutti cloud puffed into the sky. Total respect, like. Dude's game's got crackle, you know? Nope. Why did young people have to talk a load of shite these days? When did words stop meaning what they're meant to mean? And how old had Logan become since Elizabeth was born? He creaked the lid off his coffee and took a sip. Andrew have a lot of friends? Nah. Well, maybe down the gym, but think he kinda mostly keeps himself to himself. If we're off for a cocky tea after work, he's like half a lager in Gonski. I see. Logan partially unwrapped pie number 2 and had a bite. Chicken curry. Are you his friend? The young bloke chewed on the inside of his cheek for a bit. Depends what he's done. You being Polish and everything. Ever hear him talk about his female clients? What? In a pervy way? Nah. Andy isn't like that. A huge sook on the vape produced a volcanic cloud. Only time I ever seen him completely tinfoiled was at the Christmas party. We all pile into the groove machine for drinks and dancing after dinner, and he snogged some subsea engineer called Duncan. Said he only did it for a joke, but they were joking hard, you know? Tongues and miming cupping someone's crotch and giving it a squeeze or two. Pretty sure he got noshed off in the gents after. Logan bit into the crisp pastry and savoury filling. Just goes to show, you never know with people. Munch, munch, munch. So, what about you? His mouth pinched, chin rising an inch with a sniff. Just because I work in a hairdresser's doesn't make me gay. I meant, are you Andrew's friend? And it doesn't make Andy gay either. He's just flexible. Besides, all our clients are middle-aged wifeys. You've seen the bloke. He must be beating them off with a stick. Logan scarfed down the last mouthful. Oh, you have no idea. He crumpled up his paper bags, scoofed his coffee, frowned across the road at Brenda's hair and beauty palace. What gym did he go to? Where he might have friends? Wellhead's fitness studio. But you're wasting your time. Want to know who Andy's best friend in the whole wide world is? His mum. With Steele keeping the salon's owner occupied, and Tufty off mining Emma for information, Logan retreated to the pool car. Sitting in the passenger seat with the windows rolled down, notebook out in front of him, and a worried biohazard bob in his ear. Far as I can tell, they've all got alibis. And you know how you can always tell when someone's a murdering bastard, but trying to cover it up. Not getting that from any of them. A sad little breath grunted down the phone. Might be wrong, but I'd put a crate of baked beans on whoever killed Andrew Shaw not being one of his victims, or their family. Could have hired someone to do it. Yeah, if you're an idiot. That's perfect blackmail material for life, isn't it? Someone goes out and kills for you. Next thing you know, you're putting their kids through private school and buying them a 5-berth caravan. Besides, you've still got all that guilt by association. Biohazard put on a tortured voice. I'm responsible for this guy getting beaten to death. Then back to normal again. Hard for everyday folk to live with something like that. True. Mixed recycling and landfill must have declared some sort of truce, because the pair of them were sharing a half-eaten Mars bar at the side of the road. At least, hope it was a Mars bar. Probably best not to think about it too closely. You coming back to the ranch anytime soon, Gov? Only the chief super's giving me the willies. As long as they're not inflatable. Silence. Never mind. Logan tapped his pen on his notebook, where victims equals killers was underlined 3 times. Don't suppose they found any other DNA at Natasha Agapova's house, did they? Nah, because that would be helpful. Normally, you'd think hot and dry weather equals long-lasting DNA, but our kidnapped victim was a great believer in humidifiers. We were lucky to get what we got from the pish stain. Now that they'd finished the Mars bar, Landfill and mixed recycling were at it again, screeching and flapping and screaming at each other. Of course, maybe they weren't fighting. Maybe it was a mating dance. Couldn't be any more ridiculous than snogging a subsea engineer in a nightclub and pretending it was just a joke. You still there, Gov? Look, go through the ANPR again. See if anything pops out at you. This bastard's out there somewhere. Logan flicked back a couple of pages in his notebook to the scribbles about Andrew Shaw's gym membership. And get someone to check out Wellhead's fitness studio. Our victim was a frequent flyer. Might have met his killer and or kidnapping accomplice there. Ugh. As if Logan had just plopped a Mars bar on Biohazard's desk. Gov. Logan hung up, frowned at the window at the quarrelling/amorous seagulls. Time to go check out his team. He buzzed up all the windows, then climbed into the gritty afternoon heat, jogging across the road between a taxi and a gaily painted florist's van. Ding buzz. Safe on the other pavement, he checked his texts under the baleful eye of landfill and mixed recycling. 4 messages, waiting and unread, lined up most recent to last. Beardy Beatty. Dear Acting DCI McRae, I am in Incident Room B2 for our review meeting about Operation Red Dragon. Will you be much longer? Oh, bloody hell. When did Tufty say that was meant to start? 2 o'clock or something? Bugger. Didn't change the fact that Beatty was a dick, though. Tara. Talk about peer pressure. The monitor lizard wants to go shopping for all black goth clothes. She's joined a cult. The Ice Queen. Thank you for inviting Colin to your barbecue. Postmortem suggests TOD range between 0000 and 0400. Cranial trauma, most likely COD. Extensive tissue damage, plus dislocated fingers confirms possible torture. We'll bring burgers and napkins. And last but not least, D.S. Robertson. Hi, Gov. We still on for this review meeting. Operation Hedgehog FTW. Cheers. Henry. As that was the oldest message of the 4, it meant Logan was very, very late for the meeting indeed, and unlike Beardy Beatty, Robertson wasn't a dick. He drifted to a halt outside Brenda's hair and beauty palace and thumbed out a quick reply. Sorry, Henry. Got caught up in this body in the river thing. I owe you a bacon butty. Tufty will reschedule, okay? Send. And while he was at it, might as well get back to Tara as well. It'll do her good to have some friends at school. Tell her no painting her face white, though. She'll scare Cthulhu. Send. The reply dinged back before he'd even put his phone away. So clearly, Tara wasn't having a busy day at Trading Standards. You know how obsessive she gets. We'll be listening to miserable music and hoovering black glitter out of the carpet for years. Probably. But that was kids for you. His thumbs tick, 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 ticked across the screen. Let her find her tribe. Sometimes children need this stuff. It's how they learn friendship and responsibility and loyalty. And that shit was important in life. Send. He looked up from his phone, and there was that advert for the Rumplington Brothers Circus of Delights in Westburn Park. The poster was a cluttered melange of puppet animals and real clowns and acrobats, with a big top in the background and a red-clad ringmaster in the middle, posing as if he were the most important man in the world. And tonight was the last night. You'll never find anyone more loyal. Charlie never misses an orphan outing. Depends which performance you want to see. I booked ours weeks ago for the 8 o'clock. Worth the go, wasn't it? Logan scrolled through his contacts and called Chief Superintendent Pine. She answered with a sigh. If this is more bad news, don't, okay? Just heard McCulloch, Porter and Pierce are down with the bloody plague. There'll be no one left at this rate. I've been thinking about... And the sodding press are all over us like a sticky sneeze. Did you hear the drubbing we got on the lunchtime news? You'd think someone had kidnapped the Dalai Lama, way they're going on about it. Boss, there's a possibility.
And do you know what happened when I got on to head office for more backup? To help us find Natasha Agapova? A bitter laugh. Aye, right. Remember all those officers I've been promised from other divisions? Not anymore. They can't spare anyone. Most of them are off on the sick anyway. Pine puffed out another long, unhappy breath. If you've got your heart set on a nationwide crime spree, now's the perfect time. Well, there was one easy win. So cancel the protest march. A groan. You know I can't do that. We didn't have enough staff to start with, but now it's a public order disaster waiting to happen. Imagine the headlines if something kicks off and we've got rioting on Union Street. Instead, we'll have fascist cops crush right to protest. Any other civil liberties you'd like to abolish while we're at it? Landfill and mixed recycling scrocked into the air, a squabbling tornado of feathers and malevolence. No, but I would like to run an undercover op this evening. I know it's short notice for all the oversight, managerial and risk assessment stuff, but I think 6 plainclothes officers should do it. 8 would be better, but 6 would do. The seagulls battered away at each other. Then mixed recycling wheeled off to dive-bomb a woman eating a Cornish pasty outside the dry cleaners. Chief Superintendent Pine's voice went all thin and suspicious. An undercover operation to achieve what? The woman flailed her arms, but Landfill swooped in to attack from the other side, and that was her pastyless, left with nothing to do but shake her fists and swear at the avian larcenists. Logan looked back at the poster. I was thinking a fun night out at the circus. "50." Brenda was still wrestling Steele's unruly mop into shape with a hairdryer and set of curling tongs when Logan stepped back into the salon. The crenellated horror herself was fast asleep in the barber's chair, and by the looks of things, she was in for a bit of a shock when she woke up, which would be nice. Tufty stuck his head out through the door at the back and gave Logan a wave. "Sarge! Got something!" then disappeared again. Logan followed the vanishing twit into a cramped space with boxes and boxes and boxes of shampoo and conditioner and colourant and every other kind of hairy malarkey stacked up against the walls, 2 or 3 deep in places. No sign of Emma. A small desk was wedged in beneath a couple of shelves, laden with lever arch files. And that's where Tufty was sitting, fiddling about with a denture beige desktop PC. I went through every appointment for 3 and a bit years. Logan leaned his bum against a carton of hair gel. Thought you said 6 months. Yes, but then I did find things. So I went back further and kept finding things. Till about 3 and a bit years ago, which is when? Eyebrows up. Let me guess, Andrew Shaw started working here. Not saying he was definitely responsible, but in addition to the victims we already knew about, I found 11 more. And that's just the ones who reported a sexual assault. Otherwise... The wee loon puffed out his cheeks. I know it's wrong to be glad someone's dead, but Andrew Wallace Shaw was an utter shite. A droop. Bad Tufty. Pound in the swear jar. 11 more victims. Think we'll let you off with that one. Logan pointed at the computer. You got a list of names? Should be sitting in your inbox, but just in case... He hit 3 buttons on the keyboard, and a teeny, old-fashioned inkjet printer stuttered into life, squeaking back and forth as it slowly clunked out a sheet of A4. Don't worry, I'll purge the print queue soon as it's done. Swivelling his chair from side to side. Not sure if Shaw was being careful or not, but they weren't all his clients. He was working at least one day when the victim was in here getting their hair cut by someone else, though. Bloody hell. Logan plucked the printout from the machine, scanning the names. How did no one notice the connection? Don't think anyone looked Sarge. A frown. To be fair, when someone's been sexually assaulted and we take their statement, we don't usually start with, "Ooh, where do you get your hair done?" Tufty poked some more keys and deleting print history appeared on the screen. He stood. Hope when they bury horrid Andrew Shaw they plumb his grave up with a flush, because there's going to be a lot of people whittling on it. Quite right, too. The funeral home wouldn't even need to preserve Shaw's body in formaldehyde. His corpse would be pickled in urine. Logan pocketed the list. Meanwhile, let's go see if we can't achieve something on the Natasha Agapova case. Think the chief super could do with a bit of good news today. Especially with the email he was about to send her. As he stepped back out onto the salon floor, Brenda had the wee rectangular mirror out, showing Steele what the back of her own neck looked like, full of hairdressery pride. It takes years off you. Difficult to know if Steele agreed, though, because she just sat there, in the pink and chrome chair, mouth hanging open, eyes wide, blinking at herself. Her hair was shorn incredibly short at the sides and back, tapering outwards as it rose, towards a big wedge of curls in the top of her head, swept forward so they coiled over her right eyebrow, grey at the nape of her neck, darkening to a rich chocolatey brown. Had to admit it was a huge improvement, especially as her barnet normally looked as if someone had stuck a pound of Semtex up a badger. Time to go. Logan handed Brenda a business card. Thanks for your cooperation. We'll be in touch if there's anything else. Tufty lowered his voice and leaned towards her. Word of advice, you might want to take this one down, pointing at Andrew Shaw's portrait, and burn it. She looked a bit confused at that, but she'd find out soon enough. But looking on the bright side, at least this means we can potentially close out 11 unsolved rape cases and bring a bit of closure to Shaw's victims. Logan gave his email one last read-through, then sent it off to Chief Superintendent Pine, with Tufty's list attached. The windows were down in the pool car, but there was precious little breeze to stir the muggy air as they sat outside Brenda's hair and beauty palace, waiting for Steele. Tufty had his phone propped up against the steering wheel, scrolling away and reading from the screen. So, we've missed the case reviews for Operation Housebreakings Across Rubislaw, Operation Car Thefts, and unless we break the sound barrier, Operation Break-ins at Sports Shops, we'll have to start without you. But, nope, I already solved that one. It was Spencer Findlater. He's been feeding his protein powder addiction. Evidence is all piled up in his bedroom. Oh, coolio. Take that one off the list. Poke, fiddle, scroll. Which means if we leave now, we can still make Operation Drugs and Lithuanian Teddy Bears, Operation Camper Van Stolen to Order, Operation Food Van Turf War, before talking to professional standards about Princess Crumpled Bum McGrumpy Lumps. Speak of the devil. The back door opened, and Steele thumped into her seat, with a scowl on her face and brand new curls bouncing away on top of her head. Better no be talking about me, you pointy-nosed wee fart. Hang on. Logan turned to Tufty. Camper vans. Food vans. No. Those aren't Rutherford's investigations. Yeah? He bared his top teeth. They were DCI McCulloch's, only now he's off on the sick as well, so... Of course he is. Sagging back in the passenger seat. Yet more sodding work. Steele checked herself in the rear-view mirror. Are you seriously going to slog your way through a bunch of Sharney review meetings when we could be out there, catching crooks and showing off my swanky new hairdo? God's sake. Logan scrubbed a hand across his face. I have responsibilities. I can't just... You're such an idiot, Laz. Did you no learn anything all those years I was your boss? Tousling her curls as she preened in the mirror. You're an acting DCI now. You don't do your own case reviews. You pick some hapless half-wit DI and you make them do it. And if they whinge, you say it's a career path development opportunity, and you're doing them a favour. Waving a hand as if it was all settled. Tell them they have to produce a one-page summary for each meeting, in case some tosser further up the tree asks you about it, and everyone's happy. Actually, that wasn't a bad idea. Know what? I'm going to take your advice and palm my case reviews off on a hapless DI. He pointed at her primping reflection. Here's a career path development opportunity for you, acting D.I. Steele. Aye, nice try. Doesn't work if the victim knows what you're up to. Steele clicked her seatbelt on. So, where are we going? Ah, well, it had been worth a try. Alton's. Time to have a rummage through our missing newspaper tycoon's work life. The patrol car drifted south along Great Southern Road, which was a very grand name for a tooty-wee stretch of dual carriageway strung between two roundabouts. Duthie Park was almost invisible behind a granite wall and bank of trees on the left, but a veritable henge of headstones popped above the 8-foot-high enclosure on the other side of the road, which was, hopefully, tall enough to keep all the dead folk from breaking out of Allenvale Cemetery any time soon. Steele had moved on from admiring herself in the rearview mirror to taking puckered lip selfies like a teenager. Tufty nodded along to whatever song was playing in his hollow little head, while Logan had a quick peek at his phone's screen to make sure the call hadn't been disconnected. Doreen finally found her voice again. Are you sure, Gov? Think of it as a reward for all the sweaty searching. Plus, it's a great career path development opportunity. Shows the bosses you're ready to step up to DI full-time if a vacancy opens up. Thanks, Gov. I won't let you down. I know. I trust you. Just make sure you've got those one-page summaries done by close of play, okay? Right, off you go. First meeting's in 38 minutes. Logan ended the call and sat back in his seat, not feeling guilty about it in the slightest. Not even a tiny bit. Nope. Tufty kept his eyes front, mouth pinched shut, not noggin dancing anymore, radiating judgment. Well, it is a good career opportunity. Still nothing. Oh, shut up. The park's high boundary wall gave way to more decorative wrought iron railings, but the cemetery maintained its 8-foot barrier to contain the dangerous dead. Tufty's stomach broke the judgmental silence with a popping grumble. Sarge, after we've been to the newspaper, can we go back to the ranch? I has not had no lunch, and there's still delicious curry in the CID fridge from yesterday. Steele stopped taking her own photograph for long enough to grin. No, there isn't. Sarge! The wee loon pouted across the car. Sarge, tell her! Don't be such a snidge. She posed for another snap. How was I supposed to know it wasn't free to a good home? It had a note on it. Is Tufty's lunch hands off thieving bumheads? With 3 exclamation marks. You know the rules. Any food left in the CID fridge overnight is fair game. A happy sigh. And a very nice breakfast it made. Sarge! Logan shrugged. Sorry, Tufty, but rules is rules. You should have... Ding buzz. The pool car coasted to a stop at the roundabout onto King George IV Bridge, behind a Fiat Punto that some naughty person had prized the P off and replaced with a C. Logan brought up his messages. Colin Miller. Got a hot story about to break. Want to get your excuses in before it does. Bloody hell. What now? Whatever it was, it would probably be bad news, because when was it ever anything else? He dialed the bugger back anyway. Colin picked up on the second desk. News desk. What story? There was a wee pause. Why, acting DCI McCrae. How lovely to hear your dulcet tones in that. Don't be an arse. We were on our way to see you anyway. Well, not you. Thought you'd resigned. The car inched closer to the roundabout. What story, Colin? That guy you got flattened by a truck yesterday. Turns out he's one of Charles McGeary's mates. Kinda looks like Police Scotland's deliberately targeting these poor benighted orphans. Sod. That was quick. Benighted? Since when did you use big long words like... Or maybe you mean the story about Ian Grant suing Police Scotland for reckless endangerment, causing psychological distress and the infliction of life-changing injuries. What? Who the hell is Ian Grant? The swirl of cars paused, and Tufty nipped out onto the roundabout, following that Fiat you-know-whatto onto the bridge over the River Dee.
Couldn't be far from here to where they'd found Andrew Shaw's body, but that bit of the riverbank was hidden behind a bend in the river. Ian Grant, a.k.a. Mr. Freezy Whip, owner of that ice cream van you high-speed chased into the River Don 2 days ago. He's suing us. I pulled him out of the water. I saved his life. Ungrateful bastard. Or it might be the serial rapist you found floating face down in the Dee yesterday. You know the one, Andrew Wallace Shaw, with his head bashed in. Ring any bells? Logan clamped a hand over his eyes. Who's feeding you this stuff? What can I say? I'm a good listener. People like to tell me things. You could hear the smug smile in his voice. So, where do you want to start? City cops, orphan vendetta? Reckless police tried to kill me, says local businessman? Or vigilante ends serial rapist's vicious spree? Colin. Logan gave his head a squeeze, because it probably wasn't a good idea to tell members of the press where they could stick their bloody newspaper. Aye, and what do you mean you're on your way to see me? Your missing boss. I need to access her work stuff. Ah, you mean clueless cops can't find missing mother? Again with the being a dick. Deep breath. How about Ouija reporter impedes investigation, gets uninvited to barbecue? Silence. The pool car crossed the bridge, parting company with the Fiat rudeness as it took a right, around the roundabout, heading towards Garth D in the road south, while Tufty took the first exit, following a sign for Tullis and Alton's industrial estate. Eventually a sniff came down the line. Suppose I could wait till you've been here, but I report without fear or favour, understand? At least it was a start. Okay. Besides, I've just bought 5 kilos of steak mince and 4 dozen burger buns. Logan, Steele and Tufty sat on squeaky plastic chairs, looking up at the dusty atrium as Doogie in the afternoon burbled away on a hidden radio. 'Cause I always wondered fa it was, Dean that. It's a fair scunner when you find out, isn't it? And mind that feel loon for EastEnders, wi' a gummy leg and face like a cracked chunty. Well, he's just released a charity single. The Aberdeen Examiner had invested as much into its reception area as it had into its journalistic integrity, which is why the place was a depressing hole, with magnolia walls and a beige sole. The collection of plastic pot plants was on its last legs, and the framed front pages needed dusting, while the brown carpet tiles needed taking out and burning. The only redeeming feature was Glenda, the big smiley round lady with rainbow-striped hair and a ring through her nose, who'd come out from behind the desk to make everyone coffee and offer them a dip in the Quality Street tub, while they waited on Colin's sodding Miller to stop playing the diva and come get them. Ding buzz. Smithy Smith. Heard back from phone company. Anonymous threat was from a mobile number. Bunch of tech blah about carrier network handshake protocols, but upshot equals no ID or number. Great. So zero help there then. Ding buzz. Smithy Smith. Yacht bloke also called from a mobile. PAYG handset on 555. No name/details registered. Can get started on warrant for IMEI tracking if you want. Assuming PAYG was pay-as-you-go, that meant Captain Sleazy was using a burner phone to proposition women, probably behind his wife's back. Might have a hard time convincing the sheriff that was worth a warrant to trace the scumbag's physical location so they could swoop in and unmask him, though. Besides, there was an easier way to find out who he was. Call him back. Logan fired off a quick reply. Thanks, Smithy. Leave it with me. Send. Glenda threw a pained smile in their direction, phone to her ear as she poked at the switchboard. I'm sorry. I don't know what's keeping Colin. She clunked the handset back into its hook. Still not answering. Then stood. Tell you what, would anyone like another coffee? Tufty sat up straight, eager as a little black Labrador. Do you have any biscuits? Because someone stole my lunch and... The door through to the inner sanctum opened, and Colin Miller strutted in. He was in grey linen today, with a pastel blue shirt, top 3 buttons open to show off a jangle clank of golden jewellery and some greying chest hair. Aye, aye, if it's no Aberdeen's answer to Cagney and Lacey, crappy and lumpy. Colin Archibald Miller! Glenda poked the reception desk with an indignant finger. You apologise to these nice people right now! And just like that, all of Colin Miller's swagger evaporated and his cheeks flushed bright pink. Those black-gloved fingers curling in front of his chest. Logan grinned. Archibald! You kept that one quiet. Aye, well. He cleared his throat, jerked his chin at the door. You better come with me. "51. Don't get me wrong. It's nice to see you useless buggers doing some work for a change. But shouldn't you be out knocking heads together and asking questions like? Colin Miller twisted a key in the lock, then pushed the door open, revealing a large office with a sacrificial altar-sized desk that played host to a huge leather office chair and a dour portrait of an overweight man in rolled-up shirt sleeves, waistcoat, and cliched cigar. 2 much shorter, far less comfortable chairs sat in front of the desk, so any visitor would be at an automatic disadvantage. A line of CCTV monitors offered grainy windows onto the bullpen, advertising, and picture desk, along with 4 different views of heavy machinery in the print room. Rows of framed front pages filled the space between the windows, blinds down, casting the room into fusty gloom, while a bank of filing cabinets sat across from a triple-length table with downlighters above it. Colin yanked on a cord, sending the nearest blind crashing upwards. A beam of light slashed into the room, making the dust motes glow. Logan stopped in the middle of the room, doing a slow 360. Your new boss, how long's she been here? Another blind thundered up. 3 weeks. 3 long, shitey weeks. She make any enemies in that time? Steele scuffed in, followed by Tufty, the melodramatic wee spud holding his tummy as it popped and gurgled an empty song. Other than all the poor twats she fired. Colin clattered the last blind open, brushing dust off his gloves. Oh, aye, this isn't the Parish Gazette. We rattle buggers' cages here. Logan commandeered the throne behind the desk and snapped on a pair of blue nitriles. We're going to need a list. Testing the first drawer. Unlocked, but full of pens and assorted stationery. She doesn't show for work, 2 days running, and no one thinks to go check on her. What? 'Cause we all love her so much. Natasha Agapova makes friends like Jeffrey Dahmer makes pies. Tufty sidled over, leaning in close, keeping his voice low. Don't look now, but there's a very nervous-looking burglar waiting outside. He wasn't wrong. A thin bloke in a beard and black and white stripy jumper fidgeted on the threshold, carrying a bunch of black cardboard rectangles under one arm, looking as if he was trying to work up the courage to knock. Colin rolled his eyes. Oh, for... Mr. Stripey shuffled his feet and peered into the office. Is Mrs. Agapova in? She's gone missing, you daft wobbler. Have you no seen the paper today? We went with it on page 1, 3, 7 and 9. Pink flushed above the beard line. I don't always have time to... Not to mention it's all over the TV and the radio and the internet. The feet shuffled some more. So, she's not in? Colin grimaced at Logan for a moment, then back to Mr. Stripey. Just stick your mock-ups on the table, okay? I'll see she gets them when or if she ever returns, assuming she's no already dead. Mr. Stripey looked down at his sheets of card, then at the table, then at Colin, then licked his lips, then nodded and hurried over to the long table, laying out 6 front-page mock-ups side by side so they were all visible, then stood back to admire his handiwork. Colin thumped a hand down on Mr. Stripey's shoulder, making him jump. Now do us all a favour and sod off, aye? The pink flushed darker. I've got lots to be getting on with. And away he scurried. Next time read the sodding paper, Colin hissed out a long breath, shaking his head as the jittery bloke disappeared. Is it like this in the polis? Swear to God they get younger and more clueless with every passing year. Yep. Steele parked her bum on the table. And whinier too. Logan tried the next desk drawer, a worm's nest of cables and phone chargers. Did she mention getting any hate mail, death threats, things like that? I mean, what sort of half-arsed newspaper can you put out when you fire all the proper journalists? Colin worked his way along the filing cabinets to the bottom left, rattling out the final drawer. Think interns could have broken Watergate, or Partygate, or all that dodgy shite about right-wingers swimming in Kremlin cash. He pulled out a cardboard box, just about big enough to keep Gwyneth Paltrow's head in, and clumped it down on the desk. There yous go. Logan frowned at it. What's this? Hate mail. Opening the top revealed a massive stash of envelopes and printouts. Had to be hundreds of them in there. How many months' worth is this? I only need the stuff sent to Natasha Agapova. Aye, that's just since you got here. Apparently there's another 8 boxes back at her place. 8? Told you, we rattle buggers' cages. Her more than most. Colin plucked a handful of hate mail from the box and sank into one of the visitors' chairs, leaning back to put his feet up on the desk. Had an editor once, liked to frame the worst ones and stick them on the wall. Colin, he says, Colin, you no doing your job right if nae bastard hates you. Turning to the first letter, scrawled in red ink on lined paper. Here we go, all in easy-to-read block capitals. Dear stupid bitch, I hope you die a slow, sucking chest wound death and dogs rape your dead body and then eat it and shit it out. Rangers Football Club are the best football club in the world, and you're too stupid to know it. Not a single bit of punctuation, if you don't count the 4, 5, 6 exclamation marks at the end. Logan reached in and pulled out a stack of the things. She got all this in 3 weeks. Mr. Rangers Are the Best was placed face down on the desk, and Colin moved on to the next. Ahem. Fuck you, you fucking... Well, I'm definitely no going to say that word with ladies and Wayne's present. You fucking bleep. Badgers have more right to life than you do. You're the one spreading bleeping diseases, whore. Blah, blah, etc. Kill yourself. He waggled the letter. See, this moron didn't just submit their hate via the website or email it in. They got a sheet of paper and a green biro, and they scrawled it all out by hand, then found an envelope, paid for a stamp, and stuck it in the postbox. That's dedication for you. Logan stuffed everything back in the box, held it out so Colin could do the same, then carried the lot over to the long table. Constable Quirrell, I need these in date order. We're looking for anything connected with the message on Mrs. Agapova's answering machine. Karma, Hurricane, House of Lies, and or bitch. Sarge? Tufty tidied away Mr. Stripey's mock-ups and laid the hate mail across the table, shifting individual letters forward and backwards, tongue poking out the side of his mouth. Steele sniffed. What about all the electronic stuff? Aye, in the box. We print every nasty wee message out, in case we need to give it to you lot, you know, if something like this happens, so you can do sod all about it. A knock rang out from the open door. Only it wasn't the weedy bloke in the burglar's top, back for another round of humiliate Mr. Stripey. It was a scruffy-looking woman in hiking gear and a bandana, as if ready to go on an Amazonian hike or climate protest at the first toot of a panpipe. She had a fat grey laptop clutched in both hands. Yo, Colin, I hear you're interim editor now. A frown. Says who? Lewis. She held her laptop out. You want to okay the spread for tomorrow's lifestyle section or not?
Colin put his head on one side, scrunched his lips into a lump, then nodded. What the hell? Patting the desk as he plonked his short arse in the leather throne. Henry, these are the cops. Cops, Henry. She gave them a wave, then put the laptop down and opened it, bringing up a photo gallery, swiping through shots of people at the beach and kids playing in the park, some office workers in bikini tops at lunchtime, lounging beneath the trees, more kids eating candy floss and gazing in wonder at the circus lights. Colin reached for the screen with a leather-gloved finger, but nothing happened. Sodding hell! He pulled the glove off, curling the stumps into a truncated fist, out of sight, and tried again. This time, the images wheeled past beneath his fingertip. Okay, this one, this, not that, or that, this, nope, nope, nope. That one's okay, and... He drifted to a halt, then looked up at Logan, looming over the pair of them. You after something? Go back a couple. Henry took control of the screen again. Hold on. Swipe, swipe. This one? Colin frowned at the photograph. Aye, I like the general composition, but should have gone up a couple of f-stops for a longer exposure and got a bit of motion in the dodgems. Can always fix it in post. Shouldn't have to, but... He reached out to swipe past the image again, but Logan grabbed Colin's hand before he could. Get off! Snatching his naked fingers away. Steele sauntered over. What? Ooh, Henry pointed. Like the hair. Very swish. This old thing? Steele had a wee preen. No touchin'! Colin forced his hand back into its black leather prison. Sorry. Logan leaned in. The photo showed a pair of grown-ups on the dodgems, each with a toddler strapped in next to them as they wheeled around the ring. Everyone smiling, having a wholesome family day out at the circus. Behind them, the big top's outer wall was in perfect focus, red, white, and blue stripes. When was this taken? Last night. Henry struck her thumbs in her belt loops. Went with Brent and the kids. Westburn Park? Thought so. He opened his phone and scrolled through to the photo hidden away in Charles McGeary's bedroom. The Dodgem cars were identical, and so were the trees off to one side, and the stripy red, white and blue background. How long's the circus been there? Dunno. Week, I think. Henry's eyes narrowed. Why? Ah. Probably best not to tip the press off. No reason. A nonchalant shrug. Just thinking of taking the family tonight. Quick, change the subject. Don't suppose you've got any photos from that SME charity auction ball thing, do you? Oh, yeah. We did one of those cheesy out-and-about features. Like anybody gives a toss. She fiddled with the laptop, bringing up a different slideshow. With Colin in the editor's chair, Logan was demoted to one of the short ones in front of the desk, perching on the edge to swipe through the awkwardly posed group shots of various numpties from various oil sector support companies in various posh frocks or nearly identical dinner suits, fake grins and not-so-fake tans. There were more photos of people at tables, raising their glasses, pretending to have a good time. Then some of the auction for things money can't buy, because no one would sodding want them, followed by a whole bunch of the dancing afterwards. Logan swiped back and forth, forehead creased, peering not just at the figures in the foreground, but the ones further back, searching. Steele reached over his shoulder and tapped the screen. Take it that's who you're looking for. Natasha Agapova, in an elegant black ball gown, sitting at a table with a sign on it proclaiming Aberdeen Examiner and a whole slew of empty wine bottles. She was trapped between that oversized teddy bear of hers and an earnest, rosy-cheeked, shiny-faced, middle-aged man. He had one hand on a nearly full glass of red wine and the other on Natasha's bare shoulder,
leaning in and talking, while she looked like someone trying not to appear as bored as she really was. Another swipe, and there they were again, still sitting at the same table, in the background of another dancing shot. Him telling some sort of hysterical anecdote with his arms thrown wide, clutching a whiskey this time, while Natasha Agapova pretended to smile, and the bear grinned away. Wonder if her boring dinner companion was Captain Sleazy of the HMS Hump Yacht. Logan zoomed in. Have we any idea who the guy is? Hold on. Henry vanished, leaving her laptop behind. Tufty waved at them from the long table. Sarge, I has a finished. Might as well, as they were waiting. The wee loon had made a neat job of laying all the hate mail out, a mixture of A4 printouts, lined sheets torn from various notepads, and random scraps of paper, some of which now boasted little tabs made of orange post-it note. Tufty pointed at both ends of the table. Oldest to newest, one bit of sticky for each keyword. It wasn't hard to spot the sheet of A4 with 7 bits of bright orange stuck to it. Must have come through the website, because the printout came complete with a wodge of metadata at the top, with things like the user's IP address, time, date, and referring URL. Username, anonymous123. Email, fake name at fakefakefakegtf.com. Department, editorial. Subject, reap the hurricane. Message, remember me, bitch. You better, because I am going to be the last thing you ever see. You can't hide from karma, bitch, and it is coming for you. I will burn your fucking house of lies to the ground with you in it. You are dead, bitch. I bet you thought you could bury me, but you can't, because I am everywhere. And you will be screaming for mercy and forgiveness before I am done. See you soon. Tufty poked the page. I know see you soon wasn't on your keyword list, but I marked it up anyway, because I has an initiative. Logan checked the date submitted, then scowled at Colin. 2 weeks ago! And you didn't tell us! What? I'm supposed to know the content of everyone's hate box now. Henry reappeared, holding an issue of the Aberdeen Examiner. Got it? Colin raised a hand. Hoi, Henry, you got anything exciting in your hate box? Me? Nah. She opened her paper and spread it out across the desk, displaying a whole heap of those uncomfortable group shots of people in suits and gowns, with a list of names under each photograph. My hate mail's the usual boring collection of misogynists, pricks, and people who want to know why I made them look so fat in that photo about the thing. Oh, and men who won't take sod off I'm married for an answer. Why? Claude here think we should be intimately familiar with every piece of hate mail that comes into the building. Logan pinched the bridge of his nose. All right, that's not what I... Hell with that. Be here all week. She squinted at the laptop. Right, let's see who Mr. Pink and Sweaty is. Running a finger over the paper, one photo at a time. What I meant is, why don't you report the hate mail? God, you're right. Colin clapped a hand to his forehead. 'Cause if we did that, you guys would rush round here with all guns blazing and solve the crime. Would you? Really? Course you sodden wouldn't. Got him. Henry poked a gathering of numpties in their charity ball finery. Nick Wilson, director at Norel Tech, Wellhead Intervention Limited. And before you ask, no idea. They donated a fortnight's timeshare in New Orleans, if that helps. Logan picked up the paper, closed and folded it, then tucked the thing under his arm. Okay, thanks for your help. Pointed at Tufty and Steele, turned, and marched for the door, taking the post-it clarted printout with him. Hoy! Colin stood behind his interim editor desk. Aren't we forgetting something? Sod. Logan paused on the threshold. Off the record? Mr. Freezy Whip is an ungrateful bastard. The OAPs are only milking it for attention.
You might want to soft pedal on painting Spencer Findlater and Charles McGeary as poor wee orphans, unless you want to end up looking like a serious twat. And we're still contacting Andrew Shaw's victims, so tread lightly. Going to be hard enough on them as it is. Colin's chin came up. And on the record? Good question. This shit isn't easy, but we're doing our best. 52. Oh, noes! Tufty scuffed his little feet to a standstill, gazing across the car park, bottom lip all a-tremble as a large man in T-shirt and shorts locked up a food trailer with Doric Dave's Devourable Deliciousness painted all over it. The Aberdeen Examiner's exterior was every bit as depressing as the inside had been. A large, bland, grey warehouse, surrounded by other large, bland, grey warehouses, in the middle of a large, bland, grey industrial estate. A wedge of the North Sea was just visible in the distance, down the hill, between an oil field digital services company and an industrial equipment supplier, sparkling blue beneath the searing sky. But other than that, pretty much everything was a depressing mix of concrete and steel. Logan marched over to the pool car, digging his phone out on the way, scowling through a quick Google search. Haven't seen McGeary in months, my arse. Steele slouched up behind him. So, we off to noise up this sweaty Wilson prick. Turns out Rennie was right, shock horror. Ciara Longmore has been lying to us. He pressed the call button. They picked up on the third ring. The star-sprinkled heavens, how can I help you this lovely afternoon? Logan forced a smile. Hi, is Ciara working today? There was a small pause, then a pinch of suspicion seasoned the maitre d's voice. Can I ask who's calling? Detective Chief Inspector McCrae. We met yesterday. Got a couple of follow-up questions I need to ask her. Nothing serious. And just like that, the salty edge mellowed. I'm afraid Ciara's not in till tomorrow night. She's going out with friends. Surprise, surprise. Okay, no problem. Like I said, it's nothing serious. I'll try again tomorrow. Thanks. He hung up, tried the passenger door handle. Locked. Where the hell was... The wee loon was still rooted to the spot, mourning the loss of devourable deliciousness. Hoy, Tufty! He jerked back to the real world, scurrying across the sticky tarmac to unlock the pool car. Sorry, Sarge. Getting in behind the wheel. Norel Tech Wellhead Intervention Limited, ho? No. Logan yanked his door open. Think it's about time we mobbed round to Ciara Longmore's address and see what else she's been lying about. Most of Gairn Terrace was given over to the kind of pale post-war housing that normally featured south of the border, but this end of it played host to a 10-storey tower block on one side and a big lump of flats on the other. They clustered together in a sort of flattened horseshoe of large beige and breeze-block-coloured buildings, 4 floors each, with Dutch barn roofs and communal stairwells. The one calling itself Allenvale Court was partially hidden beneath a skin of scaffolding in tarpaulin, where all the harling had been chipped off the front walls, exposing the breeze blocks underneath. A pair of guys in bum-crack jeans were busy fitting a new UPVC window to one of the properties. So at least Ciara had been telling the truth about that. Mind you, she didn't know Rennie was listening in, so it didn't count. Logan strode towards the stairwell door, leaving Tufty to clip the locks and hurry after him, while Steele strolled along behind, hands in her pockets. Up the steps, 2 at a time, then 1 at a time, then puffing his cheeks out and using the handrail, getting slower and slower, because 2 hours' sleep in a pool car's passenger seat really wasn't enough when stairs were involved. Meaning Tufty had no problems keeping up now, even weighed down by the full stab-proof and utility belt kit. Not so acting D.I. Steele. Instead, she whistled a jaunty tune from somewhere down below, echoing around the bland concrete stairwell, apparently unbothered about joining them any time soon.
On the second floor, outside flat 14F, Logan crumpled back against the banister, legs like boiled string, and nodded at the doorbell. Tufty nodded back and gave it a poke. A good old-fashioned ding-dong sounded inside. Downstairs, the whistling grew fainter, followed by what sounded like a door closing, then silence. The lazy sod hadn't even bothered climbing the first flight of stairs, just sodded off out the back, no doubt to vape and pose for yet more stupid selfies, because being D-mob happy meant you didn't have to do any bloody work. Well, she was in for a nasty surprise when they finished up here. Let's see how she liked being demoted yet again. The wee loon was looking at him. "You okay, Sarge?" "Just tired. Give it another go." But before Tufty could ring it, clunks came from inside. Then the door inched open, brought up short by the chain fixed on the inside. A small, wrinkly old man, with skin the colour of midnight and hair pale as the moon, squinted out at them, wearing an AFC replica top, grey joggy bots, furry slippers, and the kind of Aberdonian accent you could plough fields with. "Aye, aye, it's the police. Yous hear about them minkers downstairs?" Logan flashed his warrant card. "Kira in?" A wet sigh. "Aye, fetchy Dean noo." "Can we come in, please?" "Gi's a minty." The door clunked shut. There was a rattle of chain, then it opened again. Only their host was already scuffing off down the hall. "The Queen's in our room," before vanishing into the lounge. "I'm name Mac and tea, mind." The hallway was almost the full depth of the building, with 2 doors off each side and one at the end. Wasn't hard to guess which one was Kira's. R and B thrummed out through the slab door, making the glittery stickers and "Trespassers will be prosecuted" sign vibrate. Logan pulled his shoulders back and gave it the police officer's hard 3, knuckles rapping against the trembling wood. A female voice slashed out from inside. "I already told you, Nana Kwiku. Go away, I'm busy." "Police, open up, Miss Longmore. We need to talk." Drums and bass rattled out. "Miss Longmore." Logan knocked again. "You're going to have to come out eventually." "Gah," sounding every inch the stroppy teenager. "I'm just out of the shower, okay? Can I put my pants on? That all right with you?" He did a quick 360. The door on the far right was the living room, where Kira's granddad had gone, so that left 3 more. The one at the end of the hall opened on a linen cupboard. The one next to Kira's was another bedroom, old-fashioned but nice enough. Number 3 revealed a compact shower room, with white toilet and sink, a soggy towel on the floor, and a used cabinet all misted up with steam. It smelled familiar in here. Not just the general post-shower soapy fug, but something distinctly citrusy, like a mandarin shagging a block of sandalwood. Just the sort of thing a young man would liberally squirt himself with, because the adverts like to pretend it attracted women like black trousers attract cat hair. Bloody hell. Logan grabbed Tufty, shoving him towards the front door. "Go! Back of the building! Right now!" The wee loon legged it, banging out into the stairwell as Logan grabbed the bedroom door handle. Locked. "Kira!" rattling the thing. "I know he's in there." Nothing but R and B. Not today. Logan took a step back and slammed his boot into the door, just beneath the lock. Boom! The thing flew open, and he stumbled into a messy pit with clothes on the carpet and a collection of hairy mugs mouldering away on a kid-sized desk. There was a zoo's worth of stuffed animals spilled across the floor, as if some sort of massacre had occurred. A striped flag hung above the unmade bed, 1 band each of red, yellow, and green, with a black star in the middle. The sheets were crumpled, the pillows in disarray, and the whole place reeked of Lynx Africa, sex, cigarettes, and shampoo. In normal times, the room's only window would have looked out over the parking area at the back of the block, but the rear of the building was clad in scaffolding too, hiding the view behind metal poles, tarps and scaffoldboards. The window lay wide open, no sign of Kira Longmore. Bloody hell. Logan lunged over there and clambered out onto the scaffolding boards. They'd braced the whole structure against the wall with wooden batons in every other window opening, wedging it into place. One of those orange plastic chute things zigzagging down to a rubble-filled skip. A ladder sat off to the right, going up to the top floor and down to the first. And there was Kira, clambering down it to the next level, wearing a biker jacket and a nuclear kill syndrome t-shirt, a pair of jeans clutched in one hand, a pair of red trainers in the other. Hoy! Her head snapped up and she froze, top half poking up through the gap in the boards. Logan strode over there. There's police officers at the bottom waiting for you, so you can clamber down the ladder with your pants on show if you like. Shrug. Might be a little more dignified going down the stairs with your trousers on. Kira closed her eyes, pressed her forehead against the ladder's rung, and swore and swore and swore and swore. Logan marched Kira out through the stairwell door at the front of the building, now all glammed up in trousers, trainers, and this season's must-have accessory, handcuffs, to find Steele waiting for him, glowering. Bits of twig and leaves poked out of her nice new hairdo, and she looked even more rumpled than normal. Blah! He steered Kira towards the pool car. Where the hell were you? Steele spat out a sliver of greenery. Waiting round back, just in case, because unlike you, I remember what happened at McGeary's flat. Then where is he? Some bugger landed on me. Didn't see anything but a naked hairy arse, and bang! I'm face down in the bloody undergrowth. She pulled a twig from her curls. Then that stupid wee spud sprinting past going, woo, 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 chasing after the bastard. Another Quality A Division operation. And speaking of disasters, Tufty limped back along the road, red-faced and breathing like a leaky space hopper, one hand pressed against his ribs, a weeping red scrape arced across his cheek. No Charles McGeary. The wee idiot staggered to a halt. Couldn't catch, wasn't, wheezing and coughing. Got away from me. He sagged against the car. Puff, pant, etc. Kira stuck her nose in the air. Told you, haven't seen Charlie for ages. Really? Logan opened the rear passenger side door. So who was the naked bloke slathered in Lynx Africa in your bedroom then? No answer. It was Charles McGeary, wasn't it? Logan put a hand on her head so she wouldn't brain herself from the door frame and plonked her into the car, produced his phone and scrolled through to the secret photograph. This was taken at the circus in Westburn Park. And you, Miss Longmore, have been lying to us. Her eyes narrowed, jaw clenching, making the zits writhe. I'm not saying anything else without a lawyer. The police custody and security officer printed the words, "Very Sarky," on the little wipe-clean notice board mounted to the cell door, then clacked the viewing portal closed, shutting Kira away. Twin rows of identical heavy blue doors sealed off each cell in the custody suite's female wing, though most of them had things like bites and spit risk written on them. The police custody and security officer was broad of shoulder and short of leg, with a no-nonsense haircut going grey at the temples and thick-soled comfortable shoes. She turned back towards the custody desk. She's a cool one, eh? You sure she hasn't got a criminal record? Tufty poked at the scabbing scrape across his cheek. Clean as a whistle, far as we know. Aye, and my arse squirts finest Prosecco. The PCSO checked her watch. You'll be waiting here a while. Nearest duty solicitors in Dundee on a double murder. Logan groaned. Oh, for every bugger's got the lurgy.
Entire criminal justice system's dropping like flies. She rolled her eyes. All right. I'll see what I can do. Thanks. He turned and headed back up the stairs again. But you owe me a pie or something. Which was fair enough. The stairwell was every bit as awe-inspiring as a stairwell in a police station could be, only less so. Bare breeze-block walls, concrete steps, and a motivational poster hanging on every landing. Tufty followed him up. Do you think our half-naked bloke really was Charles McGeary, Sarge? If you hadn't lost him, we wouldn't have to guess. The wee loon drooped. I got wanged by a minibus. He held up a pair of pinched fingers. Came this close to getting squished, and I'm too young to be squished. I has a bidey in and a love nest to support. Poking at his scabs again. By the time I'd picked myself out of the bushes, there was no sign of the skunk wadger. Then Tufty scuffed his feet on the bare steps, head banging. Sorry, Sarge. I should have caught him. Ugh. Yeah, well, suppose it wasn't entirely his fault. Logan waved it away. If there's one thing Charles McGeary's good at, it's scarpering. And burning poor bastards alive. 53. Back at the station, Logan suppressed a yawn and pushed through the double doors, back into the open plan office. Normally the place would be humming, reverberating with the clatter of keyboards as people slunk in to do completely necessary paperwork activities in the run-up to home time. But today, divisional headquarters had a decidedly Flying Dutchman feel to it, with only a cursed skeleton crew left to man the ship while storms and sea monsters battered at the hull. And even then, one of the dwindling support staff was hacking and coughing and spluttering all over the printer. No wonder the bloody thing never worked properly. Tufty poked and fiddled with his phone, walking to heel like a good little sidekick. We've got time to grab a coffee, then sit in on the review for Operation Camper Van Stolen to Order, if you like. I most certainly don't like. Besides, wouldn't want acting D.I. Taylor to think we were checking up on her. Pausing at the coffee machine, he poked the buttons till it whirred and grumbled out a frothy wax paper cup of burnt toast-flavoured yuck. Yum, yum, yum. Logan handed the scalding beverage to Tufty. That hate mail from Anonymous 123. Can you trace the IP address? Going in for another poke at the machine. Already did, Sarge, while we were waiting on Kira Longmore being processed. It's a VPN node in London. Nope. Worry not, I has an explaining. It does mean virtual private network. Hides who you are, where you're connecting from, and encrypts everything in between. Mr. 123 am being an ghosty. Of course he sodding is. Logan took a sip of hot brown, which tasted every bit as awful as it smelled. In that case, you'd better get on to Spudgun, see if anything's cooking at Wallace Tower. Now we've raided his girlfriend's boudoir, McGeary might go to ground again. Sarge? And if he's still unfindable, we've got the Orphan Circus outing to fall back on, which means we're going to need at least a half-dozen tickets, assuming the Chief Super actually gives us enough bodies to... Bugger. Sergeant Brookminster entered through the far door, stood there for a moment, looking around, then homed in on Logan, striding between the cubicles with an iPad tucked under his arm as if it were a swagger stick. DCI McRae. He gave Tufty a nod. Constable? The wee loon stuck his hand out for shaking. Greetings, fellow comrade in this great fraternity of sacred sidekicks. Brookminster looked at the hand, eyebrows puckering into a one-up, one-down frown. Yes, well, DCI McRae, the boss would like a word, if you've got a moment. Which sounded like an invitation, but clearly wasn't. Fair enough. Logan gave Tufty a nudge. Constable, put your hand away and go chase up Sergeant Moore. Then see if you can get your hands on those tickets. Aye, aye, Sarge! A quick salute and click of the heels, then off he scampered. Bizarre. Brookminster led the way through the desks, towards the forbidden corridor, where all the bigwigs' offices lurked. "Is there a reason Constable Quirrell, is it, refers to you as Sarge? I mean, he doesn't know you're an acting detective chief inspector, doesn't he?" I was the boy's first sergeant when he was doing his probation, up in B Division, when B Division still existed. Ah, the good old days. Sort of. Suppose it's a weird term of endearment / nickname. The forbidden corridor was much nicer than the main bit of the office, with a view out over the old divisional headquarters on Queen Street, in all its 7-story grey and black licorice all-sorts striped glory, which, presumably, someone would be demolishing soon to make way for an even uglier office block. The corridor also had a couple of large pot plants that looked suspiciously non-plastic, and instead of standard-issue losing the will to live motivational posters, there were a handful of nice paintings on the walls. Yes, Brookminster's free hand made spiders in the air. He certainly seems a little odd. Oh, to a band playing. They stopped outside the door marked Chief Superintendent Rosalind Pine, OBE, where Brookminster plucked the nasty coffee from Logan's hand. "Trust me, it's for the best." Then knocked, and marched off again, leaving Logan standing there, coffeeless and blinking. Kind of got the feeling that today wasn't about to get any better. Pine's voice barked through the door. "Come!" Back straight, deep breath, and in we go. Her office seemed weirdly out of place for a police station. No filing cabinets or whiteboards, no coffee-stained carpet tiles, no ceiling tiles that looked like a map of Europe, painted in dysentery. What she did have were some nice bookshelves, a nice desk, a nice big office chair, a couple of nice armchairs, a nice coffee table, a nice view over the Marshall College quad, even if it was all grey and empty, and a nice sideboard thing with a pod coffee machine gleaming away on top of it. The head cop for Aberdeenshire and Murray sat behind her desk, flipping through a file. She looked up as Logan stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "Ah, good. Have you seen the Aberdeen Examiner's latest nonsense?" Grabbing that morning's edition from her in-tray and waving it at him. "Just been there, actually. Got a possible line of inquiry for you." He took the proffered paper and pointed at her armchairs. "Can I?" Then avalanched into one of them, sagged, puffed out his cheeks, and unfolded Colin's hatchet job handiwork. "Newspaper owner abducted by sick weirdo. Police fumble investigation as world press looks on. Natasha Agapova, 48, made her career in print journalism, from humble beginnings, reporting on animal shows and Amdram productions for her local newspaper in Melbourne. She graduated to the Australian National Press, working on multiple titles, before making the leap to the UK with her then-husband, media mogul Adrian Shearsmith. Here she took the helm of the Scottish Daily Post, turning it from a failing weekly with falling circulation to a daily tabloid and one of Scotland's most popular newspapers." Logan sniffed. You can always rely on Colin Miller for a run-on sentence and a buried lead. And most popular newspapers. I wouldn't use the Scottish Daily Post to line my cat's litter tray. Skimming the text. Blah, blah, blah. And even though multiple officers searched the house, it was down to this reporter to find the message left by the monster who abducted the Aberdeen Examiner's new owner in a violent attack at her modest home near Peter Cooter. Bloody hell. Modest? It's massive! She's got 4 bedrooms, a home gym, a sauna and a steam room. Plus, he was there before we were. How are we supposed to search a property before we know a crime's been committed? Then another chunk of melodramatic crap about bloodstains and the lonely smile of an abandoned teddy bear before the boot was landed right into A Division's testicles. Which means that yet again we need to ask if Aberdeen police are competent enough to investigate a crime of this magnitude when they're so clearly out of their depth that no progress has been made in discovering who took plucky Natasha from us or why. He slapped the paper shut and thumped it down on Pine's desk, Blah, blah, wankety wank wank. Then sat up, heat blooming in across his ears. Sorry, boss. She stood, busying herself with the coffee machine, setting it whirring. I think wank is putting it mildly, to be honest. Only upside is no one else got the story in time to make the morning editions. Tomorrow it'll be everywhere. She fiddled with little cups, keeping it casual, but the hope was clear in her voice. You said you had a possible lead? Second last person to see Natasha Agapova, Nick Wilson, director at something called Norel Tech. Sat next to her at the charity auction Monday night. You've already spoken to the taxi driver. She let loose a long, kind of pissed-off sigh, then placed a tiny cup on the desk in front of Logan. Espresso. You look like you could use it. Thanks, boss. Taking the teeny cup of evil. We did speak to the taxi driver, didn't we? Of course we did. He didn't see anything, didn't suspect anything, didn't do anything. And he still managed to sell his story to one of Scotland's favourite newspapers. A grimace. Meanwhile, that ridiculous Penny Thistle woman got interviewed in her bikini for Channel 5 and just about every news outlet south of the equator. Topless for the Venezuelans. Pine yanked the spent pod from the machine and hurled it into the bin. This whole thing's a disaster. The First Minister's office called 6 times today. Tully Allen are nipping my head on an hourly basis, and the world press are quite happy to paint this division as a bunch of useless, half-witted, flat-footed, couldn't find their fat arseholes with a compass and a team of Sherpas clowns, because apparently we should have found Natasha Agapova by now. We are dead, Logan, if we can't catch whoever did it and rescue her ASA friggin' P. The chief super rammed another pod in the machine, slammed it shut, and set it whirring. And quite frankly, we could do without the Aberdeen Examiner giving us a kicking too. Logan took a sip of espresso, dark and bitter and fruity all at the same time. The effects clearly weren't instant, though, because a massive yawn rattled free. He shivered in his seat, then slumped a little further. Sorry. Blink, blink. Maybe we could give them something? A little exclusive to get the buggers on side. She frowned down at him. When did you last sleep? Think I got 10 minutes in the pool car this afternoon. Right. Home. And that's an order. I want you sharp and focused for tonight's op. We are not letting Charles McGeary get away again, just because you can't keep your eyes open. She reached across the desk and confiscated Logan's coffee. But I was... Go! Pointing at the door. Get some sleep, and I expect you to be properly dressed when you get back. Eh? He looked down at his perfectly serviceable uniform. But I'm wearing the... Standards matter, Logan. The chief super glanced at her watch. Briefing's at 7, so you'd better get moving. Longer you sod about here, the less time you've got. He abandoned his car in the driveway, clipping the locks over his shoulder as he scuffed to the front door and let himself in, hung his peaked cap on the newel post and kicked off his boots, padding upstairs in his socks, pulling off his Police Scotland t-shirt on the way. Bathroom. Teeth. Quick wee. Bedroom. Close curtains. Dump clothes on wicker chair. Timber into bed. Wriggle under covers. Swear. Wriggle out again. Set alarm on phone for 18:30. Back under covers. Swear again. Text Tara. I've got an hour and a half at home to sleep. I love you both, but if you wake me up, I will die. And I'm taking everyone with me. Send. Back under covers. Sleep, 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 sleep. Cthulhu hopped up onto the bed, treadled her way up the duvet, then thumped down on the pillow next to Logan. Reached out a paw, big, fluffy, with a faint biscuity whiff, and placed it against his head, purring her way to sleep. A smile tugged at Logan's lips. He sighed, closed his eyes, and joined her. 54.
The rattle-clank roar of the JCB's backhoe stuttered to an end, and silence settled over the crappy collection of outbuildings. But it wasn't really silent, was it? The diggers' noise had drowned them out, but now the blue bottles' buzz filled the hot, sticky air again. Natasha stood beside her mobile anchor, rolled as close to the window hole as she could get it, for a slightly better view of the field. D.S. Davis climbed down from the JCB's cab and brushed the dust off his jeans with his work gloves, sweat darkening the fabric of his faded Bloodhost Dodds Olv t-shirt. She flattened herself against the wall, peering around the edge of the hole, keeping as low a profile as possible. Don't come back here. Don't come back here. Shit! That's exactly what the bastard was doing. He was going to squeal open that door and stab her, or shoot her, or bash her brains out with a fucking axe or something, then stick her in that bloody hole he'd been digging for hours. Thing must be halfway to Sydney by now. Most people, they buried a body maybe only 2 or 3 feet down. There were telltale signs, like the ground sagging as the body decomposed, and weird patterns of extra growth where the plants feasted on human compost. But a hole that deep? Davis was making sure nothing would ever be found. But maybe he wouldn't kill her. Maybe it wasn't a grave. That was possible, right? Maybe he was just doing some fucking farm work or something. Sorting out the drainage in the lower field, that kind of shit. Oh, Christ. She hopped on one foot, using the other to shove at the anchor, rolling the bucket back towards where it was supposed to be all this time. Fuck! D.S. Davis was in the courtyard already, and she was nowhere near getting everything back the way it should be. There was a clunk, then a rattling squeal of ancient metal rollers on steel brackets, but her prison door remained firmly closed. Natasha closed her eyes and sagged, knees curling, threatening to dump her on the hard-baked dirt. It wasn't her door. She took a deep breath, then coaxed the galvanized bin towards the window again as quietly as possible. The door to the other outbuilding was wide open. No Davis. He reappeared a lifetime later, dragging something. A man's body, stripped down to the underwear, skin thick with bruises and scrapes, head covered by a heavy leather gimp mask that laced up the back, eyes and mouth zipped shut. His wrists weren't fixed to a metal collar, though. They were handcuffed behind his back. Davis had his gloved hands hooked in under the body's arms. Can't have been all that heavy, though. You could see every one of the poor bastard's ribs, and his arms and legs were nothing but battered bones, like he'd been chained up in there for a long, long time. His corpse got dumped on a pile of pallets. Then Davis unlaced the mask and pulled it off the guy's pummeled head. The face underneath was distorted and swollen, discoloured with purples and yellows and greens. Doubt even his mum would recognise him now. Davis placed the mask to one side. Well, these things were probably expensive. Wouldn't want it going to waste. Which kind of made you wonder how many other people had died in the one Natasha now wore. Davis rolled the dead man off the pallets, and when that tortured body hit the ground, it groaned, one skeletal leg twitching as Davis hauled the poor bastard across the makeshift courtyard and out towards the field. Fuck me! Natasha covered her mouth with both hands, staring. He was still alive. Davis dragged him away, then they disappeared out of sight, hidden by the barn. Not long after that, Detective Sergeant Davis marched across the gap and clambered up into the JCB's cab again. The engine sputtered and roared, the backhoe jerked and swung, and D.S. Davis buried the poor bastard alive. Surrounded by bloody clowns. 55. Gah! Logan's eyes snapped open as a horrible marimba tune bonk-bong dwiddled out of his mobile. The phone skittered and vibrated away on the bedside cabinet, as if the tune wasn't irritating enough. One hand fumbled for the bloody thing, killing the alarm. Then he sagged back into the mattress, blinking up at the ceiling, followed by a gargantuan yawn and a groan. Oh, right, the op. Cthulhu was snuggled into the gap between his arm and his stomach, her fur warm against the skin as she grunted out little fuzzy cat snores. Logan creaked out of bed, pausing to give Cthulhu a kiss on the head, let another yawn shudder burp free, then grabbed his dressing gown and slouched away for a pee. Logan scuffed into the kitchen, pulling a plain grey t-shirt on, tucking it into his jeans and hiding all those puckered ribbons of scar tissue, smothering a yawn, casting an eye at the kitchen clock as he slumped over to the fridge. 22 minutes to get back to the station and set up some sort of operational briefing. Tara and Elizabeth sat at the table, watching him. Cup of tea for Tara. Evening, sleepyhead. While the Elizabomb tucked into mini hot dogs and beans on toast, with a dollop of brown sauce and a glass of milk on the side. Very Heston Blumenthal. Logan ruffled her hair on the way past. Dad! A disapproving look from the tea-drinking department. Tell me you're not going back into work. He liberated a slice of plastic cheese. Have to. Got a horrible little racist scumbag arsonist to catch. Briefings at 7. Unwrapping the floppy yellow square. We're going to swoop in and arrest him at the circus, which is a first for me. I've arrested people at abattoirs and film sets, stone circles and sex dungeons, but never the circus. A bite of buttery, unchallenging comfort. Speaking of which, your protégé Tufty called. Apparently the lady at the ticket office thought he was a cutie, so he's got a dozen complimentary tickets for the 8 o'clock show tonight. She took a sip of tea. Which means Lizosaurus Rex and I will be joining you. More cheese. Tufty might be a lot of things, but he is not my protégé. He's... Hang on a minute. No, you can't come. That's just... No. Elizabeth bounced up onto her knees. Oh, come on, Daddy. Can we? Can we, please? Playing up the lisp. Please. Logan finished off his artificial square of processed dairy product. Definitely not. It'll be way past your bedtime. Tara frowned at him. Don't see why. How about because it's an active murder investigation? Unwrapping another slice. Going by how you're dressed, this is an undercover op, and I do hundreds of those with trading standards. Probably way more than you have. That's not the... And what looks less suspicious? You creeping about the circus on your own like a pervert, or a man with his wife and child? She stood and plonked her mug in the sink. Besides, it'll be nice not having to pretend Dildo's my husband for a change. I mean, his arse is nice enough, but he's an awful kisser. Kisser? Logan blinked at her. Wait, what? Tara tidied away Elizabeth's plate. Come on, Lizzilla. Grab your coat and get your boots on. We're going undercover. But, she clapped her hands. Move it, people. Wheels up in 5. I didn't agree to any of... Don't want to be late for the briefing, do you? But, we'll take the tank. I'm driving. And she was out the door, with Elizabeth skipping along behind, singing, Going to the circus, going to the circus. Leaving Logan alone in the kitchen with his flaccid slice of not-quite cheese. Logan strode into the open-plan office, bang on 7 o'clock, to see what sort of crack team of hotshot officers Chief Superintendent Pine had assembled for him, which turned out to be Steele, Tufty, Barrett, Biohazard, Doreen, and Sergeant Bernard Spudgun Moore, an unremarkable middle-aged man with mousy hair, a pronounced chin cleft, and one leg slightly longer than the other. Suppose some days you just had to work with what you had. They were all dressed up in the full Police Scotland black outfit, with stab-proof vests, utility belts, and high-vis waistcoat standing by, playing a spirited game of Fudd or Fanny, waiting for the briefing to kick off. "Okay," Biohazard bit his bottom lip and narrowed his eyes. "Vladimir Putin." Doreen didn't even hesitate. "Fudd! Massive, monstrous, murderous." She looked up and saw Logan. "Gov, why are you all in uniform?" Tufty struck a pose. "Chief Superintendent Pine sent out a memo, remember? We must haza reassuring the public." "Oh, for God's sake. It's an undercover operation, you bunch of fermented numpties. How are we supposed to sneak up on Charles McGeary with you lot dressed up like an episode of The Bill? Go, get changed." The 6 of them scarpered. "And no fighting suits. Casual clothes only." Half-wits. "56. The air was thick with flies and their bone-grinding buzz. Natasha stood beside her anchor, now upright again, and back where it was supposed to be, rising up on her tiptoes as she peered out through the window hole. The JCB had gone from the field, returned to wherever the bastard usually kept it. Off to the right, the door to the other outbuilding still lay wide open, probably airing out now that its resident had gone. No music throbbed through the static caravan's walls, and there was no sign of the dick himself. Something went thunk. A door? Maybe that was a car door? Maybe... Then the engine started, followed by the pop-crunch ping of tires on a rough track, fading away into the distance until only the flies remained. Was he gone? Maybe Detective Sergeant Davis was off to work. With any luck, the bastard would be on night shift and not back till tomorrow morning. Unless it wasn't him. What if someone else lived in the caravan too? Maybe they were the one who'd driven off, and Davis was lurking nearby. Or maybe this was all a test, and he'd just driven down the road a bit, parked up, and right now he was hurrying back on foot to see if she'd try to escape. Or maybe... A big lardy blue bottle settled on her arm, feasting on the crust of dirt and sweat. Maybe it didn't fucking matter, because the bastard was going to kill her anyway. And would she rather be trapped here, starving away till she was little more than a skeleton, begging for every sip of water so he could drag her out and bury her alive? Or go out fighting? Deep breath. Did you come here to win? Or did you come here to fuck spiders? Natasha unscrewed the top off her bottle and drained the final half-mouthful, then got down on the ground and tipped the galvanized bin over. The dust was still settling when she struggled upright and shoved at the thing with her filthy feet, turning and rolling her anchor towards the door. And yeah, getting the door open wasn't going to be easy, what with her wrists shackled to this bloody collar. But there was no way in hell she'd get her anchor out through the window hole, so it was this or nothing. As long as Davis hadn't padlocked the door shut, of course. She put her shoulder against one of the door's wooden struts and pushed, digging her bare feet into the hard-packed dirt, until finally the metal rollers squealed in their brackets and the huge slab of wood moved. Not much. Maybe just an inch, but she staggered forward, barged her shoulder into the strut, and shoved again, getting up a bit of momentum. The thing howled and groaned about 2 more feet before the chain on her anchor snapped tight. Which was a start, but nowhere near enough to get the galvanized bin through. She rolled it closer, giving herself a bit of slack to maneuver with, and heaved again, which was a hell of a lot easier now she had the stone doorway to brace her feet against and the edge of the door to push. The whole thing rumbled and screeched open. Yes! Natasha sagged against the ancient wood, breath whooshing against a leather mask, pulse whomp, whomp, whomping in her ears, sweat glistening in the sunlight as her head throbbed inside its own personal hotbox. Took a minute for everything to settle down, but soon as she could breathe again, Natasha rolled her anchor into position and out into the courtyard. After the stifling heat and stench of the outbuilding, it was like stepping into an air-conditioned hotel room. She stood there, elbows raised, so the merest wisp of a breeze could get at her sweaty pits. Bliss. But not for long, because who knew when the wanker could come back? Up close, the caravan looked even more decrepit, and so did the barn, and the other outbuilding, the other prison. Weeds choked the courtyard's edges, creeping inwards across the dirt and gravel surface. Nettles, thistles, and tall jagged docken, bindweed strangling great clumps of it with its garrote-thin tendrils. Temptation was to do a runner, right now. Well, a lurching stagger. Roll this bloody anchor ahead of her, one miserable step at a time, and get the hell out of here. But the only road out was the one D.S. Davis had driven off to work on, so that would be the way he'd come back too. What the hell was she supposed to do when he caught her, halfway down the track, moving at a snail's pace with her anchor? "Ah, yes, sorry, mate. Just thought I'd take me bin full of concrete for a walk." And trundling this stupid thing across a field would be hard enough, but getting it over a stone wall or a ditch? No chance. To get out of here, she needed rid of her bloody anchor. Various bits of old building equipment lay about the courtyard: rusty cement mixer, a pallet of slates, another of breeze blocks, with a tatty tarpaulin tied over the top, offcuts of wood, a spare bucket for the JCB, builder's ton bag of gravel, one of sharp sand, a wheelbarrow with a flat front wheel that was halfway to transforming itself into a colander. Even if it wasn't virtually rusted through, it'd be no use with her wrists attached to this stupid metal collar. Suppose she could get the heavy bastard concrete-filled bin up and into the barrow and the thing didn't collapse. How was she supposed to push it? Couldn't even grab both handles. Nah. What she really needed was a bolt cutter or a sledgehammer, and the most likely place to find those was the barn. She stuck her foot against the bin and shoved. 57. The trees in Westburn Park were in full green, but that was nothing compared to the riot of colour hiding just behind them. The circus had taken over both sides of the park, with the big top towering above a slew of small rides and attractions, a red, white and blue striped monarch ruling over its little kingdom, with a trio of long pennants fluttering from the king pole. The larger rides were grouped on the other side of the access road: waltzers and a small roller coaster, chaeroplanes and one of those Viking longboat on a swinging pivot things, a haunted house, and a whole heap of food stands. And it was all festooned with flashing lights and copyright-infringing graphics. A dozen different fairground tunes vied for supremacy, barking over the dings and wibbles that blared at Logan from every side, because nothing here could be accused of being subtle. All the rides were absolutely rammed, and so was the park, as if half the city had turned up to munch on candy floss, popcorn and hot dogs, waiting for their go on the Vominator or Sir Pukesalot's swirling Barfland adventure. Logan strolled through the crowds, keeping a firm grip on Elizabeth's hand as she oohed and ahed at all the garish stuff. Tara slipped her arm through his, laughing as a fire-juggling hipster sent a plume of yellow flames whooshing into the sky. Then Doreen's voice cracked out of Logan's earpiece. "All clear on the Western Front?" Tara gave his arm a squeeze. "Told you it'd be fine." "Won't be if the boss finds out you're here." "Anyone asks, I just happen to have tickets for tonight. Why should I cancel my plans just because Police Scotland wants to play Smiley's People at the circus?" Biohazard. "Nothing on the south entrance." "I don't think we're slick enough to be Smiley's." Someone tapped him on the shoulder, and Logan froze. It was sodding Chief Superintendent Pine, wasn't it? He'd summoned her by accident and jinxed the whole operation.
He forced a smile and turned. But it wasn't Pine. It was Tufty, all dressed down, in jeans and a red Willie's Bar Darts team, the flying Polgara, long-sleeved tee. The wee loon must have been at the face-painting stall, because he turned into a tiger from the neck up, and a disturbingly realistic one at that. The Liz Ness monster gazed up at him. Cool! At which point, Tufty struck a pose, hunkering down in front of her as he burst into song. Tiger man, does some things that a tiger can, has a stripy face, pounces too, but he doesn't smell of poo. Oh no, he's a very clean tiger man. Finishing with a slightly camp, clawing gesture. Rawr! Logan winced. You are so blissfully free from the burdens of reality. What the hell were you thinking? Sneaky cleverness, Sarge. Bouncing upright again. See, this way none of Charles McGeary's friends will recognize me and raise the alarm, 'cause I is a master of the disguises. Master of being an idiot. He held up a stack of leaflets. And I did get a big pile of flyers to hand out. The circus is off to Huntley next, and no one pays any attention to people handing out flyers. He handed one to Logan, and, got to admit, the wee loon had a point. Even if he was a weapons-grade twit. There was a little remote extension attached to Logan's airwave, cable running from the handset in his inside pocket, all the way down his sleeve. He raised it to his mouth and pressed the button, keeping the thing hidden, as if he were covering a cough. "Do I steal?" Silence from the earpiece. A frown pulled at Tufty's tiger face as he wiggled his earpiece too. Let's have another go. "Roberta! Flipping steal! Report!" Scrunch, munch, munch, followed by a muffled, "Sod off! I'm eating a toffee apple!" "Do you want to go back to being Detective Sergeant non grata? Because the Logan giveth, and the Logan can taketh away." "Bludger in hell!" Crunch, crunch, crunch. "No sign of target at eastern entrance. Happy now?" Scrunch. "Still say this is a stupid plan. We should take McGeary when he's in the big top. Way smaller space to secure than the whole park, which means less potential for him running away and us looking like clueless twunts." Not this again. "We've only got 7 people, okay? We take him as soon as he's takeable. Had enough disasters this week, thank you very much." Crunch, crunch, munch. "Won't be saying that when he's halfway down Craigie Loanings, and we're still stood here with our pants round our ankles." A second little big cat appeared at Tufty's shoulder, every bit as short as he was, with oatcake blonde hair and a ponytail, quirky smile and a button nose, in a Klingon ballet t-shirt. She'd clearly been at the same face-painting stand, only instead of a tiger, she'd gone full-on leopard, made extra weird by a pair of glasses over the top. The wee loon beamed. "Total coincidence. Kate had tickets for tonight too. Wink, wink." He threw in an actual wink, as if saying it hadn't been clear enough. "So we is joining forces, because she is both a police officer type person and highly skilled ninja thing, and won't charge for the overtime." Kate grinned. "Gov?" "Ooh!" Elizabeth bounced on her feet, staring at Tufty's feline Bidean. "That is so cool!" Grabbing Tara's hand. "Can we, Mum? Can we? Please! I want to be a dinosaur! Rawr!" Was there something in the water? Or was everyone else this daft? Crunch, crunch, mumble. "And while we're at it, why can't everyone just shut their sodding yap till something happens?" Yeah, there was the distinct possibility that Logan wasn't entirely in control of the situation anymore. Okay, take charge. He pointed off into the funfair. "Yes, you and Mummy should definitely go do that. Off you go. Daddy has people to arrest." Report in! Report in! It's nothing more than an ego trip for snudge-wodgers and skunk nips." Tara stuck her hand out at Logan. "Tickets?" "Here you goes." Tufty passed 2 over. "When you get to the face-painting tent, tell Courtney I did send you, and she'll give you mate's rates." "What do you think we're going to do if McGeary turns up and it's not report-in time? Keep it a frunkin' secret?"
With a happy wave, Tara and Elizabeth disappeared into the crowd, off to be dinosaurized. It's no as if McGeary's even going to show. I could be home with my swanky new haircut, my wife, a DVD of Colette, and a jar of Nutella right now. Nothing's happening. It's all a waste of... Barrett. And we're on the move. Secondary targets are drinking up and exiting the Queen Vic now. Logan pressed the call button. Still no sign of McGeary. Negative. A scrumping noise crackled in the earpiece. Then, yeah, they're getting in an Uber. Sounds like they're headed your way. We'll follow on. It's excitement time. Tufty beamed at him, like a disturbing thing from the island of Dr. Moreau. Kate rolled her shoulders, as if gearing up to ninja someone, and all around, the crowd flowed by, like a slow-moving river. Biohazard. We're on, my sticky little friends. That's Randolph Hay entering the park by the south entrance with a group of people. Repeat, south entrance. Is Charles McGeary with them? Come on. Don't see him. Just a bunch of teenagers and some wee kids. Logan headed for the park's south entrance, not pushing and shoving, moving just fast enough not to draw attention, with Tufty and Kate following in his wake. Everyone hold your positions. He might try sneaking in by another entrance. Letting go of the button to gently thump Tufty on the shoulder. Get ready. The bastard doesn't get away this time. The crowds thinned out a bit when they reached the access road that bisected Westburn Park, thickening again on the other side as people queued for the more popular rides. Now where was... over there. Ralph Hay, with a handful of teens from yesterday's barbecue and a bunch of weenies, who all seemed super excited to be there. No sign of Charles McGeary. He'd be here soon, though, right? Performance started in 16 minutes. Logan stood in the shadow of the half-arsed haunted house that made spooky sounds on a 90-second loop while a thrash metal version of Michael Jackson's Thriller battered out, and the barker did her best to whip up some punters with a bullhorn. Dare you brave what lurks in the darkness? Dare you take the blood road to the very gates of hell itself? Which was a bit over the top, given the haunted house had a "you have to be this tall to ride" out front that was slightly shorter than Elizabeth. And still no Charles McGeary. Biohazard. Incoming! Maybe this was it. Marshall Carter, Alexis Cunningham, and Jericho McQueen wandered up the road, all rosy-cheeked and smiling after their couple of pints in Rosemount, taking in the deafening sights and garish wibbles. Logan shrunk back against the ride. The three of them met up with Ralph Hay, all hugs and cheek kisses and ruffling the weenie's hair, who didn't seem to appreciate the gesture any more than Elizabeth. Zero evidence of Charles McGeary. Where the hell was he? Perhaps the legendary loyalty in never missing an orphan outing had been a bit exaggerated? Or maybe the orphan club had got together to persuade McGeary to sit this one out because the police were after him. Or maybe Logan had just got this whole thing wrong. It'd hardly be the first time. Probably wouldn't be the last either. He checked his watch. 10 minutes till showtime. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Logan pressed the button. He's going to turn up eventually. Charles McGeary never misses these things. Hopefully. '58. The rusty sledgehammer clanged down against Natasha's chain again, skimming off the metal to chud into the concrete. Christ knew how long she'd been banging away with the bloody thing. 20 minutes? An hour? 7.5 years? And all she had to show for it were a few flattened dents on a couple of links and some flakes chipped off the solid grey lump in the bucket. Didn't help that she couldn't get a decent swing on the bastard, having to hold it halfway down the shaft in an awkward hand-over-hand grip and do a rapid bow towards her anchor instead, which made aiming the pock-marked hammerhead almost impossible. And now her arms burned, and her legs throbbed, and every muscle in her back ached. After the blazing light of the great outdoors, the barn was heavy with gloom. At least it was cooler than her prison, being a lot bigger, and only having a couple of filthy skylights in the corrugated asbestos roof. Its far end was stacked with triangular trusses and prefab stud walls for some sort of build-your-own-house kit, but going by the cobwebs, dust, and layers of mouse droppings, they'd been here for a long, long time. The next 20% was given over to pallets of bricks and stuff that could probably have lived outside, and bags of cement that definitely couldn't. And the final 30% had been turned into a workshop, with a table saw and a miter saw and a band saw and a bench press and all that kind of malarkey. But when she tried them, nothing happened. Same with the light switches. So either everything was knackered or the power was off. A bunch of hand tools hung on the wall above a long workbench that looked like it had been cobbled together from old pallets, but they were furry with rust, and none of them were any good at hacking through bloody chains. The sledgehammer's metal head spanged off the links one last time, making not the slightest bit of difference, and Natasha dropped the useless thing, letting it clatter to the concrete floor. "Piece of shit!" Every single word a mix of sandpaper and broken glass as she collapsed back against the workbench, breathing hard, sweat stinging her eyes, head pounding away inside the stupid fucking gimp mask. She hauled in a big shuddering lungful of dusty air and bellowed it out again, then sagged all the way down till her bum rested on the gritty floor, slumped sideways, heeling over till she was lying on her side at the very end of her chain, mask pressed against the concrete. Going to die here. Going to never see her little girl again. Going to get dragged out and dumped in a shallow grave, then buried alive. Tears mingled with the sweat. Be better to kill herself and have done with it. Deny the bastard the satisfaction. Natasha rolled onto her back and blinked up at the metal joists and asbestos roof. Couldn't hang herself. No way to get up there, not with this sodding anchor chained around her neck. Couldn't poison herself. No drugs or water to take them with. Couldn't drown herself, which was ironic, because if she did find a creek or a billabong, the anchor would drag her down and keep her there, quick and easy. Could slit her wrists on the rusty bandsaw. Took a while, but eventually her breathing slowed and the tears stopped, though that might have been dehydration more than anything. "You're not giving up on me yet!" Natasha closed her eyes. "You're not!" "59. 5 minutes to go. The park was still jammed, but a whole bunch of people had peeled off for the big top, where Tufty and Kate stood on either side of the entrance, handing out flyers, which turned out to be the perfect cover, because no one looked at them twice, not even with the elaborate face paint. Logan lurked by the Space Killer stall, where kids tried to knock a jiggling flying saucer down with ping-pong ball guns, because it had a clear line of sight to both the big top and the road. So he had a perfect view of Charles McGeary not appearing. A fanfare boomed out across the park, followed by a distorted, echoing voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, loons and quines, the 8 o'clock performance is about to begin, so have your tickets ready and make your way to the big top." Logan pressed the talk button. "Anyone?" Doreen. "West entrance. Nothing doing." Spud gun. "Massive steaming bucket of sodol." Biohazard. "No sign of him." Barrett. "Negative. Repeat. No eyes on target at this time." Then silence from the earpiece. And more silence. Logan sighed. "Are you still eating?" Steele. "He's no here, and he's no coming. I vote we spudge off out of it and go home. All in favour?" "No one's going home. He'll be here." Maybe. But given the show is about to start, possibly not. "60. Natasha closed her eyes and lay there, on the rough concrete floor. Come on, you lazy bitch. Get up. But she didn't. Please? No. Okay. Count to 10, then up. 10 came and went. Then another 10. And she was halfway through the third before wriggling over onto her side, ready for the undignified struggle to get back on her feet. Natasha froze, the hair crackling across the back of her neck. Someone was looking at her. But it wasn't D.S. Davis. A pair of dark eyes glittered in the gloom beneath the workbench, and now all the hair on her arms crackled too. Even her scalp fizzed inside the mask as Natasha's stomach clenched and her heart doubled the beat. Jaw clamped shut to keep the scream inside. A rat. It was a bloody rat. A nasty, hairy bastard rat. Thick with diseases, dragging that disgusting naked tail behind it, shitting and pissing on everything. Creeping, whiskery, plague-carrying vermin. She flinched. Fuck off, you rodent-y bastard! It stared back at her. Go on, get out of it! Twitching its slimy pink nose. Little shit was just waiting for her to croak, because she must have looked pretty crook in this get-up, so it could burrow into her flesh and eat her from the inside. There was a stone, not much smaller than a champagne cork, sitting on the concrete, close enough that Natasha could wrap her toes around the thing and pick it up off the floor. She bent her knee, bringing the rock closer, then snapped her leg out, hurling it away into the space beneath the workbench. Okay, so her aim wasn't great, but the stone bounced off the ground, then up against the wood, then down again. Clatter, bang, clatter. And the noise was enough to make the diseased, creepy little bastards scurry away. Yeah, you better keep running, Rupert fucking rat! The stone rattled to a halt against something metal, setting whatever it was ringing as it spun around a couple of times and wobbled to a halt. She narrowed her eyes, then shuffled closer to the bench, till the chain wouldn't let her go any further. That metal something was an old Stanley knife, long forgotten and coated in spider webs. You fucking beauty! The gap beneath the bench had to be a good 6-7 inches, and while she couldn't exactly reach an arm in there, her legs still worked. Yeah, but where there's one rat bastard, there's always more. First lesson she learned in the newspaper world. Didn't help, though, did it? She still ended up marrying one. Natasha gritted her teeth, because she was having that bloody knife, rats or not. Deep breath. She reached her throwing leg into the void, skiffing the side of her foot along the uneven concrete, through cobwebs and little pebbly lumps of what had to be rat shit, until her big toe brushed against the Stanley knife's cool metal body, setting it rocking. Took 4 goes, and a lot of delicate manoeuvring, but eventually she got her foot hooked behind the thing and dragged it towards her. The knife was ancient, the metal gone that kind of furry way that old metal did, and it was probably covered in rat piss. But she writhed and struggled and contorted herself till it was close enough to grab with her shackled hands, then thumbed the button anyway, shoving the mechanism forward. The blade didn't exactly slide out. It grated and stuttered, the edge chipped and flecked with rust, streaked with the memory of the last thing it cut through before it was lost. She could do those wrists now. But first, Natasha placed the blade's tip against the edge of her mask's mouth hole, wriggling it between the zip's plastic teeth, twisting the knife so the jagged cutting edge pointed away from her face. Then sawed. Nothing happened to start with. The thing just juddered back and forth, and then a sizzling, ripping sound as the knife carved through leather. She kept going, hacking away at the gimp mask, cutting up one cheek and around the top of her eyebrows. Didn't matter about the sharp sting of metal slitting heat-swollen flesh. Didn't matter about the blood, as long as she got this bastarding thing off. She sawed her way down the other side, and a big chunk of mask hinged forward to flap wide open. What was left still covered her ears and her chin, and most of her head, but for the first time since she woke up yesterday, her face was free. Natasha wiped her other hand across it, wet and sticky, the fingers and palm covered in bright scarlet. A laugh jangled free, followed by another one, and another, until she was sitting on the floor, rocking, screeching it out. An angry, hysterical, unhealthy sound. Eventually it passed, leaving her sagging against the workbench, breathing hard, ribs aching like she'd suffered another kicking. She got to work with the blade again, sawing downwards from the side of her mouth, hacking through to the bottom of the mask. Soon as the knife ripped through the last bit of leather, she dropped it and pulled at the mask with both hands, hauling it off and flinging the bastard away. The unwell laughter burbled away, just beneath the surface. Okay, so her hands weren't free, and she was still chained to this bloody anchor, and she'd probably just given herself tetanus, septicemia, and all manner of rat-borne diseases. But it was a start. And now she had a weapon. "61. Laughter oozed through the big top's walls, joined by frequent oohs of amazement and ahs of wonder. Out here, the crowd was thinning out, probably something to do with the circus not being licensed to sell alcohol, so while the kids headed home to bed, the adults headed off to enjoy Aberdeen's legendary nightlife, a.k.a. get wankered. Logan lurked by the whack-a-mole stand, which some enterprising soul had customized, so the playing field was a big Mrs. Doyle's face out of which hairy moles popped up for the player to wallop. Extra points if you could hit the green melanoma. 20 minutes into the last performance of the Rumplington Brothers' Circus of Delights, and there was still no sign of Charles McGeary. All his mates were inside, enjoying the show, but the racist wee shite had finally missed an official orphan outing. Yeah, but he might still turn up. But why would he? Everyone knew the police were after him. It was all over the newspapers, TV, radio, and internet, even if they didn't know why he was a wanted man. But McGeary did. Maybe the boy wasn't as thick as he looked. Perhaps it would be better to stake out his grandmother's flat instead. Have her followed. After all, if he couldn't stay the night at Kira Longmore's house because his nan would have a fit, how could he justify being away from home for 2 and a bit whole days? He'd have to get in touch with her somehow, right? Question was, would the chief super approve the manpower and overtime to run another ICSO? Could divert the team from Seaton Park. Yeah, but what if he turned up there, soon as they left? And knowing Logan's luck... Steele's voice groaned in his earpiece. "This is a bust!" Yeah. Charles McGeary was officially a no-show. Logan pressed the talk button. "Okay, we're calling it a night. Tufty's got tickets if anyone wants to catch the rest of the show." Can't say they didn't try. He wandered over to the big top, where Tufty waited, all on his own. The wee loon handed him a ticket. "Did our best, Sarge. Don't think the boss gives out participation trophies." Biohazard emerged from the dwindling crowd, dressed like a middle-aged man who thinks he's still got it, but clearly hasn't. He accepted the proffered ticket. "Look on the bright side. We're still getting paid." Then it was Doreen and Barrett's turn, grabbing a ticket from Tufty before slipping in through the entrance. The world's daftest tiger hooked a thumb at the big top. "Can I?" "Go on, then. Woot!" And away he scarpered, into the fun and the lights and the... "Me and Spudgun are off to the pub. If you promise no to be a misery-faced old snudge, you can buy the first round." Tempting. He pressed the button. "Better not. Got Tara and Elizabeth here." Steele's voice softened. "It happens, okay? Sometimes the buggers show, sometimes the buggers don't. We pick ourselves up, and we have another go." "Yeah, you're probably right."
A smile. And that's £2 in the swear jar. Oh, Then silence. She'd gone. Logan stepped through the entrance into a tented foyer festooned with fairy lights, where a tattooed hipster in a ridiculously tall hat tore Logan's ticket in half and ushered him through a velvet curtain into the Rumplington Brothers Circus of Delights. A large semicircle of tiered seating surrounded the central ring, broken into 6 sections of about 80 seats each, and nearly every one was filled. High above the audience's heads, a trapeze in high wire stretched from one side of the big top to the other, caught in the sweeping beams of spotlights. Down below, clowns worked the crowd, while acrobats tumbled and boinged across the sawdust arena. Logan moved down the aisle, between 2 blocks of seats, scanning the faces for Tara and Elizabeth, which was a bit more challenging than usual because of the face paint. In the end, it was easier to spot their clothes than their features. Middle tier, on the left, and it even saved him a seat. Logan worked his way over there, excused me'd past a handful of people and thumped down beside Tara, and stared. Tufty's mate, Courtney, might have turned the wee loon and his Bidean into little big cats, but Tara had received an elaborate Dia de los Muertos face and neck paint job, made up of swirls and patterns and leaves and dots, and she looked stunning. Elizabeth, on the other hand, was a full-on kid/velociraptor hybrid, grinning away as a clown whooshed a bucket full of confetti over some poor, unsuspecting member of the public. Tara leaned in, voice raised over the hubbub and laughter. "No joy?" He forced a smile. "Worth a go, though." Even if it was a sodding disaster, and he'd have some explaining to do tomorrow, and Charles McGeary would still be on the run, and the press would be in raptures of self-righteous indignation, and the top brass would be screaming for results, and Soban Yusuf would be lying in a mortuary drawer, awaiting Isabel's not-so-tender ministrations. Wasn't exactly a great day's work. The ringmaster from the poster strode into the ring, wearing his bright red faux military uniform with lots of braiding, raising his top hat for a bow to the audience. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, I must insist, no flash photography. We cannot risk startling the animals, for who knows what might happen." He stepped back with a big, flourishing gesture, and the rear curtain opened. Spotlight swooped in as a lion and tiger slunk into the ring, followed by a huge lumbering elephant. They were part puppet, part marionette, part animatronic, and part costume, life-sized and lifelike. The audience oohed and ahed as the animals launched into the kind of routine most circuses could only dream of. Logan let his gaze wander around the big top, picking out Tufty and Kate, Barrett and Doreen, and Biohazard sitting all on his own. Then across the sea of faces to where Charles McGeary's orphan chums had taken over a chunk of the seating block, second from the far end, with the weenies on the bottom row, then the younger teens, then Jericho and Alexis and Marshall and Ralph. The weenies were agog at the animals, and the teens seemed to be too, which was kind of lovely and wholesome, especially after all the horror and suffering. Looked as if Jericho was cultivating his bad boy gangster image by sneaking in some tinnies. And yeah, technically Logan could march over there and give him a hard time about it, what with council bylaws and everything. But there was no need to be a dick, as long as he wasn't hurting anyone. And at least Jericho was trying to be discreet. He popped his empty in a bag, so no littering, then dug out a fresh 6-pack of lager, handed one to Alexis, who passed it to Marshall, who passed it to Ralph, who opened it and had a sneaky drink. The next tin stopped at Marshall. Then it was Alexis's turn. Finally, Jericho opened one for himself, but instead of drinking it, he put the can down at his feet as everyone burst into applause for the elephant's latest trick. Maybe the lad was a bit stoned, because when the elephant moved on to the next thing, Jericho opened another can and took a sneaky scoof, laughing and cheering along with the rest of the crowd as the tiger and lion jumped through hoops of artificial fire.
Oh, to be young and stupid. By the time the animals had finished their set, the secret orphan drinking club were all passing their empties back to Jericho, who popped them one by one into his bag, then finished his own tinny. It joined the collection. A wee pause. Then he did something strange. Jericho reached down to his feet and picked up that extra beer he'd opened. Only instead of drinking it, he gave it a wee shake, as if making sure it was empty, then slipped it into his bag with the others. Hold on a minute. Okay, it was possible he'd downed 2 tins in the time it took everyone else to drink 1, but... Another 6-pack emerged from Jericho's personal off-license, and away we go again. 1 passed all the way along, then a second and a third, then 1 for the floor, and 1 for Jericho. The sneaky bastard. Yeah, the tin was placed at Jericho's feet, but what happened after that was hidden behind the head and shoulders of the teen sitting in front of him on the next row down. Logan raised the extension to his mouth and pressed the talk button. Anyone still about? I think the fox is in the hen house. He leaned over and kissed Tara, trying not to smudge her face paint. Watch the monster. Then shuffled out of his seat, pardon me excuse meing along to the steps as the spotlight swirled around to focus on a clown car, rattling and banging out from behind the curtain. It was a smaller, pedal-powered version of the one that had been driving all around town, and before it had even gone half a circuit around the ring, a similarly rattle-bang version of a patrol car pedalled out after it, complete with 2 clowns in high-vis waistcoats and Police Scotland black. And God knew Logan had worked with enough of those. The clown car juddered past a prop speed camera. Flash! And a high-speed chase ensued, complete with lights and sirens. Tufty. Where is he, Sarge? Right-hand side of the tent, where they've just unrolled a zebra crossing. Doreen. Not seeing him, Gov. That's because he's underneath the bleachers. Biohazard. On it! Off to the left, Biohazard hopped out of his seat and hurried to the end of the row, then disappeared down the side. Doreen and Barrett, Tufty and Kate scrambled out of their stalls too, all at the same sodding time. Try not to make it too obvious, people! Luckily, the clowns were in the middle of staging some sort of road traffic accident, where a granny clown tried to get across the zebra crossing with her tartan shopping trolley, only to shy back at the last minute as a life-size puppet zebra thundered across it on inline skates, which meant the whole orphan crew were laughing at that rather than spotting Logan's merry gang of idiots. Logan strolled down the steps to ground level, acting all casual as the zebra made another pass, and Granny got a second fright. I need someone on the entrance. The clown car filled up on petrol, and the patrol car filled up on donuts, momentarily abandoning their hot pursuit. Barrett. Entrance secured. And there he was, standing just outside the fairy-lit foyer, pretending to stretch his legs. The lion puppet reappeared, also on skates this time, and set off after the zebra. And after a bit of bumbling and running about, the police piled into their patrol car, pedaling furiously to catch up, blues and twos going. Tufty and Kate disappeared behind their seating block. The patrol car almost ran over one of the clowns, leaving him spinning round and around on one leg, so for some inexplicable reason, the clown car wheeled after the patrol car. Kind of got the feeling logic wasn't really a priority here. Logan ducked behind the stands. A heavy curtain of black fabric concealed whatever structure held the seats up, which had the added bonus of hiding what was going on out here from anyone in there. He paused for a moment, letting Tufty, Kate, Doreen and Biohazard catch up, keeping his voice low, just in case. Okay, they're in the second last block of seating. Kate, Biohazard, you take this side. Doreen, you're in the middle. Tufty, with me. A wave of laughter roared through the big top, followed by honking and animal noises and sirens as the clowns got on with the show, meaning there was no chance anyone would notice Logan and the wee loons sneaking their way around the back of the stands. More laughter, and a clatter of applause. Logan checked Doreen, Biohazard, and Kate were in the right place, then tapped Tufty on the shoulder, pointing at the heavy fabric blocking off the supports. Tufty eased the curtain back, exposing a forest of scaffolding poles, with clips and pins and bits wrapped around in yellow and black warning tape. The whole structure resting on wooden boards and mud mats, liberally sprinkled with fallen popcorn and spilled peanuts. Bingo! A figure lurked near the front of the bleachers, leaning on a post, staring through a gap in the seating and out between someone's legs, watching the performance. Charles McGeary. A tin of lager dangled from the fingers of one hand as he laughed along with the crowd. Right. The bastard wasn't getting away this time. Logan eased his way into the scaffold jungle, creeping closer, the seats above his head getting lower with every tier as he advanced on clueless Charlie. Tufty snuck in, staying off to one side. A quick glance left, and there was Doreen, while Kate tiptoed in from the far corner, and just in case, Biohazard guarded the far edge. Whatever was going on out there, someone must have been directing the crowd, because they all stamped their feet and clapped in rhythm, sending dust and yet more popcorn pattering down onto Logan and his team. McGeary tried to join in with the clapping, but it clearly wasn't easy while holding a tin of lager. The thing slipped through his fingers, hit the mud mats, and spoofed up a little jet of foam and golden liquid. "Shitey wank fucks!" Scrambling to retrieve it before too much spilled out. Then he froze, before turning to stare at Biohazard, then Kate, then Tufty, and finally Logan, less than a dozen feet away. "Charles Edward McGeary, I'm arresting you under Section 1 of the Criminal Justice Scotland." That tin of lager hurled through the ranks of scaffolding poles, heading straight for Logan's head. But before it could smash into his face, it hit one of the uprights, crumpling and spewing supermarket-own-brand Pilsner everywhere. McGeary went left, presumably because if he'd gone right, he'd have to get past every member of Logan's team to escape, meaning he reached the edge of the seating block before anyone else, shoulder charging the black fabric wall, which didn't do much more than shudder and bounce him back into an upright with a clang. Logan surged forwards, dodging his way through the metallic bamboo forest as McGeary grabbed handfuls of fabric and yanked, ripping the covering away from its Velcro fastenings. Then he was away, running towards the ring. Sod. Logan ducked out after him, into the aisle between the two seating blocks, skidding on the popcorn-slippy floor, rushing forwards. The crowd's cheers and whoops crashed against him like a rugby scrum. Out here, things had taken a weird turn. Now the line was chasing the patrol car, which was chasing the zebra, which was chasing the clown car, which was chasing the old lady round and round the ring. The cars were only pedal-powered, but they were still going at a fair clip. The zebra, lion, and old lady had no problem keeping up on their skates, though, swirling faster and faster, lights and sirens going as the crowd roared. McGeary hurdled the wooden blocks that lined the ring and came within 2 inches of being run over by the clown car. He legged it for the curtain at the back. Logan jumped the curb, jinked between the patrol car and zebra. "Stop! Police!" And for some reason, the audience seemed to think this was all part of the show, pointing and hooting as Logan gave chase. Almost at the other side, McGeary glanced back over his shoulder, arms and legs still pumping, not watching where he was going, straight into the path of the patrol car. As car crashes went, it was nowhere near as bad as Spencer Finlater's encounter with a Toyota Hilux, but the impact was still enough to send Charles McGeary tumbling over backwards and bring the patrol car to a sudden, lurching halt. Presumably, the pedal car had been rigged to fall apart at a later part of the show, because it immediately suffered a rapid, unscheduled disassembly. The wings collapsed away from the frame, the headlights pinged out on springs, the doors flew off, and the boot and bonnet both poinged up. And as they weren't wearing seatbelts, the police clowns jerked forwards in their seats, slamming the passenger's head into the dashboard while the driver rocked back, still holding the now detached steering wheel. The crowd cheered and applauded. They did it again 2 seconds later, when the lion, still going at full pelt and unable to stop at short notice, slammed straight into the open boot. The driver stumbled out of the car, holding his detachable steering wheel, blinking at the wreckage. His fellow officer stayed in the passenger seat, though, with both hands clutching their big red nose as blood streamed down their smiley makeup. McGeary scrambled upright, leaping the patrol car's open bonnet, just as Logan grabbed at his jacket. Didn't get a firm enough grip to stop him, but it screwed up the jump, and instead of landing on his feet ready to scarper, Charles McGeary went tumbling down the other side. The zebra, old lady, and clown car trundled to a halt. Then the clowns climbed out of their vehicle, looking every bit as dour-faced and murderous as they had driving around town. Balling their fists, they advanced on Logan. Either the crash or the botched leap had caused a bit of damage, because McGeary hurtled towards the curtain through to the backstage area, like a sawdust-covered Igor. Only he never got there, because Kate pounced from the other side, catching him in a flying rugby tackle, and down he went again. A huge roar of approval swept through the crowd, people getting to their feet and cheering on the little leopard as she struggled to get the much bigger McGeary in an arm lock. Logan skirted the wreckage and hurried over to help. Jericho McQueen shot to his feet.
"Hey, leave him alone, you leopard-faced bitch!"
And with that, the orphan army charged, storming down from their seats and into the ring, while the weenies ran around with their hands in the air, screeching and grinning and screeching some more. Logan grabbed McGeary's other arm before he could land a punch on Kate's head, twisting it into a wrist lock. "Charles McGeary, I'm detaining you under—" was as far as he got, because a clown battered straight into Logan's ribs, sending them both thumping to the ground in a tangle of arms and legs and big floppy shoes. The other clowns piled in, and so did the lion and the zebra and the little old lady. Then Tufty, Biohazard, Doreen and Barrett. Then it was the orphans, turning what should have been a straightforward arrest into a good old-fashioned circus brawl. Yeah, this whole op hadn't exactly gone to plan. 62. What sort of bastard didn't keep a decent set of tools in his barn? Of course there were no bolt cutters, because that would be helpful. And no hacksaws. And no bloody anything that would get this bloody anchor from around her bloody neck. The bench press might have done the trick, if there were any drill bits that would cut metal and the electricity was on, which it wasn't. Could say the same for the table and miter saws, only they'd be a hell of a lot more dangerous, probably deadly. Even a crowbar would be an improvement on what Natasha had, which was absolutely fuck all. Could stick it through a link in the chain and twist till it broke, assuming the link would break, which, knowing the way this bloody life worked, it probably wouldn't. Been through this whole bloody barn, and all she had to show for it were blisters and scrapes, and 2 steps closer to taking the Stanley knife to her own wrists. So now it was the workbench's turn, going through each of the drawers, emptying them out, and examining every single last thing, which wasn't easy with both wrists manacled to her neck. And if this didn't work, there were only 2 options left. Figure out a way to get into the caravan, hauling a galvanized bin full of concrete that weighed twice what she did, or try to make a run for it. A very slow, awkward, painful run, rolling the sodding anchor along with every step, because there's no way that could end in disaster. She pulled out the very last drawer and tipped the contents onto the workbench. Rusty screws, rusty bolts, rusty washers, couple of angle brackets, a rubber mallet the mice had been at, and right at the very back, a screwdriver. It was one of those cheap-looking piece-of-shit ones, flat head, about 6 inches long, with a yellow and black handle, the sort of thing you could pick up for $1.50 in your local supermarket. Sod all use for getting rid of her anchor. But maybe. She turned the thing around in her right hand, so the blade and shank pointed at her throat, then worked them into the ring that her left wrist was cuffed to, the one fixed to her metal collar. Natasha pushed the screwdriver about halfway in, then pressed the handle downwards. It rotated, pivoting against the ring, then stopped. So she shoved harder, pulling her chin up and back, just in case. Bastard didn't budge. She wrenched the thing upwards instead, but it clacked to a halt at much the same angle, only the other way around. Okay, time to try something a bit more extreme. Natasha grabbed what was left of her horrible mask and wrapped a chunk of leather around the screwdriver's blade. Bent her knees, so the screwdriver's handle rested on top of the workbench. Please, God, you heartless, vicious, cruel bastard, don't let me impale myself through the bloody throat. Natasha took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and dropped. Thunk. Then a muted squeal, and ping! She crashed to the concrete floor, forehead smacking against the workbench's leg, setting the world ringing like an old-fashioned telephone. Took a good minute before she could move again, and when she did, the metal cuff was still firmly locked around her wrist. But it wasn't attached to the collar anymore. Her right hand was free. The arm it was attached to had turned into a flopping riot of numbness, laced with pins and needles, though, the tendons in her elbow screaming after being bent like that for the last 2.5 days. The useless limb dangled at her side, trembling with teeth-grating fizzy pain as she used her still shackled left hand to feel for a ragged gash in her throat. Looked like the mask did its job. Yeah, the screwdriver was a bit bent, but still in one piece, meaning once her arm came back to life, she could have another go and get the left one free too. Soon as that happened, she'd finally get a decent grip on the stupid rusty sledgehammer, batter the chain off her anchor, and get the hell out of there before D.S. Davis returned. '63. Backstage, the Rumplington Brothers' Circus of Delights wasn't quite as magical. Through here, in the space behind the curtain, the walls were wobbly, temporary things, with a tented roof and modular shelving racks for props and the like. Most of the zebra and lion puppets were suspended on frames, next to the tiger and elephant, like art exhibits in a bizarre abattoir, while the wreckage of the patrol car lay piled up in the corner. The show had started again, and the audience clapped and cheered as the barrel organ pounded out its tunes, and the high-wire troupe went through their routines, but no clowns, because they were all in here. Police clown number 1 was a large man in slightly smudged makeup and handcuffs. "Well, how were we supposed to know you were cops?" His mate from the passenger seat sat on a folding chair, head thrown back, pinching the bridge of his nose with one hand and holding a wadge of paper towels to his bleeding nostrils with the other. Voice a mumbled, bunged-up growl. "Leave it, Jerry." The old lady clown was in cuffs as well, looking as if she was brewing up a walloping shiner for tomorrow. One of the clowns slouched against the wall, vaping, while the other nursed a pair of battered testicles with a bag of frozen peas, which can't have been easy in handcuffs. Doreen, Barrett, and Biohazard, all looking decidedly rumpled, stood guard, while Logan pulled Charles McGeary to his feet. Unlike the clowns, both his hands were cuffed behind his back. "What were we supposed to think?" Jerry scowled. "Come charging into the ring, beating up some random bloke?" His grazed chin jerked upwards. "Just 'cause you right-wing thugs got badges, you think it's okay to brutalise—" "For fuck's sake, Jerry!" The old lady clown kicked him in the shin. "Stop making it worse!" "Ow!" "Serve you right." Idiots. Logan escorted McGeary out through the back and into a fenced-off area that bordered the park's 3 concrete-lined ponds. A bunch of transit vans and a handful of caravans were crammed in, nowhere near enough to service the whole circus/funfair setup, but enough to keep a presence on site so people wouldn't nick things. The orphan posse loitered by the ponds, under the watchful eye of Tufty and Kate, who both looked a bit scruffy and slightly tattered, with their feline faces all smeared and smirched from the fight. Alexis was in cuffs, and so was Jericho, wincing as Ralph blotted his swollen eye with damp cloth. Ralph dumped the cloth in a bucket and waved at Logan, then strolled over, nodding at the prisoner du jour. "Hey, Charlie." Charles McGeary smiled back. "Hey, Rolf." He fell in beside them as Logan marched McGeary towards a waiting patrol car. "I know it all got a bit spirited in there, but they were only trying to defend their friend. And the circus guys thought they were being public-spirited. You know, intervening in a fight." A shrug. "I mean, we're always told that's the mark of a healthy society, aren't we? That good people are ready to intervene when they see an injustice. They assaulted 6 police officers in the process of arresting a wanted man. That's attempting to defeat the ends of justice, punishable by imprisonment and a dirty big fine. Yes, and I'm sure they're all really, really sorry, but it wasn't intentional, really, was it? And if Alexis gets a criminal record, they might throw her off her uni course. What film or TV company's going to give her a second look then?" Logan stopped and subjected Ralph Hay to a full-on Paddingtoning. He just smiled back. God's sake. Logan rolled his eyes, then turned to Tufty. "Constable Quirrell." "Sarge?" "Miss Cunningham bit you." The wee loon grinned. "Yeah, but only because she didn't recognise me with the face paint on. She's absolutely mortified now," giving his head a swanky wobble. "Never bitten a film star before." "Do you want to press charges?" Tufty curled one side of his face up, then pulled back his sleeve to expose a semicircle of teeth marks. "Nah, I'll pop some Savlon on it when I get home." "Fair enough." Logan puffed out his cheeks. "Uncuff her, then, and check with the rest of the team. Anyone they don't want to prosecute gets off with a caution and a stern talking to. Everyone else spends tonight in the cells. Sarge!" And away he skipped to spread the good tidings, the get-out-of-jail-free fairy. "Thanks, man." Ralph Hay nodded at Logan. "You're one of the good guys." Magnanimous in victory. "Ever thought of joining the police? Or the diplomatic corps?" "Nah." His smile widened. "Going to be a merchant banker, like my Uncle Pete." Strange how quickly you could go off someone. "Yes, well." Logan tightened his grip on Charles McGeary and marched him over to the patrol car. "Bye, Charlie. Stay frosty, okay?" "Bye, Ralph. Mind your head." Logan squeezed him into the back, did up his seatbelt, then clunked the door shut and got in the other side. The blue and white lights swirled, but because it was only 10 minutes since the great big top brawl, no one from the press had arrived yet, so there wasn't a swarm of cameras and microphones to fight their way through, just a handful of arseholes who whipped out their phones to film the patrol car as it rolled down the access road, turned left onto Westburn Road, and slipped silently into the traffic. McGeary turned in his seat, craning his neck to capture every last moment of the circus, funfair, and park. "Do you think they'll let my mates visit me in prison?" Logan frowned at him. "Why'd you do it, Charlie?" The big top disappeared behind the trees, then the edges of the fair vanished, and finally even the trees faded into the distance. A sigh. Then Charles McGeary faced front again. "Dunno." One shoulder came up. "Needed the money. Kira and me are going to open a B&B in Ireland. Property's never cheap, is it? Then there's your overheads, food and laundry and soap and towels and wee packets of shortbread and teeny pots of jam and tea and coffee-making facilities in every room." Wow. Looked as if Ralph Hay had been right about Charlie not winning Celebrity Mastermind anytime soon. Okay, so he wasn't exactly Lenny from Of Mice and Men, but he was no Professor Moriarty either. "Yeah," Logan nodded, humouring him. "All those little expenses soon add..." Swivelling around to stare across the car. "Hold on. You needed the money?" "What money?" "Spencer says I'm meant to go no comment till I get a lawyer." What money, Charlie? His brow creased as the wheels inside groaned and squeaked their way around, until finally, no comment. Damn. Still, it had been worth a go. 64. A loud spang rang out as Natasha swung the sledgehammer, double-handed and overhead, now both hands were free, into her chain where it poked out of the concrete. The links didn't give way. The anchor didn't split open and disgorge the bloody thing, because apparently Detective Sergeant Davis had made sure the bastard ran all the way down to the bottom of the shitting bucket. So far, she'd managed to make a dent in the concrete, but only about the size of a small melon. Digging the slivers out with the bent screwdriver every dozen blows or so. Other than that, nothing had changed, except her legs wobbled more and more, her arms ached, every breath rasped its way down her burnt gravel throat, and a monster-sized headache rampaged through her skull, howling at her every time the stupid sledgehammer hit. Spang! She staggered backwards a couple of paces, clunked the sledgehammer's head down on the barn floor, then sank to her haunches, then onto her bum, folding forwards till her thumping forehead rested against the hammer's warm wooden handle. Maybe it was time to accept this wasn't working. Try to find some way into the caravan instead. Might be a phone in there. Maybe the key to the bloody padlock at the back of her stainless steel collar. Or a hacksaw. Because she'd been at this for Christ knew how long, and D.S. Davis wasn't going to stay at work forever. And as soon as he got home, she was well and truly fucked. 65. It was a different PCSO behind the desk this time, a neat-faced middle-aged man with a side parting and glasses, squinting away at his clipboard, looking like the kind of person who'd kept a Tamagotchi alive since 1997. Somewhere deep in the cells, an elderly man launched into a filthy ballad about a nun borrowing Satan's bicycle. Logan stifled a yawn. The PCSO turned the page. "Give us a minute. Been mopping up vomit since 7:30. Then a nod. "Here we go. Duty solicitor's in with a Kira Longmore now, so you're in luck. Took us 8 hours to find one yesterday." The clipboard went back on the desk. "You can see your boy next. Want us to give you a bell when he's ready?" "Thanks." Scrubbing some life back into his face. "Right." Logan pushed through into the stairwell, with its painted breeze blocks and miserable motivational posters, footsteps echoing back from the concrete floor as he slogged his way upstairs. He'd almost reached the first landing before his mobile launched into Space Oddity. Slumping against the wall, he checked the screen before answering, "Welcome to Tuftyville," glowed up at him. But Logan pressed the button anyway. "What's gone wrong now?" "Sarge, just wanted you to know that everyone's gone free, so we has ringside tickets for any time the circus is in town, which is coolio. But the press turned up with their cameras and microphones and shouty questions, which is definitely not coolio. But then word got round that you're doing a media briefing soon, and they did all scurry away. Whoosh! So is coolio again." Another yawn juddered free, and Logan let it rip, ending with a sigh and a sag. "Tell everyone, back to the shop, write up your reports, and sign out for the night." You can always hear the wee loon doing his happy dance. "We has done good today and did catch the bad guy. That am being the most coolio of all." Had to admit, he had a point. "Yeah, I suppose you're not that bad a sidekick. Now sod off. I've got crap to finish before I go home." Logan hung up and sagged a little more. Down in the custody suite, the fabled nun performed a very unwise sexual act with a penguin and a bicycle pump, all belted out in a wobbly baritone. Then Logan's phone joined in with a ding buzz on the chorus. "Sweeney, where are you? Press briefing is in 15 minutes. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" He let his head thunk back against the breeze blocks. Come on, Logan. Only 5 more years till you can retire. "66. Using the screwdriver as an ice pick to chip away at the concrete was every bit as laborious and frustrating as battering it with the sledgehammer, only slightly less exhausting and even less efficient. But all this buggering about, in the broiling heat, sweating and struggling and worrying, and not having anything to drink for 2 days? 3? With nothing but a small bottle of spat-in water, made the whole world thrum. Dehydration. That would be why her head hurt so much, while her arms had turned into 2 blocks of solid lead, her legs to overcooked spaghetti, and her tongue was made of burning parchment. And this shit wasn't helping. Natasha straightened up, back howling in protest, groaned out a gritty wheeze, and dumped the screwdriver on the workbench, flexing her aching hand. How long were the shifts police officers did? 8 hours? Or was it 12 like offshore workers? Either way, the longer she wanked about with this bloody anchor, the sooner Detective Sergeant Davis would rock up home, bringing his hate and his rage and his digger keys with him. Time to go. But she wasn't leaving the barn empty-handed. The Stanley knife sat on the workbench, next to the bent screwdriver. She forced the blade back in, then, well, she could hardly stick it in her pocket, could she? And she'd need both hands free to roll the anchor, which had to be easier and quicker than shoving the thing with 1 foot. And her pants had been chosen for their might-get-luckiness rather than their ability to securely hold DIY equipment, which left her bra. The furry metal was horrible against her skin, like tinfoil on a filling, but Natasha wedged the Stanley knife into the side of her left cup, shoving it down till the elasticated lace had a good grip on the rough casing. Not ideal, but it was that or leave her only weapon behind. She gritted her teeth and heaved the galvanized bin over onto its side again. It hit the floor with a bang, and a chunk of concrete the size of a bowling ball clattered free, coming to rest by the table saw. Ripper! She peered inside, but the chain was still firmly held in place, because no way could she be that lucky today. Just had to hope there were keys to the padlock at the back of her neck waiting for her in the caravan, assuming she could get into the bastard. Natasha bent down and rolled the bin towards the barn doors. What about the wheelbarrow? Maybe she could make a sort of ramp out of all these bits of wood lying about the place. Then all she'd have to do was load her bucket into the barrow, and now she had both hands free. There was nothing stopping her grabbing the handles and wheel the fucker up the ramp and in through the caravan door, assuming she could wrestle a bin full of concrete into the wheelbarrow in the first place, and the rusty bottom didn't just fall out of the thing, and it would still move with a flat tire. Natasha rolled her anchor out through the barn doors and into the courtyard again. The sky had grown a purple tinge while she was inside, fighting with the sledgehammer, the shadows lengthening and turning blue as the sun drifted down towards the treetops. Even the blue bottles had stilled, anticipating night. She shoved the bucket over to the static caravan. Up close, there was a strange, meaty smell. Her stomach clenched. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. Yeah, but it was this, or try to shoot through. Natasha reached for the door handle. Just as her fingers touched the pitted metal, the sound of a car engine swelled in the distance, getting louder as it approached, accompanied by the rattling percussion of tires on a rough track. She was too late, and Davis was back. "67. Journalists packed the conference room, cameras and phones at the ready, staring at the podium in its Police Scotland backdrop with hungry eyes, as if someone was about to be sacrificed on the table in front of them to appease the ancient media gods. Logan marched his tired arse down the side of the room and into the little nest of whiteboards and flip charts, where Chief Superintendent Pine and PC Sweeney were waiting for him. Well, Sweeney was waiting. Pine was on her phone again. The media liaison officer closed his eyes and shuddered out a long breath, knees bending, one hand propping him up against the wall. "Oh, thank Christ for that!" Pine stuck a finger in her spare ear, swivelling around to face the corner for a modicum of privacy. "I know that, First Minister. This is why we're devoting every available resource to finding Mrs. Agapova. No, I realize it's—" Her shoulders tightened. "Yes, First Minister." "Thank you, First Minister." She stuck her phone in her pocket and sagged. "Bloody politicians!" "Hey, Sarge!" Logan turned, and there was Tufty, beaming up at him. "Why are you— Is everyone ready?" Sweeney pressed a printout into Logan's hands. "Finally, some good news to feed the beast. Make sure you stick to your prepared statements, okay?" Pine frowned at hers. "How did you get these ready so quick?" "Trick of the trade, boss." His swanky swagger wilted beneath Pine's stare. "Sorry. They covered it in the media liaison officer training course. Always prepare a best-case scenario briefing as something to work towards. That way, if things actually do go well, you're ready for it." Which wasn't exactly a vote of confidence in A Division. Logan peered around the edge of a flip chart. The chatter was fading away as the last 60 seconds ticked down. "Think they're all here about Charles McGeary?" "Don't care." Sweeney brushed a knob of fluff off his black t-shirt. "As long as we come out of this smelling like roses, rather than what they're grown in, it's a win." Frown. "But if anyone asks you about anything that isn't on the briefing notes, do not engage. Especially about Natasha Agapova. Last thing we need is them turning our moment of triumph into a big bag of festering shite." He checked his watch. "Okay, it's showtime. Let's give these bastards a briefing they'll never forget." Then strode out into the room and up onto the platform. Going by the glare Pine directed at Sweeney's back, she hadn't enjoyed that bit about festering shite. Logan nodded at her private corner. "Operation Find Natasha Agapova not going well?" "Bloody thing isn't going at all. Our only suspect is lying in the mortuary. Forensics have found precisely zilch. ANPR is useless. Nothing on CCTV. And no one saw or heard anything. Other than that, everything's just sodding great." Pine pulled her shoulders back and marched out after Sweeney. Tufty patted Logan on the back. "Break a leg, Sarge." "Why are you here again?" "I has a love nest and a bidey to support, so the overtime comes in handy. Plus Kate and me totally help with the arresting, so I does has some basking in the reflected glory to do." Twit. Logan rolled his eyes, shook his head, then joined Pine and Sweeney on stage, and the crowd went wild. 68. Fuck. The bastard was back, and she was still shackled to the stupid bloody anchor. If she'd made a run for it, she might have reached a nearby farm by now, called for help. Probably not, though. The car's engine growled closer. Instead, she'd have left a flattened path through the weeds and grass that even a blind corpse could follow, and out in the open like that, in the middle of a field, she'd be shit out of options. Whereas here, she had 4. Number 1, make a run for it now, which was stupid. She wouldn't get more than a few 100 feet before he caught up with her. Then it would be JCB time. Number 2, get back to the outbuilding and make like she never left. Wait for the bastard to drink himself to sleep again like last time, and then leg it, assuming Davis didn't just try to kill her as soon as he got home. Number 3, fight. Kill the bastard. Yeah, like she could have a fair go, shackled to a galvanized metal bin full of concrete. And number 4, hide. 1 and 3 were non-starters. Number 2 was risky. She could hold her wrists up to the collar, so it looked like they were still shackled there, but all he had to do was look at the bloody mess she'd made of the concrete in her bin, and he'd know exactly what she'd been up to. Which left hiding. But where? Where was she going to hide that he couldn't find her in 2 minutes flat? In the barn? Under the static caravan? No chance. The thing was surrounded by weeds, which the anchor would flatten, so exactly the same problem as scarpering across the field. Of course, there was a fifth option. Stand here, dithering about like a proper whacker, and wait for him to beat the shit out of her again, then get the JCB fired up for a bit of grave digging. Shite. The word barely made it past her dry, cracked lips. Number 2 it was then. But make it bloody quick. Natasha shoved the anchor, rolling the bastard fast as it would go, across the courtyard and in through the door to her stinking, manky prison. It was like running into an oven after the relative cool of the barn. Soon as she got the thing over the threshold, she hauled at the door, setting those stupid bloody rollers squealing like a ruptured pig. Please let the bastard still be parking. Please let his windows be up. Please let him be playing his horrible music full volume so he couldn't hear any of that. One last yank, and the door clunked into place. She bowled her anchor back into the middle of the room and heaved it upright again. The concrete inside was ruined. Not enough to let go of the bloody chain, but more than enough to get her killed. So, sit on it. That was fucking genius. Her arse would hide the damage. Natasha clambered onto the bin, not exactly comfy, but better than the alternative. Then sat there, listening. Outside, the engine noise died. A car door creaked open, then thunked shut. Please don't let him have heard any of that. Footsteps crunched across the dirt outside. Please, 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 please. She sat up straight. Deep breath. You can do this. The blue bottles must have been disturbed by her charging back in there, because the greasy, bloated bodies lumbered into the sticky air again, circling and buzzing. And now that she was sitting still, the bastards began to settle on her salt-stained arms and legs. One landed on her cheek. She brushed it away with a swipe of the hand. A good old-fashioned Australian salute, as they used to say back in the... Oh, fuck. She could hold her hands in place and pretend they were still cuffed there all she liked. But Detective Sergeant Davis might just notice she wasn't wearing his precious fucking gimp mask. Shit. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. She should have run after all. '69. Whoever invented paperwork could sod right off. Logan poked away at his keyboard, working his way through the interminable screeds of crap needed to justify every cock-up, mini-triumph, assorted shenanigan, and utter wanking disaster he'd overseen since starting work this morning, trying not to stare at the wall clock every 2 minutes. The stacks of file folders he'd inherited still littered his desk, but even more of the things had arrived, clogging up his in-tray too, because in Police Scotland you could never have enough buggering paperwork. He finished off the report on Charles McGeary's arrest, hit send, and slumped back in his chair, rubbed at his face, groaned, looked around at the assorted piles and piles and piles of other people's crap, groaned again, then heaved the files from his in-tray onto his desk, opening each in turn to have a quick squint at the covering pages inside. Right at the top was Forensics' preliminary report on Andrew Shaw's Peugeot, which didn't need an entire sheet of A4. 4 words would have done it. Bugger, and indeed, all. No blood or DNA matching Natasha Agapova, so far. Suppose there was still hope. But you could pretty much guarantee they'd used the accomplice's car in the abduction. The next one down contained Doreen's summary pages for all the review meetings he'd lumbered her with, but those could wait till tomorrow. Number 3 was a 24-page memo about overtime payments and how to properly account for manpower spend in relation to operational budget overruns and calculate the variance from key performance indicator baselines. That could definitely wait. Then there was a bunch of DCI Porter's cases and a handful of DCI McCullochs for good measure, because the lucky bastards were off with the plague, leaving their crap for the living to wade through. And right at the bottom, Biohazard's door-to-door and PNC check extravaganza, which, surprise, surprise, turned out to be a complete waste of sodding. "What are you still doing here?" Logan looked up, and there was Chief Superintendent Pine, with yet more paperwork tucked under her arm. "Boss." He waved a hand at the assorted piles. "Catching up while we're waiting on Kira Longmore to finish with the duty solicitor, so Charles McGeary can have a go. And then we can finally interview him." Pine perched a buttock on his desk and helped herself to one of his files. "Are we sure it's wise to let them share a solicitor, given the risk of collusion?" Opening the folder to skim the contents. "What choice do we have?" Which is now the official motto of A Division. A yawn crackled free. "Right now, our pool of duty solicitors contains exactly one person, and we have to share her with Tayside." He slumped in his chair. "It wasn't your fault, you know, the media briefing. The buggers had their knives out and sharpened long before we got there." She kept on reading. "Aren't I the one who's meant to give the motivational speeches?" "Okay, so Natasha Agapova was abducted in the wee small hours of Tuesday morning, but we only found out—" He checked the wall clock again. 22.5 hours ago. And we've already identified one suspect and sold over a dozen outstanding rapes. In what screwed-up alternative universe is that floundering? The one that sells newspapers. Because that was so much more important than the truth these days. "You get anywhere with Nick Wilson?" A puzzled look. "Nick? Second last person to see Natasha Agapova alive? Captain Sleazy of the good ship Sex Yacht?" "Oh." Her brows furrowed. D.S. MacDonald's speaking to him, or has spoken, or at least he better have." She cricked her neck. "Haven't checked my messages yet." Then grimaced. "Feel like I've spent the whole sodding day fielding questions and doing interviews. Ugh." Pulling her mouth out and down like an unhappy bulldog. "Don't suppose you fancy swapping places and running A Division for a bit, do you?" "Not even vaguely, boss." A sigh. "Yeah, me too." She dumped the file back in his in-tray. "Okay, leave the duty solicitor thing with me. I'll see if I can't pull a few levers with the local Society of Advocates. Buggers owe me a few favours anyway." Then hopped down off Logan's desk. "Go home." "But Charles McGeary isn't going anywhere. That's why we've put him in a nice warm cell." She pointed at the door. "Home. Go." Yeah, he wasn't going to argue with that one. "Thanks, boss. But for goodness sake, properly dressed tomorrow. Detective Chief Inspectors are expected to set an example." Again? He looked down at his outfit of jeans and a t-shirt. "We were on an undercover op. I know that. When you're back in uniform—" She tapped her epaulets, then held up a trio of fingers. 3 pips, not 2. Then marched off. "And tomorrow we do some spectacular detective work. Rescue Natasha Agapova, get lauded in the press, a couple of shiny medals, keys to the city, and a slap-up dinner with champagne and chips." Aye, right. Soon as she'd gone, Logan sagged for a couple of breaths, then stood, powered down his computer, and sodded off home for the night. All this pain and suffering and death and horror would still be here in the morning. 70. The sky darkened through the ragged window hole, purpling like the bruises spreading across Natasha's ribcage. And still no sign of Detective Sergeant Davis. Not that she was looking forward to the bastard coming home, but the waiting was torture. knowing the horror would sweep into the outbuilding with him. So she sat on the dirt floor, head throbbing, hands trembling, throat like the bush 2 days after a fire, with her back against the anchor, forehead resting on her folded arms, propped up on her raised knees. Eyes closed as D.S. Davis's music barked out of the static caravan, loud enough to make her fillings rattle. Maybe something had happened. Maybe that was why he hadn't turned up yet. Maybe he'd had a bad day at work. Or maybe he knew what she'd been up to, and making her wait was all part of the punishment. She should have broken into that bloody caravan, smell or no smell. Then at least she could have got a drink of water. Bet Davis had a fridge in there, with ice, and maybe a chilled bottle of Pinot Gris. God, she was such a bloody galah. And now the music got louder and clearer for a moment, then the clunk of a closing door, and it went back to angry, muffled noises again, pounding along with the beat. Oh God. The waiting was over. It was horror time. Natasha struggled to her feet, going up on her tiptoes to park her bum on top of the bucket, concealing the damaged concrete as the heavy wooden door squealed. She jerked her wrists up to her throat, holding them there like they were still cuffed in place, hands over her face to hide the missing mask, peering out between her fingers, trying to work up a little spit in her mouth. Can't talk your way out of anything if you can't speak. The door thudded wide open, and the light from Davis's head torch clawed against the broken walls, searching for her. Then he lurched into the room, bringing with him the bitter, smoky stench of second-hand whiskey. The bottle was clenched in one hand, but the other held something else, something that rustled as his shoulder scuffed against the wall, because his legs didn't seem to be working all that well tonight. Booze smeared his words into each other. "Where's my favourite girl?" Oh, Christ, not this. Nah, she'd rather die than have his disgusting body on top of her. "My favourite dirty girl?" Wasn't easy, but she croaked out a bit of defiance. "Go fuck yourself." "Hey, look, you're famous." He hurled his rustling handful at her head. Halfway there, it turned into 3 rolled-up newspapers that bounced off her raised arms, one bursting open on its way to the ground, the sheets fluttering as if sloughed apart. Davis's head torch swiveled down, pinning it to the floor. Newspaper owner abducted by sick weirdo. Natasha's face smiled back at her from the Aberdeen Examiner's front page. A stupid PR shot, taken years ago at some trade dinner thing she never wanted to go to. Davis lurched over and nudged the other 2 with his foot, unfurling them. It was a copy of the Evening Express and the Glasgow Times. One had gone for, "Was media mogul kidnapped by terrorists?" The other, "Ex-husband's emotional plea, bring back my Natasha." Because there wasn't a single story Adrian couldn't make about himself. Davis took a swig of whiskey. "'Cause the pictures don't do you justice. Don't capture how ugly you are inside. How twisted and hateful and ugly." The head torch's beams swept across the 3 front pages, then up Natasha's battered body to her face, and stopped. Could almost hear the bastard's mouth falling open. "What? But where's your mask?" Air hissed in through his nostrils, to be bellowed out again. "Where's your fucking mask, bitch?" Time to tell the most important lie of her life, because if it didn't work, it would be her last. She kept her wrists at her throat, but turned her fingers into claws, doing her best to snarl, even if it came out thin and papery instead. "I tore it off. I ripped it to shreds and fed it to the rats." With slow, deliberate movements, D.S. Davis hunkered down and placed his bottle on the floor, by the door, safe and out of the way, then stood, taking a lurching step to the side, like the ground had shifted unexpectedly beneath his feet, straightening himself up, and lunged forward, lashing out with a stinging slap that crashed into Natasha's right cheek and hurled her off the anchor into the dust and eviscerated newspapers. "Have you got any idea how much that cost, you ungrateful bitch?" He grabbed her by the shoulders and yanked her around to face him. Not that she could see anything, with his head torch blazing in her eyes, but the hate and booze radiating off the bastard could have lit Melbourne for a year. Something else glowed with rage, and the hard, cold fur of old metal. Davis coiled a fist. "I'm gonna fucking kill you!" But before he could let it fly, Natasha's right hand slashed out and up, thumb shoving the button on the Stanley knife forward, not really aiming, just going for anything she could hit. The jagged blade dug through the bastard's filthy t-shirt, ripping its way up his chest to sever Bloodhost from Dod's Ove, then out again, soaring free until it slashed into his jaw and across the bastard's cheek. He shrieked. Letting go of her, Davis scrabbled backwards, tripping and falling flat on his back, arms flailing. A sharp glass clink and rattle as the whiskey bottle went flying. Natasha growled and leapt, as far as the chain would let her, grabbing his leg with her free hand and stabbing the rusty blade into the inside of his thigh over and over again as he screamed and howled. With any luck, she'd sever the bastard's femoral artery. Blood soaked through Davis's jeans, making the fabric slippery, but she tightened her grip and dragged him closer, going artery hunting with the Stanley knife again. "Get off me! Get off me!" The knife bit into his other leg, inches from his groin, but it'd be infinitely more satisfying to castrate the bastard before he died, so the next stab halved the distance. Davis thrashed and screeched, bawling like a smacked child, writhing hard enough to tear the Stanley knife from her blood-slick grip and send it clattering off into the darkness. Fuck! Unarmed now, she clenched her fist and slammed it right into Davis's balls. Whoomp! The air and the fight went right out of him with a strangulated whimper. He curled around his battered testicles, moaning. Strange. You'd think the lacerated thighs would be worse, but that was men and their balls for you. She ripped the torch from his head and went through his pockets. Yes! That foul little dog's paw was in his back pocket, the collection of shiny metal keys dangling from the leg end. The tiny one he'd used to unlock her mouth was still there, as were a bunch of others. One of these bastards had to be for the padlock at the back of her collar, keeping her shackled to this galvanized bin full of bloody concrete. Leaving him to groan and whimper, she spun the collar around her neck, till the padlock was at the front. A big brass Yale job, and there was only one Yale key dangling from Fido's paw. Please, after all this... She skittered the key into the lock and twisted. The click of the mechanism as it swung open was the most beautiful sound in the world. Soon as she pulled the lock out of her collar, the whole thing clattered to the ground, chain and all. She was free. She was finally free. Now where's the knife, so she can finish the job? The torch beam swept across the dirty floor, and the newspapers and the fallen rocks and big chunks of stone, but the Stanley knife had disappeared. Where the fuck was her Stanley knife? Davis stopped whining, swapping the self-pitying snivel for a puce-faced hissing rage. Blue jeans turned a deep, glistening shade of claret from waist to shin as he cupped his poor little balls. Try childbirth, then see what real pain... His foot lashed out, catching Natasha's left knee, making something inside pop as red-hot wires lanced through the joint, twisting and coiling, searing straight out the other side. Natasha roared as the leg gave way, and she staggered back against her anchor, setting it rocking. "Kill you!" He struggled to his feet, teeth bared, spittle frothing out with every pit bull breath, one hand pressed against his torn, bleeding face. "I'll bloody kill you!" And you just knew the bastard meant every word. And he was much bigger than she was, and standing between her and the open door. Natasha pulled the head torch on over her matted curls and scrambled through the window hole, grunting every time her throbbing knee took any weight, the joint yowling as she tumbled out onto the gravel. She landed with a whump on her back, hard enough to leave her gasping for air. Lying amongst the weeds, blinking up at the stars and the swirling dots of midges, drawn by the head torch glow. Heavy metal thummed at the caravan's walls, angry and jarring, like her knee. The bastard had broken something inside it, or torn the ligaments, or dislocated her kneecap, or something. He'd do the same to the rest of her, then dump her in a deep pit and bury her if she didn't move. Right. Now. Natasha fought her way to her feet and limped towards the caravan, because there had to be a phone in there, right? At least the bastard would have a mobile, and even if it was locked, she could still make emergency calls. And once inside, she could barricade the door and wait for the bastard to bleed to death, or pass out, or she could grab a kitchen knife and finish the... Bitch! Detective Sergeant Davis hobbled into the courtyard, bloodied legs stiff as a rocking horse, arms up and out for balance, glaring at her in the head torch's glow as bright red dripped from his torn face and slashed chest. Even when her dad was drinking, he didn't look so full of rage. Natasha staggered the last few steps and grabbed the caravan door handle, but it wouldn't even turn. Locked. What kind of bastard locked the door when he was only going 20 paces? Keys. Where were the keys? Must have dropped them on the way out the window. Fucking kill you! Getting closer. How was she supposed to run away when she could barely walk? Shit. She abandoned the caravan and limped towards the barn instead, with Davis lumbering along behind her, snarling like a rabid dingo. The barn door yawned open, with nothing but darkness on the other side. Natasha stumbled through it, the head torch's beam raking the dead machinery and floor, then lurched around to slam the door in Davis's face. But he was too close, jamming his foot into the gap before it could fully shut. You're going to suffer, bitch! Shoulder pressed against the wood, shoving. I'm going to skin you alive! He reared up and slammed forwards, making the door boom and creak. I'll make a new mask out your fucking hide! Natasha pushed back, good leg braced against the rough concrete floor. Bitch! One last crash, and the door flew open, knocking her off her feet, sending her tumbling across the concrete as D.S. Davis lurched into the barn. Going to make you scream! She scrambled backwards, until her shoulders bumped into the workbench. He hobbled closer, leaving a trail of blood on the dusty floor. Tell you what, why don't I give you the same chance you gave those poor migrants? That would be fair, right? Please, I have money. I have nothing. Spittle flying, glowing in the torchlight. Fast asleep in their beds while some right-wing racist monster set fire to their home. She raised her chin. You're the monster. Maybe. Davis loomed over her. But if I am, it's because that's where you made me. Grabbing Natasha by the arms, he yanked her to her feet, grinning, eyes wide and pinprick sharp, pressing himself against her. I'm the hurricane. He wrapped a fist into her hair, holding her head tight as the other fist curled, then slammed into her face, snapping her head back. The world exploded in jagged shades of orange and purple as a choir of arsonists set her skull ablaze. A second blow turned everything silent and still and dark for a moment, before it all rushed back in a deafening wave. She probably wouldn't wake up from a third. And that's when Natasha's searching hand clamped onto the yellow and black handle of that crappy $1.50 screwdriver. She gripped it tight, then rammed the blade and shank right into Davis's side. Thunk! His mouth fell open, fist drooping. She pulled the screwdriver free, shk, and drove it in again, thunk, shk, and again, thunk. He let go of her hair and staggered back a step, shk. This time, the screwdriver stabbed deep into his belly, thunk. Davis blinked at her. Natasha tightened her grip on the handle and twisted. With a normal screwdriver, that probably wouldn't do much, but the $1.50 shank was all bent from getting her wrists unshackled, so instead of just swiveling around, the blade would be grinding its way through his innards, causing all sorts of horrible damage. Good. Davis swayed back on his good leg, but the other one wouldn't take his weight anymore, and down he went with a crashing thump. Left hand clutching his stomach, he tried to claw and push himself away from her, the screwdriver still sticking out of his midriff. Blood-soaked jeans leaving a thick scarlet smear across the concrete floor, wet and gleaming in the head torch's glow as yet more blood pulsed out of his punctured guts. The barn swirled around Natasha's head, and her working knee gave way, dumping her on her backside against the workbench again, leaving her swaying, holding onto the floor to keep herself from falling off as everything danced and spun. Davis got as far as the table saw. He was still struggling to escape, but his good leg just slipped on the blood-slicked floor, and he didn't seem to have the strength in his arms anymore. So eventually he stopped even trying and sagged. Natasha closed her eyes as the waltzing world picked up pace, twirling and reeling, arms and legs and head and every single breath getting heavier, until everything went. An albino crocodile on a scarlet lake. 71. Sunlight streamed in through the window, making the dusty black flakes sparkle as Logan scraped the burnt bits off his toast into the sink, which turned the low-fat spread a bit grey as he slathered it on, but it was all going in the same place as his mug of tea, so it didn't really matter. Technically, given he was in full uniform again this morning, complete with a third pip on each epaulette, it should have been coffee and donuts for breakfast, but you made do with what you had. Something folky hied diddle-dee-deed out of the radio to accompany Logan's return trip to the fridge, there to liberate, unwrap, and flop the last slice of plastic cheese onto his hot can't-believe-it's-not-buttery toast. Crunching away as the teeny birds mobbed the feeders in the back garden, like a swarm of itsy-bitsy feathery sharks. All the borders were in bloom, a sea of colour for the bumbling bees. Quite bucolic for a Friday morning in Aberdeen. Had to give that grass a mow before the barbecue, though. The microwave's clock blinked over to 06:18. Soon be time to get a wriggle on. And speaking of wriggling, Cthulhu tarted about on the patio, rolling over onto her back and exposing the world's most excellent tummy to the morning light. The kitchen door opened, and in sludged Tara, in a floaty kimono dressing gown that showed off a lot of leg, while a yawn showed off a lot of fillings, hair like Wurzel Gummidge in a wind tunnel. Logan polished off his last corner of toast. "How come you're up?" Another yawn. "Couldn't sleep. Kept having all these really weird dreams about clowns and dinosaurs and tigers." She frowned. "You weren't there, but I couldn't find my socks, and Tufty kept turning into a penguin. Bet Freud would have a field day." "Ugh, that's Friday the 13th for you." She slouched over to the fridge and took a couple of glugs straight from the milk carton, while scratching the back of one calf with her other foot. Very stylish. Logan downed the last of his tea. "You got the table manners of a Labrador, you know that, don't you?" Putting the mug in the sink. "Don't forget to pick up that stuff for Sunday, okay? List's on the notice board." I know. She rummaged through the fridge. "You want sausages, chicken, pork chops, hot dogs, blah, wankety, blah." Then squinted at him. "What happened to all the plastic cheese?" "And go large on the booze. You know what off-duty police and trading standards are like." He kissed her on the cheek. "Don't know when I'll be home tonight. Depends what happens. And tomorrow's a write-off with a stupid protest. He drooped against the worktop, really looking forward to a quiet day at home. Good job we got 31 people coming for Sunday lunch then, isn't it? 31? You said it was going to be a small gathering. Are you trying to kill me, you horrible snudge of a woman? The clock hit 06:20. Better shoot. Text you later, fornicator. He grabbed his peaked cap and marched for the door. Hoi! Fartfish! He turned, halfway out the door, and Tara whipped her kimono open and flashed him, throwing in a little jiggle for good luck, then hid it all away again. Logan groaned. She grinned. See? You love me, really? True, but there was no time to do anything about it right now. Coming up in a minute, but it's 6:30, so it's time for the papers. The P&J leads with Search Ongoing for Missing Media Mogul, detailing police efforts to find local press baron Natasha Agapova. Logan cruised along North Deeside Road, with the window down and one arm leaning on the sill, through one of Aberdeen's more affluent bits. The trees offering a bit of cool shade as the sun scorched its way up the sky. Not a lot of traffic this morning, but then it was still pretty early. A familiar tartan van approached on the other side of the road, with Ochterturra Glazing Company Limited down the side, its battered and dented rear wing held together with duct tape in hope. The Scottish Daily Post goes all in on migrant gang plot to kidnap newspaper Natasha, and there's more coverage on pages 3, 4, 7 and 8, including an exclusive interview with Natasha Agapova's husband, news tycoon Adrian Shearsmith, who had to be up for a vindictive ex-husband of the year award by now. While the Aberdeen Examiner's gone for sicko sent hate mail threats to abducted editor, asking if these threats were common knowledge before she was kidnapped, why didn't the police do anything about it? Oh, for God's sake. Logan flipped 2 fingers up at the radio. How about because they didn't tell us about them till yesterday afternoon? Honestly. The Marcliffe at Pitfoddles drifted by on the left, or at least the entrance did. The hotel itself was hidden away behind a riot of trees and assorted greenery. A bilious man in the full kilt and Prince Charlie outfit stiff-legged it down the drive and out onto the pavement, heading for town, clearly escaping from whatever wedding he'd attended last night. Hope he wasn't the groom. And they've also got a big spread on pages 4 and 5 that deserves a mention. City cops cause circus chaos. And the photos that go with it are well worth a look, especially if you've never seen an undercover policeman with a clown in a headlock. Logan switched the radio off and glowered. Nothing like spoiling a beautiful morning. The stale digestive biscuit scent of old feet mingled with the sharp cumin and chili whiff of Bombay bad boy pot noodle, filling observation suite number 2. 3 empty cartons in the bin testified to the whiff's provenance, but raised some disturbing questions about who'd been in here last and what they considered a balanced breakfast. It was a smallish space, with a bench table and a couple of squealy blue plastic chairs, 4 flat-screen monitors, some push-button microphones, and a worryingly enthusiastic Tufty. But at least he'd made Logan a mug of instant coffee, rather than fetching something revolting from the machine, so as long as he kept his gusto to himself, that was okay. The 4 screens displayed various views of interview room number 1, each camera mounted high up, in the corners of the room, and trained on the table where Biohazard and Doreen did their best to get the truth out of Charles McGeary, which was far more difficult than it should have been, thanks to his duty solicitor. McGeary was in grey joggy bots and a fading blue T-shirt, presumably lent to him by whoever was on the custody desk this morning, while his legal representative wore a suit that probably cost more than his client earned in a year. Sandy Moyer Fackerson, a.k.a. Hissing Sid, a tall, thin man who looked as if he'd shrunk a couple of sizes since he last wore that particular Savile Row number. His hair was swept back like a bank of snow, with only a few streaks of grey left amongst the white. But then he had to be in his late 70s now, with a matching silk tie and pocket square, and a superior tilt to his long nose, waiting to strike. Charles McGeary shifted in his seat, looking away with a one-shouldered shrug as the silence stretched on. Hissing Sid shook his head, as if saddened by having to explain something blatantly obvious to someone thick as plasticine. My client has already informed you, Acting Detective Inspector Marshall. He is not a racist, does not hold any racist beliefs, and has never discriminated against anyone because of their skin colour or country of birth. Now can we move on, please? Biohazard leaned forwards. Then why burn down a hotel full of migrants, Charlie? Help me understand. McGeary just looked at his solicitor. A smile. Perhaps this interview would progress more easily if you took notes as we go. Then you'd be able to see that my client has already denied these baseless allegations. Hissing Sid waved a patriarchal arm towards the camera. It's not a problem for me, per se. I've got nothing on till lunch with the Lord Provost, but I understand there's a lot more pressing things that you and your colleagues could be getting on with. Doreen had a go. If you didn't do it, Charlie, how did you explain the jerry can we found with your fingerprints all over it? What could have caused that? McGeary picked at the tabletop, eyes focused on the chip formica. Dunno. There was a sharp knock on the observation room door, and Chief Superintendent Pine strode in without waiting, frowning at the monitors. Logan stood. Boss? DCI McRae, I need a word. On all four monitors, Hissing Sid sighed. Surely it's not illegal for a young man to help a friend in need to refuel their car. Or has that changed since I last practiced criminal law? Yes, boss. He thumped Tufty. Give the Chief Super your seat. The wee loon scrambled out of his chair and snapped to attention, then made seat-offering gestures, like a creepy waiter. Pine sat anyway. Thank you. Or perhaps it's because the petrol can in question was in the bin for landfill, rather than correctly sorted for recycling. I wasn't aware Police Scotland were so keen on environmental issues. Logan pointed at the smug git in the sharp suit. I know you said they owed you a favour, boss, but could you not have asked for someone a little less... him? Mr. Moyer Fackerson volunteered. Turns out he's mostly retired now. Does a bit of consulting 1 day a week. A grimace. This is his idea of keeping his hand in. Doreen checked her notes. Whose car were you refuelling? Was Spence, wasn't it? On account of him... McGeary's mouth clamped shut. That lone shoulder curled its way towards his ear again. Running out, like... Basically, we're screwed. Logan dumped his pen on the worktop. The only way we'll get anything out of McGeary now is if he suffers a psychotic brain fart and spontaneously confesses. And even then, Hissing Sid will walk it back in 30 seconds flat and somehow make out it's all our fault. Biohazard leaned in again. Were you going to say, on account of him robbing all those sports shops? We found enough whey powder in his bedroom to fill a municipal sandpit. Then perhaps, my dear Acting Detective Inspector, you should be interviewing this Spence individual instead of my client. Hissing Sid pushed his chair back. If you don't mind, I think we should take a brief respite from this wholly unnecessary and unwarranted interrogation for a comfort break. We just had one. Sadly, my poor old bladder isn't as young as it used to be, and I'm sure you wouldn't be unsporting enough to continue browbeating poor Charles in my absence. Would you? God's sake. Logan folded his arms. He just does this to mess with us. Bet he doesn't even need to go. Pine raised an eyebrow at him. Ugh. Logan pressed the talk button and leaned into the microphone. Let the old fart have his prostate problem pee break. On the screens, Biohazard's shoulders froze for a beat, then slumped. Fine. Interview suspended at 08:13. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. A smile. Make it 10. Smooth and slick, as befitted a serpent.
Typical.
Logan flicked the switch, killing the speakers. Sorry, boss, you wanted a word? D.S. MacDonald. Okay, that sounded ominous, especially given Marky MacDonald's reputation for wandering hands, his 2 written warnings, and what was going to happen if he ever did it again. Logan glanced at the wee loon. Is this something we should be discussing in front of Constable Quirrell? What? She pulled her chin in, frowning, then must have finally got the subtext. Oh, no, nothing like that. I sent him to speak to your Nicholas Wilson yesterday. Nope, no idea. The second last person to see Natasha Agapova? At the ball? Pine said. Did he find something? No idea. She stepped out into the corridor, and Logan followed, because this was clearly going to be one of those walk-and-talk things dynamic managers were so fond of. He didn't file a report, and now he's on sick leave. Of course he sodding was. She marched off, leading the way past invigorating motivational posters like, You can make a difference. Integrity is the best disinfectant. Community policing rocks. Put the polite in police. And other such bollocks. I'll get someone on it. Pine nodded. And circulate a memo. All reports must be completed before the end of shift. If you can find some way to say no one else is allowed to come down with this sodding man flu without HR getting a wasp in their knickers, that would be lovely too. At the end of the corridor, Tufty scurried ahead to open the door and hold it for Pine, brown-nosing little spud that he was. The open plan office was nearly deserted, with just the barest hum of activity going on in the background, because most of day shift were away trying to find Natasha Agapova. Well, everyone who hadn't come down with the dreaded lurgy anyway. Temporarily released from their interview trauma, Doreen and Biohazard were slumped at adjoining desks, Doreen scrubbing both hands across her face as a scowling Biohazard crunched his way through a more-to-share bag of chocolate honeycomb minis, though he seemed determined to devour the lot by himself. The pair of them oblivious to the fact that the head of A Division had just stalked into the room. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Forgot what a massive pain in the hoop that tosser is. You could catch Jack the Ripper red-handed strangling the Queen Mother while Hitler cheers him on and bloody hissing Sid would still get the bastard off on a technicality. Doreen reached for the bag, but Biohazard wheeked it out of her reach. Hey, don't be such a greedy gripe. Pine stopped right in front of their desks. As you were. At which point Doreen flinched, letting out a strangled eek, while Biohazard came very close to losing his honeycomb. He scrambled to recover the bag, before its contents went everywhere. Boss! Gov! Holding out the almost spilled sweets. Sorry, Charles McGeary might as well be a sodding mannequin for all he's contributing in there. Everyone helped themselves to a chocolatey treat, even Tufty. Logan crunched through a cube of salty, sugary goodness. Ask him about the money. In the car on the way back from the circus, he said he did it because he needed the money. Pine peeled the chocolate off her honeycomb, like some sort of serial killer. What money? Exactly, and don't let hissing Sid fudge the issue. She helped herself to another rattling handful. Now that McGeary's in custody, I'm sure D.I. Marshall can tidy everything up here. I need you to concentrate on Natasha Agapova and the protest march. She pointed. D.I. Marshall, keep at him. It's possible he'll let something slip, but I doubt it. We've got enough forensic evidence for a solid case, but I want everything watertight. Understand? A nod, and a surreptitious lowering of the bag, out of grabbing reach. Good. D.I. Taylor, you're probably better deployed elsewhere. Don't think we need 2 acting detective inspectors in there twiddling their thumbs. A sniff. Besides, I think DCI McCrae wants you to stand in for him at some meetings. Logan bit his top lip. Ah. Busted. His ears went much hotter than normal. Yes, right. Biohazard gathered up his folders and files. Well, we'll... And off he scuttled, followed by Doreen, dragging Tufty away with them, leaving Logan at the mercy of Chief Superintendent Pine. You see, boss, I felt, what with all the other things demanding our attention, and given the operational pressures, besides, it's a valuable career path development opportunity for... I know I said delegation is the key to a healthy work-life balance, but you still need to be fully across your brief. Pine stared at him. Are you? The warmth spread from his ears to his cheeks. I get a one-page summary on every meeting she attends. Silence. Pine tilted her head to one side. Sounds sensible. And it means you've got nothing distracting you from finding Natasha Agapova. Today would be nice, preferably in time for the lunchtime news. She turned to go. And don't forget to get each of your team's overtime budget and schedule variance against KPI baselines calculated. Need that in by the end of the week. Striding away to spread her own special brand of joy and delight to some other poor bastard. End of the week, a.k.a. today. Logan screwed his eyes shut and sagged. Friday the 13th strikes again. 72. The path winds through the bush, green and glowing as it follows Highlands Creek. Been a while since fires roared through here, and the gum trees are thick and emerald-topped, shedding their bark in great papery blades of grey. The sun's low in the sky, a faint nip in the air. That'll change as the day warms up. But for now, Natasha's breath glows like golden flame as she hikes up Redpath Hill behind Nana Carter's house. It's not a swanky house, like on Dad's side, but who needs a view of Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Opera House when you've got a chunk of bush to call your own? Somewhere off to the left, a kookaburra cackles like a mad woman, an outback Baba Yaga calling for children to eat. Natasha keeps climbing, right on up to the top of the hill. Can't see very far, because of the trees, but the sky's a slab of blue opal, and the sun just breaking above the gum tops. Off to her left, a roo freezes, then turns its head to stare at her with those big brown eyes, face a mix of deer and dog, ears twitching. Then it's off, bounding away between the trees, tail up, the undergrowth pop and crackling beneath its spring-loaded paws. Don't know what's got him spooked. Not like she isn't up here every morning. And then Natasha smells it. A sort of leathery scent, with an undercurrent of something bitter and sticky, like snags left on the deck for months, drying out in the sun, attracting flies. Whatever's dead, it's lying in the scrub just off the path. She steps closer. Fat green blowflies drone through the air above a body. Hard to tell if it's a bloke or a woman, though. Must have been here a long time, 'cause the skin's shrunken tight over the bones, tanned and split open beneath the ribcage, letting the maggots feast. Poor bastard. Every now and then, some old codger wanders off from the care home, gets lost in the bush and carks it. Isn't hunger that gets them. There's plenty to eat, if you know where to look and you ain't squeamish. It's the thirst, especially in summer, when the thermometer creeps up towards 50. Couple of days out here, in the heat, that's you. Deliria, hallucinations, muscle spasms. Then one by one your internal bits and pieces pack in and you're a goner. Weird thing is, this dead bloke's wearing a watch, just like hers. Like the one Mum gave her for her 10th birthday with "Never let the bastards win" engraved on the back, 'cause of Dad being a total dill. Come to think of it, the bloke's wearing her runners too. And the clump of hair clinging to that wizened skull is the same colour. And her eyes snap open and he roars. Only it's not a bloke, it's Natasha's own dead face howling back at her, and the blowflies surge forward, answering the cry. Natasha flinched. blinking out at the dirty barn with her one working eye, lying on her side, left arm trapped beneath her, the other reaching out towards the tattered remains of her old mask. Sunlight flooded in through the open door, stretching halfway across the space between her and Detective Sergeant Davis, making the pool of blood glisten. He lay crumpled at the foot of the table saw, skin so pale it looked like he'd painted it with white ochre, an albino crocodile lurching on the edge of a shining scarlet lake. The air thrummed with the wings of 1,000 bluebottles, feasting on all that blood, to a backing track of angry heavy metal, still pounding away inside the caravan. She coughed, dry and papery. Come on, get up. Get up and get out of here. The bastard was dead. Couldn't hurt her anymore. All she had to do was get up. Only nothing worked. Could barely manage more than a twitch. Her arms and legs were carved from solid granite, her head heavier than a binful of concrete, as waves of red-hot nails crashed against the inside of her skull. At least her knee didn't ache anymore. That was something, right? Even if it had turned into a swollen watermelon of purple and green. And the rest of her wasn't much better. Couldn't even open her right eye. Couldn't breathe through her nose. Could barely move her split and bloated lips. But the only thing that hurt was her pounding head, which probably wasn't a good sign. No idea how much time had passed since she killed Davis and passed out on the floor. The barn hadn't heated up yet, so... Morning? Which day, though? How many days had she gone with just one tiny bottle of spit-laced water to drink? Because this was one of the final symptoms, wasn't it? The Special Forces bloke said so in his doco. Your muscles seize up, and then you die. All that time and effort spent getting rid of her bloody anchor and fat lot of good it did her. The caravan was just sitting there, ripe for the taking, and she couldn't even move. "73. The pool car crawled along Auchmill Road, through a forest of orange traffic cones. No idea why they were there, though. Thousands and thousands of the things, sod all evidence of anyone doing any work. Should rechristen them Road Not Works. The radio burbled away to itself, but Tufty wasn't boogieing along in the driver's seat. Instead, he was making sour frog faces and doing lots of sighing. Lounging in the back, Steele was still wearing her peaked cap, kicking the back of his seat every now and then, scowling away, which left Logan in the passenger seat, working through Doreen's one-page reports on all the sharny cases he'd inherited. Blah, 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 blah. Ding, buzz. Probably better check that. Never knew. Might be important. And even if it wasn't, it was better than reading all this boring rubbish. Tara. Good news. Susan says she can get me into Costco on her card. We're going after work to buy mucho food. And booze. Steele kicked Tufty's seat again. Said we should have taken the bypass. It's not my fault they has roadworks everywhere. Another kick. Straight out Hazelhead, get on at the Kingswells Junction, and we'd be there by now. Logan poked out a reply. If you see something nice for tea, nab it. And maybe some corn on the cob. And a cheap piano wouldn't hurt. Do they sell pianos? Send. And back to the reports. Tufty raised a finger. You know what I think? Kick. You don't think, that's the problem. Actually, maybe a keyboard would be better. One with headphones she can plug in, so we don't have to listen to her practice. Ida's has a genius. Hold on a minute. Logan blinked at the last line. Oh, no. He had clearly been spending far too much time with Tufty. He gave himself a shake and deleted that bit. Send. The horrible wee spud had his finger up again.
I think the press would be happier if something horrible does happen to Natasha Agapova. Did you see that thing in the Scottish Daily Post this morning? Flipping wing-wang! And it was back to the reports again. For real this time. He turned to Operation Drugs and Lithuanian Teddy Bears, skimming the complete lack of any progress. Glanced at Tufty. What about the Post? Well, cranking up the gossipy vibe. They say there was this big plot by some of the people smuggling gangs, joining forces in a league of evil, sticky foreigners to kidnap Miss Agapova and torture her and send some of her fingers to her husband with a demand for 15 million quids. Steele snorted. Ball! Der dash! Giving Tufty's seat another kick. And who told the Post this rubbish? Princess Porky's the lie fairy. Apparently it's because Ms. Agapova's been leading the crusade to stop the boats and save our proud nation from woke lefty traitors who want to flood the country with... Ow! Steele thumped him again. Stop making coat bunnies when you're driving. The wee loon's bottom lip poked out. Only going 3 miles an hour. He rubbed at his walloped arm. Sarge, she's hitting me. Aye, well, it's for your own good. Says so in the highway code. Logan finished the last page, flipped it over, then back again, frowning as he rifled through the small stack of paper. Where's the summary for Operation... what was it? Disappointment? Digging out his phone to call Doreen. Tufty sniffed. Bet the highway code says you're not allowed to biff the driver while he's driving. Can if he's a dangerous wee snudgehead. Boss? The sound of clacking boot heels on a terrazzo floor rattled from the phone. Is it urgent? Only I'm bursting for a comfort break and the MAPA meeting kicks off in 10. Been going through your cheat sheets and I can't find one for Operation Find Natasha Agapova. You mean Disenchanter? That's because I didn't do you one. Thought you were all up to date. Otherwise, why leave Biohazard running the McGeary interview? Because you and him are the only trained interviewers on day shift. Every bugger else is off with the pestilence. Her voice took on a pained whine. Gov. Then a groan. All right. There was a thunk, and the sound went all echoey, as if Doreen had bustled into some sort of largish tiled space. What do you want to know? A smaller clunk, and the sound became a bit compressed, as if she was now in a much smaller room, but still strangely echoey. If I knew that, I wouldn't have to ask. An even smaller clunk was followed by some rustling, then thump. Hold on. The pool car inched a little further along Auchmill Road, past yet more road-not-working cones, some of which wore those jaunty orange blinking lights, so people would be extra vigilant about the workmen who weren't here not doing anything. Steele pulled her hat on a little tighter, then kicked Tufty's seat again. Stop that! Sarge, she's doing it again! A sigh of relief slumped into Logan's ear, then, Okay, let's check the folder. Right, forensics are having another bash getting DNA from Agapova's house. No joy yet. But they're trying some fancy new technique to amplify samples. At which point, the muffled sound of flushing came down the line. Ugh. Doreen, you better not be on the... You want this info or don't you? Thought so. The gurgling whoosh of a cistern refilling. Or at least, hopefully that's what the noise was. Says here, Biohazard's team is still working their way through Andrew Shaw's associates. Nothing sticks out yet. They even spoke to everyone at the gym he used, but they were sod all help. And looks like his mum's threatening to sue us for defamation. No way her precious wee angel could possibly have raped all those women. Rant. Yeah, good luck with that. Murder weapon? Probably a hammer, going by the skull fractures. Greedy seagulls didn't help, though. They've bloodied the water by... eating a bunch of the evidence. No sign of the hammer. We could dredge the River Dee, if you like, or get a scuba team in. Won't be cheap, though. Tough one. Maybe adding thousands to the budget would be worth it, if they found the thing.
assuming they could get prints or DNA off it after all this time in the water, and assuming it was even in the river in the first place, because if it wasn't, the bean counters at head office would be crawling up his fundament, wanting to know why he'd blown so much money on a dead end. Logan frowned at the slow-motion creep of traffic along Auchmill Road. Better let me clear it with the boss. And in the meantime, perhaps there was an opportunity here. Worth a go anyway. He cleared his throat. Speaking of operational budgetary constraints, have you ever calculated overtime variance against KPI baselines? Because if not, I may have a treat for you. Norell Tech Wellhead Intervention Limited turned out to be an ugly 2-story green and white building wedged in between a logistics distribution warehouse and a wellhead service yard, both of which were surrounded by full-on prison-style jagged metal fencing topped with razor wire, CCTV cameras, and warning notices. Clearly, Norell Tech was big on branding, with far too much signage and liveried vehicles featuring the company logo in shades of green, blue, and yellow, like a cut-price Bond villain's lair. Tufty parked in one of the visitors-only slots around the front, but there was a bigger area out back full of electric vans and cars, where a white-haired, bearded gent was washing the company fleet with a big, soggy sponge and not much enthusiasm. Logan, Steele, and the wee loon climbed out into the blistering sun. "There!" Tufty flipped the locks. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" Steele hit him, then popped on her pilfered shades. "You're an idiot! Mr. Rumpole can drive better than you, and he's a cat!" "Ow! Sarge!" Logan pulled on his peaked cap. "Can we at least pretend to be professionals for 5 minutes?" He jabbed a finger at Tufty. "You, stay here, and take the bypass next time." The finger poked in Steele's direction. "You, stop hitting people." That got him a scowl. "Don't care, and when we're inside, you're on taking notes and asking follow-ups. No leching, troublemaking, or being a pain in my hoop. Otherwise, you can help Doreen with the budget variance soon as we get back to the factory. Understand?" She squared her shoulders. "You remembering I used to be your boss, you jumped-up, trouser-faced wee... Hoy! Don't march off while I'm insulting you!" The reception door bleep-whopped as Logan stepped into Norell Tech Logo Central. A huge 3D version dominated one wall. Posters featuring it and various bits of equipment covered most of the other 3, while what looked like an old exhibition display stand stood behind the reception desk, clarted in little Norell text. Even the desk had a big logo on the front, as if the owners were worried that visitors might forget what they came in for. A middle-aged blonde woman with a faint horsey air was poised behind the desk, in a black suit, with a Norell Tech neck scarf, which sort of gave her the look of a flight attendant. Her name badge said Mandy, but her expression was more, "I don't get paid enough for this shit." She forced a smile anyway. "Can I help you?" Logan removed his hat. "Looking for a Nicholas Wilson." "Twice in 2 days? Are you going to arrest him this time?" Should I?" The smile warmed a little. "I'll let him know you're here. Please, take a seat." Captain Sleazy of the good ship Lust Yacht stood with his back to the room, one buttock perched on the boardroom table, looking out over the storage yard of the drilling services company opposite. Dressed in chinos, deck shoes, and a dark blue Ralph Lauren shirt, phone to his ear, head waggling as he talked. "Yeah. No, I was thinking of asking you to join me for a weekend sailing. Pick up a couple of lobsters in Cromarty and head out for champagne and sunbathing." Too wrapped up in his call to notice that Mandy had opened the door and ushered Logan and Steele into the room. Nick Wilson was either cripplingly insecure or in possession of a towering ego, because the whole boardroom was plastered with photos of him, shaking hands with various local and national bigwigs. He'd even managed to cram in a TV star or 6, though most of them barely qualified as D-list. He threw his head back and laughed, as if he just heard the funniest joke in the world. "Trust me, Jennifer, you haven't lived till you've skinny-dipped off a six-berth yacht by moonlight." "Uh-huh. Uh-huh." Mandy rapped her knuckles on the door frame, voice raised and sharp as a scythe. "Nick, that's your wife on line 1. Nick Wilson froze, then gave a slightly more strangled version of the same laugh. "What? No, just someone having a joke. You know what we're like at Norel Tech," turning to glare at the receptionist. "One big, happy family." His eyes widened as he took in Logan and Steele's Police Scotland uniforms. "Look, I gotta go, Jennifer. Speak soon, okay? Okay. Bye." Mandy beamed at him. "And these nice officers are here to see you. Again." She checked her watch. "Don't forget you've got Colin from Flarewell coming at 10. Then swept from the room like a glorious, malevolent monster. Nick Wilson glared after her, but as soon as the door clicked shut, he was all smiles and handshakes. "Sorry about Mandy. She can be a bit feisty at times. How can I help you guys?" Waving at the chairs. Sit. Can I get you tea? Coffee? Of course I can. Hold on." He leaned over and poked at the starfish-shaped conference phone in the middle of the table, ignoring the flashing red light, which was probably line 1. The starfish bleeped. "Yeah, Mandy, it's Nick in the boardroom. Pot of Earl Grey and a plate of the good biscuits, okay?" Clearly trying to exert his authority after she'd scuppered his chances of getting Jennifer to shiver his timbers. A sigh hissed out of the speaker. "Could you not have? Cheers!" He hung up and rubbed his hands at Logan. "So, you appear to have a very active social life, Mr. Wilson. If this is one of those outstanding parking tickets, I've had words with the staff. Told them the company's not here to pick up your... Natasha Agapova." Nick Wilson bit his lip. Took a little breath. "Natasha? Like I told your coughing colleague yesterday. Doesn't ring a bell." Smile. Shrug. "Sorry." So much for Marky McDonald's investigative skills. "Really? Her name's been plastered over every newspaper in the country. On the TV. Radio? Wish I could help you, but... I know what might jog your memory. You sat next to her at the SME charity auction ball on Monday night." "Did I? I meet so many people at these things. It's hard to..." "And then you called her home number using a burner phone, presumably so your wife doesn't find out, and left a message inviting Miss Agapova to a champagne picnic on your yacht." Logan produced his own phone, holding it up. "I can play you the call, if you like." "Ah." Nick Wilson licked his lips, then fiddled with the top buttons of his shirt, keeping his eyes on the tabletop. "You have to understand that Cindy and I have an arrangement. I mean, it's not an open marriage, but what she doesn't know can't hurt her." He cleared his throat, then tried on that smile of his. "And what's the point of having a yacht if you can't invite pretty women on board for a bit of fun, right? It doesn't mean anything." Steele stared at him, voice flat. "Oh, you think so, aye?" Logan gave her a warning look, then turned back to Nick, the prick. "Where were you Monday night, after the ball? The truth." "I... went home?" He held up his hands. "Ask Doogie. See, I knew there'd be drink involved. You know, you have to entertain clients, and no one likes a sober-sides tosser at these things. So I got Doogie to drive me there, wait, and drive me straight home after." Silence. Nick Wilson fiddled with his shirt buttons again. "Ask him. He's out back washing the vans." Logan let the silence grow. Okay, maybe not straight home. We might have..." An ingratiating smile. "I know this is going to sound a bit creepy stalkery, but we followed Natasha's taxi for a bit. Not far, just... I was, thinking maybe she'd change her mind when she got my message. Ask me in for a nightcap. More silence. She didn't, all right, and I was tired, so Dougie dropped me off at home. The end. Logan didn't even blink. Ask him. Oh, don't worry. We will. "74. Logan pulled on his peaked cap and stepped through the door into the rear car park. A 2-story block of offices ran down one side, with a spiky fence on the other, to stop any of the Norel techies breaking into next door's warehouse and stealing some logistics. Twin rows of parking bays faced off across the space between, full of company-liveried vans and hatchbacks. The only vehicle that wasn't completely clarted in Norel Tech logos was a swish dark red BMW i5, currently getting the soapy sponge treatment from a short, solid-looking man with close-cropped grey hair and an impressive white beard. Mid-60s, maybe? The kind of guy who was probably a bit handy if things kicked off. "Hello?" Logan strolled over there. "You Dougie?" The man turned, sponge squeezed in one oversized fist. "I'm not paying any buggers' parking tickets." "Nice car." A snort. "Electric bollocks." He dunked the sponge and slapped a splosh of foam on the bonnet. "What's wrong with a good old-fashioned petrol engine? The only thing battery power is good for is kids' toys and vibrators." Washing away. "And I'm still not paying these buggers' parking tickets." "You were Nicholas Wilson's driver Monday night." Dougie curled his lip. "Likes to play the big man. Turn up in a chauffeur-driven BMW and people think you're somebody." "He make you wear the hat?" "Do I look like a prick?" Dunk, dunk, splosh. Wash, wash, wash. "Got to ask, what kind of impression you making, rocking up to an oil industry bash in an electric vehicle? Might as well piss on their shoes." A red, white and blue Super Puma howled overhead, making for the heliport. "So what happened Monday night?" Dougie froze. "I need a lawyer." "Don't know." "Do you?" He frowned, then dunked his sponge again. "I pick Nick up at 6:30 in this abomination. Drive him to the hotel. He tells me to wait for him, so I wait for him." A grunt. "Grown man, and I'm running round playing nursemaid to a jumped-up." The BMW's bonnet got an extra hard wash. "Anyway, there's worse ways to spend a Monday night. Few hours peace and quiet to read a book without the grandkids crawling all over us. He calls about 11:30, says to pick him up, and I take him home, same as every other stupid industry dinner." Dougie hurled his sponge into the bucket, sending a frothy tsunami splooshing out over the side. "No big deal." "You missed a bit." Dougie squinted at the car, bending over to the left, then right, surveying the bonnet. "Where?" "Where you tailed a woman's taxi." "Ah." He retrieved his sponge and started on the bumpers. "I drive round from the car park, and there's Nick sort of hiding behind a potted tree thing, watching the hotel entrance, which we all know means he's on the sniff. Nick gets in the passenger seat, stinking of booze, and says, 'Follow that taxi,' like something off a Hitchcock film." Dougie looked away, over the back fence at the fields beyond. "So we do. Hanging back a couple of cars, just in case, but she doesn't spot us. They never do." His mouth pinched, making the beard jut out. "Don't get me wrong, it's not like he ever does anything. I wouldn't let him, even if he tried. We just park up outside and watch the house for a bit. Make sure they get home safe." Because that didn't sound sketchy at all. Logan folded his arms. "Safe." Gets himself all hot and bothered, then goes home and gives his wife one for a change. "How long did you wait this time?" Splosh, squeeze, scrub. "Only a couple minutes.
He'd had a bucket, and no way I'm cleaning vomit out of leather upholstery.
Over in the next yard, someone clanged away at a metal pipe with a hammer. An old ELO track oozed out through a warehouse window, and Doogie still hadn't made eye contact. Logan pointed at the BMW. Fancy electric cars like this must have loads of sensors and cameras.
Like Jodrell's sodding bank. Can't even fart without setting off a million dings, bleeps, and flashing lights.
Excellent. Any chance we could take a look? $75. Sometimes it was okay to give up and just slip away. Wave goodbye to the pain and the suffering and the struggle, like Nana Carter in her hospice bed. Natasha blinked out at the filthy barn. The air was heavy with flies, making the air thrum and buzz. Seemed to be more of them every time she opened her eyes, drawn to the all-you-can-eat buffet of blood, gorging. Not that D.S. Davis minded. A big greasy blue bottle landed on his face, doing a little dance across the ragged scar on his cheek, then onto his top lip, before disappearing up his nose, looking for a way to get at those tasty internal organs, somewhere warm and dark to lay a million little eggs that would hatch in a couple of days, and... Ah! His eyes shot open. Fuck! His right leg jerked and trembled, but the left one, the one she turned into a colander with her rusty Stanley knife, stayed dead still. Davis batted at his ghost-pale face with his right hand a couple of times, coughing and spluttering. Then a tortured retching noise, and he spat the blue bottle out. It lay on its back in the wide scarlet lake, stuck there, legs twitching. Davis's left arm hung limp at his side, but he used the right one to shove and swear and cough his way up, till he was half sitting, half slumped against the table saw, breathing hard, face screwed up in agony. Good. Natasha could barely work up a dry, whispery sneer. Why can't you just die? Took a while, but eventually his eyes opened again. You don't remember me, do you? Go fuck yourself. You sort never do. You dish out all this grief and hate, but there's never any repercussions. No consequences. So you just move on to next victim. She hauled in a deep breath and rasped it out. Just die! Davis closed his eyes again. Maybe the bastard had actually done what he'd been told, but she wasn't that lucky. He reached into his trouser pocket. I could save us. Fumbling a cheap knock-off iPhone free, he thumbed a button on the side, and the screen lit up like Christmas. The screen was smeared with blood, but he wiped it on the shoulder of his T-shirt and held it out. Natasha's fingers quivered, but her arms refused to move. A smile twisted its way across the bastard's ruined face. Don't you want it? Waggling the phone. They could save you. Not want to live? Why are you like this? He nodded. I'll phone the police. You are the bloody police! Squinting one eye shut, Davis poked his thumb against the screen 3 times, then held the phone to his ear. Hello? Is that the police? I need an ambulance. Quick! His voice getting fainter with every word. Quick! We're dying. Then his arm went limp, and his head fell forward. Now the only noises were the droning flies and the distant thunder of heavy metal. No! Tell them where we are! The dry words burned through her throat.
Tell them where we are!
Legs. Move your bastard legs. Get over there. Get that fucking phone. Get... Cramp rampaged down the back of her left leg, the muscles tightening like a corkscrew, pulling her foot up and her toes wide, flaying the nerves from her skin. Then her right leg, clamping her jaw shut, arching her back as the cramp rioted along her spine, torturing every muscle on the way. A scream battered out between her clenched teeth. Then it was gone, and her body slumped against the dust and rat-piss concrete again, her head thunking off the barn floor, setting her ears ringing. Then a dry sob racked free. "Tell them where we are!" "76. Tufty poked and clicked at the borrowed laptop, wheeling a finger round and around the trackpad. Like everything around here, the machine was festooned with Norel Tech logos. A bunch of wires stuck out the side, snaking across the BMW's driver's seat and into a USB port. Logan huffed out a breath. "Are you done yet?" "Almost there. Almost there." Been saying that for the last 5 minutes. Logan turned and parked his bum against the van in the next bay. And there was Nick Wilson, watching from an upstairs window, chewing away at the fingers on one hand, probably worrying where all this was going, and how he could spin it so his wife wouldn't get everything in the divorce. Yeah, good luck with that. Logan's phone launched into Ode to Joy. Might as well. Just hanging about here anyway. He checked the caller ID, then pressed the green button. "Spudgun?" "Aye, Gov. Yeah, you wanted someone to have a chat with Graham Anderson, a local racist in chief? Scummer says the Anglo-Saxon Defence Group has just as much right to march on Saturday as the rest of them. Called me a fascist. Twice." A sniff. Which was a bit ironic, given his stance on the old democratic process, and inviting me to bugger off out of it before he set his swanky-pants lawyers on me for harassment. Only he put it more politely, being a public schoolboy and all that wank. "Think they're going to behave themselves?" "At the protest?" Silence. "Spudgun?" "Having a wee think, Gov. See, pricks like Anderson like to talk the talk, but they like others to walk it. That way they can take credit if it all goes to plan and denounce it if it doesn't. So I'm guessing no." "You give him a friendly word to the wise?" "That's when he threatened us with legal action. But yeah." "Okay, thanks, Spudgun. Put the word out, though. Anyone hears anything about the ASDG, I want to know about it, okay? Gov?" And he was gone. Logan put his phone away. "Are you still at it? Almost there?" Tufty's wee pink tongue popped out between his teeth as he poked and clicked some more, then sat back on his haunches, firing finger guns at the dashboard. "Pew, pew! And I has blowed up the Death Star." He unplugged the USB cable and handed it back to Doogie. "Thanks," shutting the laptop. "I'll get this back to you soon as." Doogie shrugged. "No skin off my cock. Not like I used the thing anyway." The back door swung open and out scrunched Steele, hat firmly wedged on her head, sipping from an over-branded Norel Tech mug. She jerked her chin at Doogie. "Does it no roast your balls working for a greasy wee shite like that?" Logan winced. "What? Don't, okay? Just..." He turned to Doogie. "I apologise for my colleague. That was unprofessional and uncalled for. If you want to make a formal complaint..." "Nah, she's right. Nick is a greasy wee shite. His wife's properly lovely. And there's him shagging his way round every slapper in Aberdeen. Ooh, come see my yacht. Come see my yacht." Doogie tossed the cable into the car. "Getting too old to be running round after arseholes." "Aye." Steele patted his arm. "Me too." Logan's phone launched into Ode to Joy as they headed back towards the pool car, and when he checked the caller ID, there was Spudgun glowing away in the middle of the screen. He poked the button. This better be good news. He could tell by the pitch of Spudgun's voice that it wasn't. Aye, Gov! All hands on deck! We've just had a call! 77. Maybe it wasn't too late. Maybe it didn't matter that Davis hadn't told the police where they were, because the cops could track people's phones now, couldn't they? Triangulate where you're calling from, based on which phone towers the signal pinged off. Shit. They were probably racing over here right now. Whatever the hell here was. Of course they were. They were coming for her. Because even though he was a twisted, murdering, violent bastard, Detective Sergeant Davis was too fond of his miserable high to die in this shitty barn. All she had to do was wait. They'd be here. It was over. She was getting out of this shitty hellhole. Davis's eyes flickered open, and a little smile tweaked the corner of his mouth. Then he thumbed a button on the side of his phone, making a pre-recorded voice swell out of the speaker, getting louder and louder. At the third stroke, the time sponsored by 555 Mobile will be 9:48 and 40 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. At the third stroke, the time sponsored by 555 Mobile will be 9:48 and 50. Davis smashed his phone down against the barn floor, snarling as he hammered it into the concrete. Once, twice, 3 times, 4, until the screen shattered and bits of glass flew off to make ripples in the lake of blood, followed by a half-dozen chunks of broken electronics. Disturbed by the sudden violence, blue bottles leapt into the fetid air, performing a slow-motion waltz to the sounds of heavy metal. Breathing in harsh, shallow gasps, Davis tossed what was left of his phone into the blood. Then his arm fell limp. No one's coming to save you. We die here. An almost laugh trembled free. I turn my body from the sun. Natasha glared at the bastard. What the fuck is wrong with you? His voice faltered, getting fainter and fainter. For hate's sake, I spit my last breath. There was a hiss of leaking breath. Then his head drooped forwards, mouth hanging open. Eyes, too. It took a couple of moments for the blue bottles to pluck up courage, but eventually one fat little bastard landed on Davis's tongue, then another on his left pupil, and another as the feeding began, leaving Natasha to die alone. "78. Aberdeen Royal Infirmary's orthopaedic trauma unit should have been a place of peace and healing, a tranquil space to recover in after serious bone-shattering injury or the kind of violent surgery that still involved saws, where conversations were held in hushed whispers as life-saving machinery went ping and hiss. Instead, a torrent of yelling and howling and shouting and screaming and swearing overflowed into the corridor outside. Logan shoved through the door, into chaos. Half a dozen officers in the full uniform, complete with stab-proof vests and high-vis, formed a wall outside one of the small 4-bed rooms that lined the ward's outer edges, shuffling about, looking as if they were all amped up to do something, but didn't quite know what. An equal number of nurses bustled from room to room, doing their best to keep their patients calm and reassured, which can't have been easy, given all the bellowing going on. Another 3 were over by the nurses' station, one sitting on an office chair with his head thrown back and the front of his scrubs awash with scarlet from a shattered nose, while his colleagues tried to staunch the bleeding. Logan skidded to a halt on the polished hospital floor. "What the hell's going on?" A no-nonsense nurse, in the white-trimmed dark blue top of a ward sister, stormed over, grey perm quivering as she jabbed a finger into Logan's chest. "Are you in charge here? Because this is not acceptable!" She ducked as a crash of shattering glass turned the 4-bedroom's window into a mess of spider webs. Inside, a large, hairy young man shook a ward chair at the broken glass, like a lion tamer, holding the assembled officers at bay. Assuming they allowed half-shaved gorillas in blue jeans and denim jackets to join the circus as staff rather than exhibits. What was it P.C. Kent called that look? A Tory tuxedo? Bloody hell. It was as well. The guy who'd been lurking outside the burnt-out hotel with a bunch of flowers and a mylar balloon. Darryl something or other, whose dad was a man of strong opinions. Spudgun sidled over. "We got the call 20 minutes ago, Gov. Your man," pointing at Mr. Harry, "shoved his way in here, wanged a member of staff," pointing at the medical drama bleeding all over itself at the nursing station, "marched in there and barricaded the door before security could arrive." "Then why are you not booting the door in?" The ward sister poked Logan again. "Because there are 4 extremely vulnerable patients inside, you idiot!" God's sake. "And has anyone actually tried talking to him?" She threw her hands in the air. "No, we didn't think of that. How very silly of us." "Won't talk to anyone but you, Gov." "Me?" Logan pulled his chin in. Violent nutters only ever asked for you by name when everything was about to go horribly wrong. But 4 vulnerable patients were 4 vulnerable patients. "Okay." Deep breath, and he parted the thin black and fluorescent yellow line, walking forwards till he was just 6 feet from the shattered window. That would be far enough, wouldn't it? In case anything got hurled through the glass. Inside, hairy Darryl lowered the chair and blinked at him. Logan faked a smile. "Hey, Darryl! It is Darryl, isn't it?" A nod. "Right, from the hotel." Looking around. "This is all a bit of a mess. Why don't you come out so we can talk about whatever's bothering you?" His voice was muffled by the glass, but clear enough. "You were right," wiping his nose on his sleeve. "It's what happens when bastards think it's okay to hate brown people and Jews and Muslims and poofs and Celtic supporters just because of who they are, yeah? You can commit atrocities, you said. Even kill kids." Then Darryl looked over his shoulder at the bed in the far corner. "Not anymore." Yeah, that didn't sound good. Logan edged closer, and the names written up on the little whiteboard by the door came into focus. 1. Albert Hamilton. 2. Morris Pearson. 3. George Mayer, NBM. 4. Spencer Findlater. Sodding hell. "Darryl!" To hell with flying glass. Logan stepped right up to the broken window, peering through the cracked webs. "Darryl, what have you done?" Spencer Findlater lay flat on his back, in the bed furthest from the door. There seemed to be a lot of bandages and fiberglass casts keeping his limbs together, so much of it that Spencer might even have looked a little comedic in other circumstances. He had a pillow draped across his chest, and his head tilted back at an unnatural angle, mouth and eyes wide open, not moving, not even breathing. One arm dangled over the edge of the bed, the hand weirdly reminiscent of Adam's reaching for God on the Sistine Chapel's ceiling. Only, as Spencer was reaching downward, probably safe to assume that his appointment was with a slightly more subterranean deity. It was Sergeant Jeff Downey on the custody desk today, with his hooded eyes and ghostly glow. A man who clearly came from a long line of people who believed in never marrying a stranger when a first cousin would do, or a sibling. Word was he had webbed feet and double the usual number of toes. Logan hung back by the wall as a couple of burly PCs led Darryl Merrickson away to his cell, quiet as a headstone, as if he was finally at peace with himself. Tufty signed down his clipboard, acknowledging deposit, then wandered over, hands tucked into the armholes of his stab-proof. A frown on his daft wee face. Not entirely certain how to feel about that one. I mean, we think Spencer Findlater maybe helped burn the hotel down, which makes him a horrible, racist, killing innocent people person. Plus there's all the breaking in and nicking things. But did he deserve what he got? Making a seesaw gesture with one hand. Murder's murder. Logan made for the stairwell. Doesn't matter what your motivation is, or what the victim's done, it's still murder. True. Skipping after him. We can has tenses now? Somehow I'm not in a celebratory mood. The wee lad drooped. Suppose all this horror wasn't really his fault. Tufty wasn't the one who'd given Darryl Merrickson the excuse he needed to kill someone. No, that was all on Logan. Yeah, okay. Off you go. Woot! The wee loon scampered away, through the doors and up the stairs, like Cthulhu hearing Tara sing. Logan let a heavy sigh slump out into the custody suite, then tromped after him. The incident room for Operation Find Natasha Agapova had grown a thick lining of file boxes, piled almost head-high, all bearing various thicknesses of dust. Towers of paperwork were heaped up against it, along with stacks and stacks of old newspapers, as if Steele and her team had decided to try the hoarding lifestyle. No idea where the rest of them had got to, but she was the only one here, with her feet up on the desk, slurping away at her newly acquired Norel Tech mug, chomping on a bacon roll while she perused an old copy of the Scottish Daily Post, peaked cap still rammed on tight enough to curl the tops of her ears over, completely oblivious to the fact Logan had just walked into her grubby lair. He knocked on the table. "This what they call working now, is it?" She didn't look up. "Aye." Why did he even bother? Logan had a quick squint at the whiteboards, with their coating of scribbled actions and arrows and photos and notes. "Have your baboons found anything useful?" Munch, munch, munch. "The reason I'm reading this right-wing crapwank is it's all connected. You think Spencer Findlater and Charles McGeary burned that hotel full of migrants for a giggle? Sod all happens in a vacuum." Poking the paper. "These bastards spend their lives shoving hate and fear-mongering bollocks down everyone's throats. Migrants are stealing your jobs. Migrants are raping your women. Migrants are grooming your kids. Eating the dogs and the cats of the people who live here." Slurp. "And when morons like Spencer Findlater and Charles McGeary decide to do something about it, the tabloids clutch their pearls and it's all violent mobs don't represent British values. Then they go right back to mongering the same shite all over again," she said cynically. Logan pointed at the board. "What about our organised crime angle? Get anything out of SOCT? "Oh, aye. Had to do a bit of wheedling, but seems our boy Adrian Shearsmith's been dangling his hook in a dirty pond full of Russian sharks. And you know what nice people they are." Logan lifted the top off a file box. More Scottish Daily Posts. Civil servants blocking Brexit benefits. Migrant invasion overwhelming NHS. EU plot to flood our borders with migrant chaos. Lovely. He put the lid back on. So maybe these Russian mobsters kidnapped his ex-wife for a bit of leverage. That got a laugh. "You kiddin'? Wasn't what you'd call an amicable divorce. Unless your idea of amicable is a cage fight with rusty chainsaws." Logan tried another box, flipping through the newspapers inside. All the headlines were much the same. Migrants, pedos, crime, crime, murder, migrants, rape, lefty judges, pedos, migrants, blame the EU, murder, ECHR, migrants, drugs, pedos. He puffed out his cheeks. Why do people read this crap? Is the world not bad enough without some knuckle-dragging journalist tit making up stuff to be scared of? He tossed the last paper back in the box. This time the Scottish Daily Post had plastered its front page with Pedo Peter, the supply teacher, above a photo of a youngish bloke in an anorak and glasses, eyes wide, mouth pinched, caught by surprise outside what looked like school gates, with the subheading, Sicko worms his way into city schools to be with girls as young as 5. Yes, well, maybe the outrage wasn't entirely fabricated. He parked his bum against the table, sighed at the ceiling tiles. Steele looked up from her paper. Do us a favour and sod off somewhere else, eh? You're putting me off my butty. He flipped back a copy. Auld Reekie rapist as family priest. Frowned at the photograph. An avuncular bloke in a dog collar and cassock, christening someone's baby. Wonder how many people she's outed over the years. Agapova. All the sex offenders, politicians and con men. Then give her a medal, okay? Just do it somewhere else. Hard to feel sorry for them. Back to Pedo Peter with his haunted look. What was it the art teacher at Liz's new school said about having a painting in the Royal Academy? Something about not everyone enjoying their 15 minutes of fame. Logan pulled out his phone and called Tufty. The wee sod was doing his pretend old man voice again, only muffled around a mouthful of something. I say, Holmes, is the game afoot? Only the darndest thing, I've been waylaid by a custard slice. Got a complicated IT one for you. Worry not, I have my trusty service revolver and a cup of tea with me. You know, this puts me in mind of the rather strange case of... Just shut up and listen. Is there any way to find out who's been dragged through the mud during Natasha Agapova's time editing the Scottish Daily Post and the Aberdeen Examiner? Silence. Not even chewing. He checked the screen, but the call was still connected. Tufty? You're making with a jokey ha-ha, right? Then a groan. It'd take years, Sarge. We'd have to go through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of issues, with dozens and dozens of stories in every one. And most of it won't be online either. You're talking about going to the newspaper's archives and manually searching everything on microfiche. Years! Fat lot of use you are. He gazed up at the tiles again. How are you getting on with the footage from Nicholas Wilson's BMW? I is processing as we speak. Looking up every number plate of every car the camera has recorded. Then I'm running PNC checks on the registered keepers and named drivers, 'cause I does has a thorough and do specialise in being a thin lot of use. Keep at it. Logan hung up, then sagged, then did a 360, then sagged again. Steele ignored him, munching away at her butty, when she should have been asking what was wrong, offering support and helpful suggestions, maybe a cup of tea. He pointed. It's rude to wear your hat at the dinner table. Chomp, masticate, chew. She put on a robot voice. I'm sorry, Roberta isn't in at the moment. Please bugger off after the bleep. Deep breath. Bleep. At which point Logan's phone burst into space oddity. Maybe the wee loon had found something. He hit the green button. That was quick. Tufty whispered out of the speaker. Sarge! I does has an visitor of extreme angriness, who is demanding to speak to the manager. Exclamation mark. Great. More work. Logan had his third and final sag. I'll be right there. Logan barged into the open plan office, and there was Detective Inspector Beardy Beatty, huffing and puffing, I'll blow your cubicle right downing. Tubby and bearded, his hair was vanishing from the back, as if it had taken up holy orders and not informed the rest of his head yet. His black Police Scotland t-shirt looked on the verge of splitting its seams, while his belt must have been cutting off circulation north of the border, because his face was turning puce. Have you got any idea what sort of problem this causes? Well? Answer me, constable! Tufty was squirreled back in his chair, looking storm-blown. Eek! He looked up and waved. Sarge! Sarge!
Detective Inspector Beatty thinks... I don't think. I know. He glowered over his shoulder at Logan. This creature claims he's followed your orders. Is there a problem? The shade of puce darkened. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? A trembling finger pointed at Tufty. He's been running non-stop PNC searches for hours. Well, not hours, Sarge. Only since we got back from Norel Tech with the footage. The wee loon frowned. Well, after that thing at the hospital. And got wee Darryl Merrickson squared away. And then I went and got a custard slice for my Tenzes, but I ate it at my desk, being all industrious and multitasky. But since then... Logan checked his watch. So, about 50 minutes-ish. How many PNC searches can one little PC do in 50 minutes? 437. Beatty stared at him. 400 and what? Wow. Yeah, Beardy Beatty might be a dick, but maybe he had a point this time. Tufty bounced in his seat. See, I ran the footage through an ANPR system and wrote a script to fling the output through... His mouth clamped shut under Beatty's withering glare. Because of operational reasons. He turned his computer screen to face them, showing off a spreadsheet. Everyone's sorted by their line entry from the police national computer, but I can reorder it by name, make, registration, or timestamp if you like. It's incomprehensible. Beatty thumped the cubicle wall, bringing the whole system to its knees. Did you at least find something? Mostly parking tickets and speeding offences. The wee loon clicked about with his mouse, and the spreadsheet rearranged itself into a different order. 2 with outstanding warrants, 1 assault, and 1 not showing up to court on an indecent exposure charge, 9 domestic violence, and 3 sex offenders. Well, 2 really, because 1 was found not guilty. Okay, who were they? No. Beatty wagged a finger. We're losing sight of the actual issue here. You can't bombard the police national computer with rubbish for fun. You have to have reasonable grounds. Tully Allen will do their nut. Gart Kosh have already been on the phone. Logan pointed at the spreadsheet. The other 2? White Ford Transit, 6 years for raping his 82-year-old neighbour. Green Honda Civic, interfered with young boys at a juniors football club, 8 years. Just when you thought your faith in humanity couldn't get any lower. Order it by timestamp. What's clustered around midnight when the taxi dropped Natasha Agapova off? Beatty stood there quivering, while Tufty poked and clicked. Hello? I'm not yesterday's Scully here. I want to make a complaint. Closest is the taxi what did take her home. Next up is... The wee loon squinted at the screen. A grey Vauxhall Astra, but that's our not guilty. Click. Scroll. 1 Mr. Keith Braithwaite has a croft roundabout Durris. Am I talking to myself here? Logan leaned in. Not guilty of what? I think it's highly unprofessional to be so disrespectful when a fellow senior officer is making a complaint. Beatty stuck his hairy chin out, setting his jowls wobbling. Don't think I won't report this to professional standards, because I will. An imperious sniff, and he stomped away, no doubt off cliping to the rubber heelers, like the massive dick he was. The wee loon opened a new window on his screen, skimming the details with a finger. Allegedly, Mr. Braithwaite impersonated a police officer to coerce women to have sex with him. Looks like he mostly preyed on prostitutes and drug users. Only he didn't because of not guilty, allegedly. Interesting. Wonder if he'd had his Andy Warhol allotted 15 minutes. Search for Keith Braithwaite and the Scottish Daily Post. Fingers flew across the keyboard. Clickety-click, click, pong, and enter. The screen filled. Ooh, we has the results. He opened the top link, and a newspaper front page appeared from 4 years ago. Fake cop pervert is charity scumbag.
above the photo of an unremarkable guy in his early 40s. Brown hair, 2 eyes, 2 ears. And that was about all you could say about him. Pretty much the perfect face for undercover work, bland and forgettable. Not for his victims, though, going by the subheading, Charity Boss Forces Vulnerable Women to Perform Depraved Sex Acts. Logan thumped a hand on Tufty's shoulder. Print it, then grab a car. We're going to pay Mr. Braithwaite a visit. $79. The pool car pootled along a winding back road in the middle of nowhere, where gorse burned hot yellow along the sagging dry-stained dikes and miserable sheep hobbled over sun-baked fields. Definitely the sort of road that you suddenly met tractors coming the other way on. Big ones that wouldn't even notice if they drove straight over a manky old Vauxhall, squashing it flat. Which probably explained why Tufty wasn't pelting it, with the blues and twos going. Steele lounged in the back seat, making rancid fish faces and long-suffering sighs, still wearing that sodding hat. "I'm bored." Logan gave her a Paddingtoning in the rear-view mirror. "No one asked you to come." "Yeah, but Beardy Beatty was being a pain in the patoot, and I'm too zen to deal with his plop." Putting on a terrible Beatty impersonation for, "Oh, you're all so mean to me. That Logan McRae's got ideas above his station. Constable Quirrell is a useless, impertinent, syntax-mangling dollop of shite." Tufty joined the rear mirror frowning club. "Hey!" Eyes back on the twisting road. "Also, pound in the swear jar." "Doesn't count if it's a direct quote." Actually, once you got past the heat-stroke sheep and parched fields, it was really pretty out here, with plenty of trees and the bracken unfurling in the sunshine. A teeny clot of 70s bungalows drifted by, complete with sagging sheds and an elderly woman in dungarees grimly chopping firewood for the winter. Logan went back to his printed-out front page. Pfft. Listen to this. The sign on the door says, "Wendy's Happy Wishes, because every child deserves joy, but twisted charity boss Keith Braithwaite, brackets 41, had wishes far darker than any child dying of leukemia could ever imagine." Talk about melodramatic, sensationalist, wanky writing. The unassuming businessman led a double life, raising money to grant the wishes of suffering children by day and prowling Glasgow's seedier streets for prostitutes and drug addicts to abuse by night. Who wrote this? He had a wee squint at the byline. Leroy Maguire. Bet the Pulitzer Committee kept his number on speed dial. Tufty turned a corner, and the trees faded back from the road, replaced by fields awash with clumps of hard green reeds. The buckled remains of a ring feeder lay off to the right, like the rib cage of some huge parasite that had died crawling out of the docken and brambles. Back to the printout. Braithwaite forged a warrant card for himself, with the fictional name Detective Sergeant Alexander Nairn, which he used to lure women into his battered Ford Focus, where he forced them to perform lewd sex acts in exchange for not arresting them. "Sarge?" Tufty scrunched up one side of his face. "If he was found not guilty, how come he didn't sue them?" Steele sniffed from the back. "Wee Spud's got a point. Some scummer talks poop about me like that. I'm going home with every penny they've got, and their house, and having a big hairy mate of mine break both their frudgin' legs." True. Off in the middle distance, the grubby fields were punctuated by a series of tumble-down cottages with missing roofs and vacant windows. Mind you, maybe he did. We've only got the one article. Could have taken them for millions. "Here we is." Tufty turned left, off the tarmacked road, onto a rough track peppered with potholes. A mohican of grass ran down the middle, and as the car rocked and rolled through the hollows, its undercarriage scraped along the raised tufts, making horrible grinding noises whenever it hit a patch of gravel. Steele sat forward. What if your man decides he's no wanting to cooperate? Violently. Really? Logan raised an eyebrow. Not like you to be all timid. Frightened of messing up your new hairdo, are we? Can stay in the car if you like. You looking for a smack? I'm no timid. I'm 9 weeks from retirement. That's when people in action films get shot or blown up, thrown off a train or a building. The road hooked around to the left, dropping down a short, steep hill. Gorse rose on either side of the car, tinderbox yellow and ready to ignite in the blazing sun, getting taller as the track dipped, till it towered far above the car's roof. Tufty peered up at the jagged green canyon walls. She does got a point, Sarge. People with X weeks left till retirement is always dropping like flies. At the bottom of the hill, the land opened up, revealing a higgledy-piggledy graveyard of rusty old farm equipment. Going by the grass and weeds growing around and up through it, this stuff hadn't moved in months, maybe years. Just past the mechanical cemetery, a 5-bar metal gate blocked the track ahead. The wee lad hopped out and scampered over to open it. Steele poked Logan's shoulder. Aye, seriously though. Should we no have landed mob-handed? This could go arse-shaped real quick. Loads of these chuchter banjo fuckers have gun licenses, and I don't fancy a shotgun enema. We'll be fine. Besides, we don't even know if this Braithwaite has anything to do with anything. Oh, aye, it's just a huge coincidence his car was at Agapova's house the night she disappeared, given her newspaper ruined his life and everything. Steele scowled as Tufty swung the gate open to clang against a fence post. Pretty good motive for revenge. Actually, she had a point. Tufty hopped back in behind the wheel, drove them through the gateway, stopped, scrambled out again, and closed the gate behind them, like a wheel-brought-up loon for the sticks. Yeah, you're probably right. Logan turned in his seat. Want to wait for backup? Her eyebrows scrunched. Might as well take a wee look while we're here, just in case. Bugger might no even be in. Now that they were country code compliant, Tufty returned, piloting the pool car past a twisted stand of trees and around another bend. A small collection of farm buildings loomed ahead. 2 tumble-down old stone byres, a barn with concrete walls and a corrugated grey roof, and a static caravan in shades of diarrhea brown and disappointment beige. A forest of weeds surrounded the place, engulfing piles of building materials, while an ancient JCB backhoe sat off to one side. Logan knocked on the dashboard. Okay, listen up. We're on shaky ground here. No one takes any risks. No one wanders off on their own. Line of sight at all times. No one gets shot, stabbed, beaten up, their brains bashed in, or killed in any way, shape, or form. Understood? Steele shook her head. Aye. Remind me to give you a wee training session on motivational speaking, eh? Tufty parked the pool car next to a tired grey Vauxhall Astra, and they all climbed out into the stifling, motionless air. Muffled music thudded out of the caravan, heavy metal by the sound of it, the kind that was all screaming and howling and being very, very angry that Daddy didn't buy you a pony. A pile of pallets lay partially collapsed against one of the outbuildings, woven through with nettles and bramble. The spare bucket for an excavator rusted away next to a big pile of gravel. Aye, aye. Steele hauled up her trousers and pulled on her stolen shades. Sounds like somebody's home. Tufty grabbed the Airwave handset mounted on his high-vis, pressing the button and talking towards his nipple. Alpha Charlie 8 to control. We are in situ at Gorseburn Croft, near Durris. Be advised, looking for possible suspect in Natasha Agapova abduction. A tinny voice crackled out. Roger that, Alpha Charlie 8. He let go of the button and shrugged. Just in case. Logan followed a trampled path through the grass and weeds between one of the outbuildings and the barn, into a sort of courtyard, then stopped, both arms out, blocking the way for Steele and Tufty. "What?" "Shh." He stuck a finger to his lips, then pointed at the trail of blood that spattered between the barn, the caravan, and the far building. Thick and dark, and a hell of a lot more than you'd get with a simple nosebleed. "Okay." Logan pointed at Tufty, then at the outbuilding, then at Steele and the caravan, then at himself and the barn, then at both of his own eyes, which surely everyone would understand. Tufty nodded and tiptoed along the side of the courtyard, making for his assigned target. Good lad. He peeked in through the ragged window hole, then shot Logan a worried look, shaking his head and playing an invisible accordion, whatever the hell that meant. Steele picked her way across the quad, high-stepping over the trail of blood to the caravan, snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves and tried the door handle. Pulled a couple of times, before giving up and making a throat-cutting gesture with her thumb. Locked. Which left the barn. The door was ajar, so Logan donned some gloves of his own and gave it a wee push. Bloody hell. 2 figures lurked inside, one clothed, one half-naked, along with a huge pool of blood. "Call it in. We need the whole circus here. ASAP!" He stepped over the threshold into the cool gloom, technically compromising the crime scene, but until he checked whether either of them were alive, that was just too bad. The air stank of butchers' shops and hot dust, full of fat, greedy blue bottles that swirled and buzzed. Looked as if the bloke, sitting on the floor with his back to the table saw, was dead. What with being pale as a block of lard, sitting in a lake of blood, with a gash right down his face, another across his chest, and a screwdriver poking out of his guts. Pretty certain he was the man from the Scottish Daily Post's front page, Keith Braithwaite. Logan squatted down next to him, careful not to step in the scarlet lake, and felt for a pulse anyway, because there were rules about this kind of thing. Surprisingly enough, nope. He stepped around the blood pool, making for the other figure. Jesus. Her torso was a map of bruises, her left knee all swollen and red, but her face was awash with dried blood and a thick line of scabs framing her battered features. Even with the broken nose, black eye, and split lip, Natasha Agapova was easily recognizable. And she was in her underwear. Never a good sign in situations like this, especially given what Braithwaite had been charged with. Logan knelt and felt for a pulse. Please, 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 please. Something trembled beneath his fingertips. "Miss Agapova? Natasha, can you hear me? It's the police." Nothing. Not even a flicker. But she was alive. Barely. Logan turned, and there were Steele and Tufty, hovering just outside, staring in at the gory tableau, trying not to mess up the crime scene any more than he already had. "I need an ambulance, now!" And maybe, if they were lucky, she'd still be alive when it got here. Today, the circus consisted of a grubby scenes transit van, 4 patrol cars, a handful of crime scene marquees, and a black Mercedes. No lions, tigers, or homemade elephants, but lots of hustle, bustle, rustle as techs hurried about in their white Tyvek suits, taking samples and photographs and videos and fingerprints. Steele settled back against a pool car, jerking her chin at the static caravan, where Chief Superintendent Pine was deep in conversation with one of the more senior Smurfs. "You should invite Perky Pine on Sunday. Bet she'd love to sample my lesbian sausages." "Definitely not," giving her the side eye. "And what exactly is in these sausages of yours? Or don't I want to know?" The grin he got in return wasn't exactly reassuring. Ugh. She patted him on the back. "We did good today. Rescued the damsel in distress. Saved the day." "You did see the state of Keith Braithwaite, right? Our damsel turned him into a colander. She..." He stood up straight as Pine peeled off from her conversation and strode across the courtyard towards them. "Here we go." Pine nodded. "Logan? Roberta? I think we—" The rest of that sentence was drowned out as the Sky News chopper howled overhead, circling the buildings, filming the action on the ground. "Oh, in the name of God!" Screwing her face into a knot. "Why do the TV news people get a helicopter, but we have to make do with begging Dundee for a drone operator, who doesn't even turn up because he's off on the sick?" She glowered at the aerial intrusion for a couple of breaths, then sighed. "Just heard from ARI. They're trying to stabilise Natasha Agapova now. Fingers crossed. Maybe." She kicked the heads off a dandelion, sending a puff of teeny umbrella seeds twirling away into the air. What a mess. About that. Logan pointed at the second outbuilding, the one that didn't contain a puddle of blood, broken whiskey bottle, and galvanized bin full of concrete. "We think there might have been a second victim, and given there's a chunk of the field over there that's recently been dug over—" "Oh, that's just great!" Pine covered her face with both hands. "Any other disasters you'd like to coil out on my to-do list?" "Sarge!" Sounded like Tufty, hollering away somewhere behind the barn. "Hello!" Getting louder. "Sarge! Sarge! 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 Sarge!" He appeared around the corner, gave Pine a wee wave. "Oh, hi, boss," then wiggled his phone at Logan. "Finally got a signal." The thrumming of rotor blades grew again as Sky News made another pass. 2 white-suited smurfs emerged from the barn, carrying a blue plastic evidence crate between them. High in a tree, a pair of magpies screeched defiance until the helicopter backed off, and everyone stared at Tufty. Finally, Logan gave him a poke. "And? Oh, yes, I see." The wee twit checked his phone. "You were bang on the doodah. One Leroy Maguire, reported missing by his wife 6 weeks ago. Got an anonymous tip-off on a story. Went to check it out. Never came home. G Division looked into it, but—" He shrugged, making his stab-proof rise up and his neck shrink into the hole, like a high-vis tortoise. Logan turned to Pine. "Maguire was the journalist who broke the story about Keith Braithwaite, boss. We figure Braithwaite maybe started his revenge tour with him." She dropped her hands and stared up into the wild blue yonder. "Given the way this week's gone, if we dig up the field and do find a body, it'll be someone else entirely. On the plus side, you said, find Natasha Agapova in time for the lunchtime news, right? Just a shame they didn't know if she'd survive or not." 80. Logan ambled through the custody suite with 2 wax-paper cups of coffee, raising one in salute to Sergeant Downey with his webbed feet and cavefish tan on the way past, heading for the cells. Someone down the end was belting out show tunes, while someone else screamed at them to shut up, over and over and over and over. Halfway down the line of heavy blue doors, Logan knocked, then lowered the hatch till the safety screen revealed the interior of Charles McGeary's cell and— "Warning, hatch unsafe, close fully." McGeary lay on his thin blue plastic mattress, gazing at the advert for Crime Stoppers painted on the ceiling. He sat up. So, Logan slid the hatch all the way down to fully open and balanced one of his wax-paper cups on the little sill. Coffee, milk and 3 sugars, because apparently that's how McGeary liked it. Lukewarm, because Logan wasn't about to have a scalding beverage hurled in his face. "It's okay, Charlie. You don't have to talk to me. Not without a lawyer. Brought you a coffee." McGeary unfolded himself from the mattress and slouched to the door, tall enough that he was only visible from his neck to his chin through the hatch. He took the wax-paper cup and gave it a suspicious sniff. "I thought you should know that Spencer Findlater died this morning. We notified Ralph Hay and he's telling the rest of the group, but you're stuck in here, so—" It took 2 goes to get the choked words out.
Spence is dead.
It wasn't the car crash. They transferred him out of intensive care. Someone killed him, took a pillow and just smothered him. Logan softened his voice, because even racist dickbags had feelings. If it helps, Spencer was on a suitcase full of sedatives and painkillers, so they don't think he suffered. Probably didn't even know it was happening.
Shite!
There was a shaky breath. Then McGeary thunked his head against the inside of the cell door.
He was my mate. Known him since we were 6.
Sorry. Logan took a sip of canteen coffee. Better than the stuff from the machine, but still not great. But at least his one was hot. Don't know if this makes things better or worse, but he's the guy who tipped us off about you burning the Balmain House Hotel. Told us where to find the petrol can with your fingerprints on it and everything. Thunk. I think he knew he'd be safe ratting you out, because you're far too loyal to ever break the orphan code. Even for someone who's screwing you over, as long as they're a mate. Thunk. And this way you'd be out of the picture, so he could move in on your girlfriend. Kira said he was one of the thirsty boys, always trying to get in her pants. This time the thunk was a little harder and came with a growl. Something to think about anyway. Logan went to close the hatch, but stopped halfway. Opened it again. There's just one thing bugging me. In the car after we arrested you at the circus, you said you only did it because you needed the money. What money? Song finished. The bloke in the other cell started in on a medley from Oklahoma. McGeary cleared his throat, voice a little strangled, as if he was swallowing tears.
Thanks. For the coffee.
Then turned and carried his half-cold drink back to his uncomfortable bed. Logan clacked the hatch shut. Some people just didn't want to help themselves. The open plan office was eerily silent for 4:05 on a Friday. The only inhabitants, Logan, 2 support staff, and a PC over by the printer, swearing at the machine between bouts of bowel-rattling coughs. Logan sat back in his seat and frowned at the computer screen, deleted his concluding sentences and tried again. The events at Gorseburn Croft hadn't exactly been straightforward, and the top brass liked everything laid out nice and clearly, with as few complications, howevers, and meanwhiles as possible, which made the report on rescuing Natasha Agapova this morning a massive pain in the hoop. Tufty hop-skipped across the room, with a big smile on his pointy wee face and a manila folder tucked under his arm, throwing in a salute as he clicked to attention in front of Logan's desk. "World's greatest psychic reporting for duty, sir!" Then plonked his folder in the in-tray. "Ida's has a finished." Yet another thing to read. The wee loon made a big ta-da gesture, then shrugged. "Turns out our abductist, in inverted commas, Davis, did sue the Scottish Daily Post for every penny it does has. Only the judge told him to go poop in his hat and awarded the paper costs and stuff." A sniff. No wonder he was on a revenge. Logan cricked his neck to one side, making it pop and crackle like bubble wrap. What a sodding day. That's Friday the 13th for you. He raised his eyebrows. Though not really, as it's just a case of confirmation bias. 'Cause people expect bad things to happen. They look out for the bad stuff and do go, "Ooh, this bad thingy must be because it's Friday the 13th. But if the same bad something happened on a Tuesday the 4th, they'd be all like, "Pooping heck," and just get on with it. Logan had another bash at concluding his report and sent it off. Had a massive stretch, then an equally massive slump. Could sleep for a month. "Ah, yes, but we did solve the case and rescue Natasha Agapova." Hoppity skippity. "That's successalicious, right?" "True. Kind of. If she survives." He dumped the relevant forms in his out tray, then reached for the next folder, which had Operation Firedrake, Food Van Turf War, printed across it in wonky Sharpie letters. Told Charles McGeary about his good mate Spence screwing him over. Still wouldn't talk. And now the newspapers will hail us as heroes and tell everyone how groovy and clever we are, and buy us a extra hat what does say, brave, clever person on it, in sequins, with an exclamation mark. Wouldn't even tell me how burning a migrant hotel was meant to be a cash earner. I mean, how do you make money doing that? Tufty raised his eyebrows. Can't even make money running one, never mind burning it. Look at poor old Mr. Murray. Who? Owns the hotel. I did see inside his house when I put him to bed, and he is totally skintsville. Looks like he has to sell all his furniture and stuff. Time for more coffee, because if the paperwork for Operation Food Van Turf War was even half as boring as the stuff on Operation Camper Van Stolen to Order, he was going to need all the caffeine he could get. Gathering up all his empty wax paper coffee cups, Logan dumped them in the bin, stood, and checked the clock. 16:07. Right. Soon as the little hand hits 5, we're out of here. Got morning prayers for this stupid protest at 7 tomorrow, and it's going to be a complete... Hang on a minute. He peered at the wee loon. This Murray guy's broke. I think he kind of drunk the family fortune after his wife and kid died. Well. So a man who's financially screwed owns a hotel that suddenly catches fire? Logan grabbed his peaked cap. How much do you want to bet there's a dirty big insurance claim in the offing? Marching for the door. Grab a pool car. We're going to pay poor old Mr. Murray a house call. Logan gave the door 3 loud, hard knocks, then stepped back. The dirty granite walls of Mr. Murray's house had soaked up so much heat over the last week and a bit that they blared it out like a radiator, making things even worse as the punishing sun blistered down. Sweat prickled across Logan's brow, an itch spreading across his shoulders as it clawed its way down to his bones. Whatever idiot decided to make the Police Scotland uniform all sodding black needed a good kicking in the unmentionables. This must be how bread felt when Tara made toast. Tufty took his cap off and used it to waft himself, but then he was in the full stab-proof and high-vis get-up, so probably on the verge of melting. Logan tried again. Knock, knock, knock. Don't suppose he's lying in there choking on his own vomit, do you? Totally yes, possibles. We should totes do a wellness check. Wink, wink. Stop saying wink, wink, you twit. The wink, wink is implied. Looking up at the door lintel. Can you see a key? Oh, I can do better than that. Tufty whirled his hands around in circles, making wiggly finger gestures at the door. Then a deep breath and, "Open, says Tufty!" Like something off Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. The wee loon turned the handle and pushed, then stepped inside. "Mr. Murray? Are you okay?" What? Logan followed him into a manky monochrome hallway straight out of a Tim Burton film. How did you do that? Wasn't locked. A grin. See, a door is either locked or it isn't. One or the other, so I had a 50-50 chance it wouldn't be. Worth a punt to look cool-tastic, wasn't it? Unbelievable. You're an idiot. Logan cupped his hands either side of his mouth. Mr. Murray! Tufty copied him. This is your 4 o'clock wellness check. Are you okay? Then stuck his head into the living room. Mr. Murray! Logan tried the door at the end of the hall, which opened on a dusty, gloomy kitchen, slowly disappearing under a sea of empty bottles. But no Mr. Murray. Time to search the rest of the house. 10 minutes, and 2 floors later, they found him at the very top of the house. Mr. Murray? Tufty tiptoed into what looked like a small child's bedroom, still fully furnished and clean, unlike the rest of the place, complete with teddy bear and rocking horse, as if the kid was just late home from school. Mr. Murray, are you okay? He was lying on the floor, curled up on the only bit of carpet in the whole building, sobbing quietly, with his face pressed against the tail end of a Mr. Man duvet cover. So, not okay. And from the looks of things, he probably never would be again. Logan stepped over the threshold, blinking as a fug of second-hand booze enveloped him, sharp and stale and miserable. Come on, we'd better get you downstairs. Down in the horrible, bottle-filled kitchen, Logan propped Mr. Murray up on a rickety kitchen chair, while Tufty went a-rummaging, banging and clattering his way through the cupboards, looking for supplies to make coffee with. "Mr. Murray?" Logan gave the man's shoulder a squeeze, all friends together. "Do you want to tell us about Spencer Findlater and Charles McGeary?" He smacked his lips, releasing the stench of too much cheap wine on an empty stomach. "I used to have dreams. No? Dreams," waving a hand at the house that festered all around them. Not anymore. All that's dead now. Dead. Aha! Sarge, Ida's has a success." Tufty clunked a jar of instant down on the worktop. "Don't you worry, Mr. Murray. We've got everything necessary for a good sobering-up cuppa, except for milk, and sugar, and a clean mug. But other than that, we're great. Mr. Murray, why don't we start with how you met Charles McGeary and Spencer Findlater?" The man screwed one eye closed, the other watery and bloodshot as he peered up at Logan. "Snot. Didn't..." A shudder. "Wasn't my fault," wobbling on his chair as the kettle boiled. "You sure about that?" "No." His lips trembled, good eyes shimmering as the tears welled up. No one was meant to get hurt," rubbing at his stomach as the half-word, half-belch dissipated. "See? Header tank. The leak. The one P.C. Kent mentioned. The burst pipes that forced the families at the front of the hotel to move to the back." Mr. Murray put a finger to his lips. "Shh. Was meant to flood all. Should have all the bedrooms out, but got the pipes mixed up and only front ones." He grabbed the nearest bottle, swirling it in front of his face, as if trying to get the contents in focus. But it was empty, so he chucked it over his shoulder. It bounced off the tatty wee fridge and smashed against the floor. "Only front flooded. Wanted to cancel fire, but forgot to phone. Grabbing another bottle. Empty. "Too late." He threw both hands in the air. Whoosh! Smash. It took a bit of doing, but Logan kept his voice warm and friendly. "What made you think the insurance company would fall for it?" "Aha! 'Cause..." Mr. Murray threw Tufty a shifty look, as if he might clype to the authorities. "'Cause everyone knows. Racist pricks. Everywhere these days. Far right did it. Burning things. Thick as pig shit. Nazi wankers." The finger came up to his lips again. "Shh. Nobody ever will ever know." "Yes, they sodding well will. On your feet." So, it wasn't racism after all. It was good old-fashioned greed, coupled with incompetence. Logan produced his handcuffs. "Craig Murray, I am arresting you under Section 1 of the Criminal Justice Scotland Act 2016. '81. Logan stood on the sun-speckled lawn, arms spread wide as a cool breeze rippled across the back garden. Blessed relief from the relentless baking heat of the last week and a bit. Birds sang Monteverdi in the treetops, and the moon sparkled like burnished gold, crowning an azure sky. "Duran, Duran!" Tara wandered out from the kitchen, carrying a pot of bubbling mince. "We've got 5 of Duran Duran's greatest hits, but the song titles have all been scrambled into anagrams, and what you need to do is unscramble them." He bent his knees and pushed off the green sward. "Firing Malls, I Too Like Lava, Owls by Id, Ennui Foot Shaken, and 8 Flunky Howler." 4 feet up, Logan swooshed his arms back and his legs together, swimming the breaststroke higher and higher. "You get a 5-second bonus if you can recite them all in alphabetical order, or 10 seconds by date of release, or a whopping 20 seconds if you can do it by chart position." He soared over the back fence, turning as the sun began to... A filthy bird flew straight into his mouth, dirty and brown, and Logan spluttered, thrashing upright, coughing and gagging. "Arrgh! What the—" Steele danced back a couple of steps, wiping a damp digit on her Police Scotland t-shirt, grinning. "Trust me, you don't want to know where this finger's been," still wearing her peaked cap. "Gah! You revolting—" Scrambling out of his chair, making dry spitting sounds, trying to get rid of the taste. The critical care unit's waiting room was much nicer than the other ones in Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, probably because anyone stuck in here, killing time till a doctor turned up bearing news of their loved ones, was often about to have the worst day of their lives, and someone thought a bit of soft furnishings would cushion the blow. So instead of the usual crappy plastic seats, there were 6 comfortable armchairs, 2 couches, assorted coffee tables, a decent-looking plastic pot plant, a water cooler, a vending machine, and a wall-mounted TV screen, where some stupid quiz show droned away to itself. "And remember, you can either use any seconds you win to reduce your teammates' sentences in temporal prison, or bank them for extra time in the prize vortex." Logan wiped a hand across his tongue. "What is wrong with you?" "I'm going to miss our happy little workplace interactions." "Bloody hell." He filled a plastic cup with water from the cooler, swilling his mouth out as the gormless-looking bloke on the telly gawped up at the quiz board. I think I'm gonna... Yeah, sorry, guys. I'm going to bank it." "You hear about Eddie Dunn?" Steele thumped down into the nearest couch, feet up on a coffee table. "Poor old sod drowned in that weir thing, out by the Auchmill golf course, full of special brew and jellies. Aye, Eddie, know the weir." "Shite. Only saw him yesterday." "He was 8 the first time I arrested him." She grabbed the TV remote. "Banged up his dad dozens of times, and his nan, and his granddad too." Frowning. "What chance did Eddie have?" "Okay, John, it's time to beat the time vault. Let's—" Steele ponked the button, and the quiz show disappeared, replaced by some cheesy drama. "Oh, Emily, it's impossible! The bridge is out and there's no way to get—" Another crappy quiz show. 3 more right answers, and you can go for the accumulator round. So, for a blue triangle, what's— Reality TV thing. But what Clive doesn't know is that Hannah's allergic to shellfish. And the wheel of mindless pap spun on. Steele sniffed. "Any news on Agapova?" "You're disgusting." "And you're an idiot," pointing the finger she'd stuck in his mouth. "What you doing here, when you should be back at the factory doing a lap of honour for the cameras? Perky Pine's got the world's press lined up to celebrate us solving the case." He dumped his plastic cup in the recycling and sank into his armchair again. "The preening glory-hound stuff's never really been my strong suit." Yawning and stretching. "Besides, shift's over. This way I get to go home." "Aye? And how's that working out for you? Sat here waiting for news like a big gape." "Same as it is for you." She pursed her lips, frowning as an 80s biopic turned into an American sitcom, then another crappy reality TV thing, Then an ancient film with long dead stars in it. Her shoulders dipped a bit, followed by a sigh. Aye, I'm no going to miss this bit of the job. Ancient cop show, scripted reality show, American sitcom, reality show. Still, better than waiting in the mortuary. That formaldehyde and dead people's stink gets right in your crack. On screen, the wheel had come full circle. That quiz show must have finished, because an advert for some celebrity property show was playing now. Then the BBC News logo pulsed onto the telly like an angry hemorrhoid, throbbing in time to a techno beat. Steele hit mute. A pug-faced newsreader appeared, doing her serious look to the camera as she delivered the headlines, while an inset graphic showed a train crash somewhere down south. Logan stretched out a bit. Can't believe you're actually retiring. The inset changed to an arson attack on a community library. Wee birdie tells me you got a result in the hotel fire. He groaned. Human beings are bloody awful. Shock horror. No. Please say it ain't so. I mean, I used to think people were basically okay, you know? They meant well. Now they're just getting stupider and nastier and more selfish. Screw the rest of the world, long as I get what I want, right sodding now. The fire got swapped for a greasy politician, no doubt caught doing greasy politician things in a greasy political way. Logan grimaced at the screen. Craig Murray's going bankrupt, so he hits on the great idea of burning his hotel down, blaming racist tosspots and claiming on the insurance. He bumps into Spencer Findlater down the local off-licence, they get chatting, and Spencer agrees to torch the place with a mate of his, for the princely sum of £300. And that's not each. That's between the two of them. Logan's head fell back to stare at the ceiling tiles. That's what Sobin Yusuf's life was worth. $150 apiece. Jesus. Steele shook her head. Gotta love people. The inset changed to mass protests in some former Soviet country, not keen on the Kremlin wanking about with their elections. She stuffed a bit of jollity into her voice. Can you imagine what my leaving do's going to be like? Booze and strippers everywhere. Yeah, but after that it's just golf and gardening and taking the kids to various whatnots for the rest of your days. Sounds... Then an aerial shot of Goresburn Croft filled the screen. Hold on, waving a hand at her. Turn it up, turn it up. Steele fiddled with the remote, and the newsreader's voice swelled through the speakers. An isolated farmhouse, 12 miles from the city centre. The picture jumped to the big conference room, where Chief Superintendent Pine and P.C. Sweeney shared the briefing table with a tanned, tailored, coiffured middle-aged man, sort of Indiana Jones meets Crocodile Dundee in a very expensive suit. Adrian Shearsmith, Natasha Agapova's ex-husband. Bet the chunky gold watch on his wrist cost more than Logan's house. Aye, you can tell by looking at him. The boy's an utter ball-bag. Pine leaned into the nest of microphones. Thank you. I can confirm that following an extensive investigation, officers raided a croft in the Durras area and rescued Natasha Agapova at noon today. Ms. Agapova was severely dehydrated and had sustained multiple injuries. She was rushed to Aberdeen Royal Infirmary in an air ambulance. Hello? There was a knock at the waiting room door. A baggy-eyed doctor, in pale pink scrubs and purple Crocs, slouched across the threshold, most of his face hidden behind an N95 mask. You hear about Natasha? Steele hit mute again and stood, whipping her peaked cap off. Only instead of a carefully styled and curled coiffure, today's hairdo was a flattened mop of hinging mince. She must have felt him staring. What? I couldn't get it to sit right this morning, okay? Dr. Pink checked his clipboard. The bruising and contusions are fairly superficial, but she's got 3 broken ribs, and her knee is, please excuse the complicated medical terminology, what our orthopedic specialists like to call buggered. If she pulls through, she'll probably want to have her nose reset at some point. He clutched a clipboard to his chest, like a thin, flat teddy bear. The bigger problem is dehydration. Go without water for long enough and your body starts to, basically, steal moisture from your internal organs, leading to kidney damage, multiple organ failure, brain damage, and, ultimately, death. Logan cleared his throat. If she pulls through. The next 48 hours will be extremely critical, but with a bit of luck. Dr. Pink stopped cuddling his clipboard. We're pushing fluids as hard as we can. However, it's going to be a long road. If she can make it to Monday, I'd say we're in with a fighting chance. It's... A bleeping noise came from his pocket. He pulled out a pager and squinted at the screen. Bugger fudge. Sorry, got to go. And off he clomped, fast as his crocs would carry him. Logan slouched back to the seat and retrieved his hat. On the TV, Pine shuffled her notes and sat down again. Then Adrian Shearsmith rose to his feet, pulled his chin up, buttoned his suit jacket, and launched into what looked like a very angry rant, jabbing his finger at Chief Superintendent Pine while she sat there stony-faced and immobile. The cameras flashed and flickered as pain crawled its way across Sweeney's face. And the feeding frenzy began. What choice do we have? 82. The van radio miserabled away in the background, while Barrett and Lund played snap with risque cards. Harmsworth squinted his way through a dog-eared paperback, P.C. Munro in The Candlemaker's Bane, and Tufty tried, yet again, to balance a pen on his pointy nose. And all the pain that we both owned, the agony we saved and loaned, we built it up there stone by stone, this grave, this house of burning bones. Everyone was in stab-proof vests and high-vis this time, even Logan and Steele. No riot gear, though, because apparently that sent out the wrong message. Probably just as well, though, because the van was sweaty enough without adding in crash helmets, heavy leather gauntlets, and all that extra padding. They parked between the road ahead closed and access and emergency vehicles only signs on Union Terrace Gardens, with the transit's nose pointing towards Union Street. Every now and then, a march steward wandered by in their orange high-vis tabard, making sure everything was okay for the impending mob. "Aye, hang on a minute." Steele looked up from that morning's edition of the Aberdeen Examiner. Newspaper tycoon slams incompetent police as plucky Natasha on brink of death, above a photo of Adrian Shearsmith ranting away at last night's briefing. "Are we keeping an eye on the Asda wanks, or is that Spudguns idiots?" "Snap!" Barrett clacked down a topless knave of spades. "That's a quid in the swear jar," gathering up his winnings. "And it's ASDG, the Anglo-Saxon Defence Group, not Association." A nod from Lund. "Well, you can see the supermarket would probably get a bit litigious if they went with Association. That would be begging for a lawsuit. People wouldn't know if they'd popped in to buy a loaf of bread or commit hate crimes against minorities." "Oh, aye." Steele glowered at the rear-view mirror. 1, the swear jar is officially suspended till Monday, and 2, shut up. And 3, are we watching the slithery bumplooks or aren't we? Harmsworth turned the page. "I heard they weren't coming." "Seriously?" "Yeah, what's his face? Thingy. Graham Anderson. He's off to the US, glad handing it with a bunch of right-wing senators and tech bros. Wants funding for a political wing." "Christ, that's all we need. More spunk nuggets running for Parliament." Logan checked the dashboard clock. 20 to 9. Time to make a move. "All right, everyone, let's keep sharp." Shoving the passenger door open. "No hitting people with sticks. No fighting. No swearing. No doing anything that makes us look like unprofessional pricks. And especially not on sodding video." Steele folded her paper and dumped it on the dashboard. "Owen, that means no picking your bum in front of the protesters. Let's leave some magic and romance, eh? Drumming her hands on the steering wheel bongo style. Go, go, go! The side door rattled back, and Tufty, Harmsworth, Lund and Barrett piled out, ready to rock. Steele grinned across the van at Logan. You ready? No, but that's never stopped me before. He climbed into the scorching morning sun and clunked the door shut behind him. Off in the middle distance, the shreep, shreep, shreep of whistles and a rat-a-trum-trum of approaching drums grew louder as the protest made its way along the west end of Union Street. 5, maybe 10 minutes away. Okay. Logan straightened his peaked cap. Let's do this. After all, what choice did they have? Thank you for listening to this audio production of This House of Burning Bones by Stuart McBride, read by Steve Worsley. This audiobook was directed by Olivia Caw and produced by Ian McKenna at Offbeat Studios, Edinburgh. Text copyright Stuart McBride, 2025. Recording copyright Macmillan Publishers International Limited, 2025. The right of Stuart McBride to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted in accordance with the Copyright Designs and Patents Act, 1988. This work is reserved from text and data mining, Article 4, Subclause 3 of EU Directive 790 of 2019. All rights reserved.